Up next on Packers Sunday, Sterling Sharp's march into the NFL record book, the winning touch of offensive line coach Tom Lavac, and Mr. and Mrs. Lester Archambault off the field. That and more on Packers Sunday, December 20th, 1992.
Hello and welcome to the show. The Packers versus the Rams today, an important and interesting game to say the least. All kinds of storylines running through this one. It's the Packers' first game at Lambeau since October. For some, that's a political advantage.
It'll be nice to come back and play at home. Although Milwaukee is my home as well.
For others, the advantage is climate.
The weather obviously will be nice for offensive line.
But leave it to the big hitter to get the bigger picture.
I think it's a chance, too, for fans. You know, we haven't been back here in a long time, and you know, since the winning streak started. So it'll be nice to come back and give them an opportunity to see the team when we're playing as well as we are.
The Packers have played well and are coming off a primetime win over a primetime opponent. The Rams are just 5-9. Could the Packers be primed for a letdown?
You know, we're 8-6. We kind of know what to expect from ourselves, how we're going to play. I don't think there'll be a letdown because in this stage in the game, you know, we can't. And it's so important. It's the things you strive for late in the year. We have a chance. So I don't think there's going to be any letdown.
A young player with the right attitude. Of course, that's easy on this Packer team. Young players don't have a choice.
Being an older player, I'm going to keep the younger guys in line, so I don't think it'll be a letdown.
Instead of letting down, the Packers looking forward. The Vikings, on the other hand, are looking over their shoulder. And it's hard to see what's ahead when you're worried about what's behind.
I like our situation. I like trying to chase somebody. I think it's more fun. I mean, it's a lot of fun for us. I mean, and to be honest, I mean, we're just looking forward to the Rams. We felt this way since 5 weeks ago. And if we just keep winning, it'll fall into place eventually. Just it's taking a little longer to fall into place.
Not much has fallen into place for the Los Angeles Rams this season. For more on Chuck Knox's club, here's Paul Rudy.
Familiar faces are what makes the Rams interesting to Packer fans. Don Bracken, Blair Bush, and Scotty Stevens all on LA's roster.
It just feels weird. You spent so much time here, and now I'm back playing on the other side. It feels different.
Oh, it's kind of fun to see some friends again and see some of the old sights.
One of the sights Blair will miss is Johnny Holland, the Packer linebacker, out for the year with a herniated disc.
I'm wishing him a speedy recovery. He was having a great season, and we were looking for big things out of him. Hope everything worked out fine, and you know, probably look towards having the surgery and go from there.
For Packer Sunday, I'm Paul Rudy.
You know, one of the many, many things Joe Theismann said last Sunday night was that the Packers are running the old Green Bay sweep. Well, to be honest with you, not many teams in the league run anything close to the old Green Bay sweep. Modern defensive players just pursue to the ball too quickly to run it. The Packers are one of the few teams that do run something close to it, and in today's big picture, we'll take a look at that play. First of all, the old Green Bay sweep always went to the tight end side, the strong side of the formation. Now, the Packers don't do that. They run their sweep to the weak side. They don't have any linebacker up on the line of scrimmage to contend with that way. That enables them to take their running back, Harry Sidney, and block him on the end man on the line of scrimmage, in this case, the defensive end. As the play unfolds, you see Harry makes a nice block, gets the play off to a great start. Now, at this point, it does look like the old Green Bay sweep. Instead of Jerry Kramer, we have Ron Hallstrom, and instead of Fuzzy Thurston, we have Frank Winters. But here's where the problem is. Like we were talking about pursuit a little earlier, the Houston middle linebacker has already got the angle on Hallstrom. He gets out in the play too quick. Now, as the play develops, Frank Winters gets a nice block. Hallstrom has no prayer on the middle linebacker, but because the rest of the play was blocked so well, the Packers still gained 8 or 9 yards. That's the new version of the old Green Bay sweep, and that's also today's big picture. Coming up a few minutes with Mino and Sterling Sharp's quest for the NFL record book.
I went up against Andre Rison, but he's good, but Sterling's the best I can see right up to now.
Sterling, for an NFL receiver, he's built like a linebacker. He's so much stronger than most receivers you go against.
WFRB's Packer Sunday is sponsored in part by your local Dodge dealers.
If you're remodeling, replacing, or building new, we present an open and shut case for Anderson Windows. Anderson Windows and Patio Doors, opening and closing daily in America's finest homes, as well as her finest dealers.
Available from Van's Custom Builders of Dykesville.
Only one minivan's ever been named an Automobile Magazine All-Star 5 years in a row. Dodge Caravan. And Caravan's a 93 Motor Trend Best Buy. So, we're throwing an award celebration sale. Now you can save over $2,100 on this Grand Caravan because we've priced it the same as a regular Caravan. That's 25 extra cubic feet of space at no extra charge. So come celebrate with us. Drive a Caravan at your nearest Dodge dealer today.
The best gifts to give are those from Tenny's Jewelry. From beautiful diamonds to watches or gift sets, Tenny's Jewelry has it all. A family-owned full-service jeweler for over 35 years. Visit us for all your holiday gift-giving needs.
This is Wayne Mauser. Join me on 99.5 FM for the WPKR Tailgate Party every Monday night at 7 as I interview a different Packer player live from the Holiday Inn in Oshkosh.
The look of a leader, Eyewitness News.
Why is Lakeland, Wisconsin's largest truck cab manufacturer?
This factory. We build our truck caps here, then sell them directly at our own Lakeland outlet. That's how we can offer the absolute lowest prices every day. Every day. Guaranteed. A sturdy aluminum cap like this in 20 different colors, only $229. Tough tonneau covers, just $189. Lakeland, Wisconsin's largest.
3 factory outlets, Greenbush, Madison, and Green Bay.
Joining us now, the man, the legend, and some say the mystery, John Meyer.
The myth, I think they say.
Yeah,
That's what they say, right?
All right. What's in your bag of tricks today?
Sterling Sharp. Phenomenal year, phenomenal athlete.
Pretty good bag of tricks.
Pretty good bag of tricks. Doesn't talk to the media too much. But some of his teammates, John Jurkovic, the main one, said, hey, do something on Sterling. You know, the media, just because he doesn't talk to us, doesn't mean you have to blacklist him or anything like that. So I thought I'd take a look at the man who's very possibly the very best in the business.
You know, he's real powerful. He's built like a linebacker.
He loves it when guys bump and run him because he's gonna destroy him.
He's a character. He's a cartoon, like a cartoon guy. You know, one of them guys that like to be out in front of everybody. You know,
The tighter the spot, the more pressure. You know, the more he wants it.
You know, the things that he does, little different things, like on 3rd and 2, he'll catch the ball and he may be 2 yards short of the first down, but he'll spin his body. Somehow he's gotten some first downs. He's done a hell of a job.
He's my roommate on the road and everything, and you know, we get along real good, and he's just a fun guy. I got one problem with him, and he knows this. He likes to keep the room at 32 degrees.
32 degrees?
Yeah, and he calls it his bat cave. He keeps it dark and cold.
Who knows? Big game today, 13 catches. He might set the all-time record.
Nice piece of work there.
Thank you.
You had a nice subject to deal with, huh?
And a lot of video to work with. No problem finding Sterling video.
Speaking of Sterling,
yes,
certainly a lock to make the Pro Bowl.
Right.
Other Packers you think are prime contenders?
Tony Bennett has to be, without a doubt. Chuck Cecil, I think, should be in there. I think Chuck Cecil has been a better safety than any of the safeties the Packers have played against this year. Hey, why not Brett Favre? I mean, he's having a heck of a year.
I understand what you're saying. I don't think that's going to happen.
Because he doesn't have the name.
Well, very long shot in his first year and so forth.
If Joe Montana was playing and had those exact same statistics, would he be in the Pro Bowl?
Yeah, if he was Joe Montana
Okay,
and put
exactly.
10 years in the league.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I mean, well, when you made the Pro Bowl, did you earn it that year or did you earn it the year before?
About 5 years before.
That wasn't your best season, was it, when you made the Pro Bowl?
That's what I'm saying. But you got to be out there for a while.
We'll talk to those
How
guys.
about in the offensive line there? Pretty good year for those guys. Do you see any contenders there?
Ken Rutgers goes against the best defensive ends in the business. I think after the first 2 ball games, since then he's had a tremendous year. Sean Jones, who he went against in Houston, this was the first game he did not get a sack. Every game that Rutgers watched him play, he had a sack or at least a pressure. Didn't have it on that turf.
Since you're in an argumentative mood today, Packers playoff chances. What do you think their best or their most likely route in is? As a division winner or as the wild card?
I would love to see them go into a ball game with the division at stake. I don't like it when you have to just sit back like it was in '89. They go into Minnesota with the ball game determining the division. Then you can't say anything in the offseason. Either you make it or you don't. And I think they would beat the Vikings right now. Vikings are having too many quarterback problems.
I didn't ask you that. What do you think is the most likely way in there?
I think Philadelphia is sinking slowly. I really do. And I think Philadelphia is going to get beat by Washington. And I think the Packers will sneak in that way. Wild card.
Okay. How about picking Minnesota-Pittsburgh?
That's going to be a good game. I'm going to take Pittsburgh again. Salisbury starting at quarterback for Minnesota. I'm going to take them.
Packers play Minnesota for the division title a week away.
Yeah.
All right. John?
See you then.
We'll see.
Okay.
All right. Coming up, your turn to ask the Pack and a visit with the man who's turned the Packer offensive line around, Coach Tom Lavat.
Vans and Custom. We do vans and a whole lot more.
Ever feel like this just wasn't what you heard the service would be like when you bought your car? Don't make a final car decision until you talk with us. Vans, Honda, Mitsubishi. We're not typical. Thank goodness.
Hi, I'm Terrell Buckman, and Buck stops here at your hometown proud Shearway store. For everyday low prices and selection, do what I do. Shop at Shearway.
The Eyewitness News Team, dedicated to bring you the stories that affect your life.
Carbon monoxide could be poisoning you and your family.
Determined to take the time to ask the right questions to get the real answers.
A local family still wondering what happened to their son.
Depend on the Eyewitness News Team for all the news of Northeast Wisconsin. Dedicated, determined, dependable. Eyewitness News, the look of a leader.
I'm Connie Chung. Thanks for making CBS and Channel 5 your choice for news.
Supreme me with the taco supreme, supreme me, or a nacho supreme with the taste like heaven come to earth. Taco Bell supreme, supreme me, burrito supreme, supreme me, South Taco supreme. They start at 79, supreme me one more time. Taco Bell supreme, run for the border.
Ask the Pack is sponsored by Taco Bell. Now with 3 great menus at 3 great prices. Run for the border.
One of Mike Holmgren's first moves as head coach was to hire Tom Lavat to guide the Packers' offensive line. It was somewhat of a homecoming for Tom. He also coached our offensive line in 1980. His second stint in Green Bay has been nothing but first-rate. The O-line has been a real plus this season, unlike past years when that group took a lot of heat. We asked Coach Lavat if he was surprised.
Surprised, I don't think, because they're a good bunch of guys. They're good people, and in talking to them individually when we got here, you could see that they wanted to win. They wanted to, or at least it appeared at the time, and they've set their goals and they've gone out, and for the most part, you couldn't write a better scenario.
Can you figure out tangible reasons why the offensive line has turned around so much in 1 year? I mean, there's the intangible of attitude. Are there other things?
you know, attitude, like you say, that's an intangible. I think more attention to detail, too. I think they've gone out, and the system that we employ here can help an offensive lineman. You know, the way we get the ball off allows them to be aggressive, and if they'll tend to the details that go within the scheme, that's basically what this is all about.
A lot of the guys have mentioned that you've had a lot to do with their success this season. How would you describe your coaching style?
Well, you and I work together. We've come a long way since then, but I think it's a matter of treating them with respect and expecting the same respect, and not necessarily have, you know, I don't think you have to like each other, but I think we do. But it's a matter of allowing them their dignity, not ripping them, trying to be positive in your approach and treating them the way you'd like to be treated.
You've been in the league for over a decade. How has coaching as a whole changed over the years?
I think it's the money. I think the big salaries. You know, some guy asked me that the other day, and I know when we were here and then going to St. Louis with that group of guys, I think we had more fun in those days. I don't think it was as much business as it is now, you know, and I think that taints it a little bit, because I think guys in the old days, quote, could step out of the profession and make a living. And now to step out, it's a come down, I think.
Tom, you were one of the first assistant coaches Mike Holmgren hired. Do you guys go back a long way?
Well, it goes back to when we were at Stanford. Mike was coaching high school ball in the area, and he used to come up and work our summer camps. And, you know, from that standpoint, I met Mike way back. And then he's had opportunities in the past, and we've discussed those opportunities too. And when this one came, it was kind of just a kind of a natural fit, and it fell into place.
The offensive line has played so well this year. Some of the guys have been mentioned as Pro Bowl candidates. How do you feel about that?
Well, the way I look at an offensive line is the success is tied to the one loss, and we're about an 8-6 line. That's what we are right now, and we could be a 10-6 line by the time it's over. I think that if someone in that group were to get that honor, I don't think anybody could argue it. But at the same time, there's not one guy that you would push out in front of the other. Certainly, you know the Pro Bowl system, and there are some guys that are playing in there that maybe aren't as good as guys that aren't playing in there. It took you a long time to get there, you well know. But I would say that our two tackles have played consistently and well enough. If they got that honor, they would be legit.
As an assistant coach, all the hours you put in, all the work you do, the way this season is turning out both for the team and for your individual group has got to be very gratifying, huh?
It is. No, it's been that kind of year. You know, when we came in here and knew that we had a job to do, and probably we're all a little surprised as to where we are. You know, if you'd have said at the beginning of the season, how many are you going to win, you might have said, well, maybe if we're 8, it'd be a heck of a year. You know, well, we're at 8, and it has been a heck of a year, but we can do better.
And now it's time to make a run for the border with Taco Bell's Ask the Pack. Our first question comes from Jimbo Kelly. He wants to know what made the Packers of the 60s winners besides Lombardi.
We had a great deal of talent here when he came here, and he also brought in some additional people in the first few years that he was here, like Henry Jordan and Willie Davis, and I think that combination is what made the Packers so great.
And our next question comes from Mary Jo McCormick. She wants to know if any of the Packers dreamed of being in the NFL when they were just kids.
I grew up pretending I was O.J. Simpson all through my younger youth years, yes.
Next up, Allison Stewart. She wants to know who's larger, Tootie Robbins or William the Refrigerator Perry?
I'd probably have to say overall girth, we'd have to go with the Fridge. If I'm talking form and sexual appeal, we'd have to go with the Bootius Maximus, Tootie.
Well, our next question comes from John Vanderleest. He wants to know how the running game this year compares to last year.
We're having a lot more opportunity to run as opposed to last year where we fell behind a lot of games and had to throw the ball a lot more. But we're getting a chance to run the ball, and, you know, it shows because the offensive line is doing a great job.
Next up, Casey McCormick. He wants to know if the Packers like any sports other than the one they're playing, football.
I like anything outdoors. I enjoy being outside, golf, basketball, hunting, fishing. Anything I can get outside and do, I'll be there.
And our final question comes from Joyce Greenwood. She wants to know if Brett Favre is married.
No, I'm not married. I hadn't thought about it, really. That's the first time it's been popped to me, but no, I'm not married.
Pretty serious about that one. We've selected Allison's as this week's best question. She wins a $100 gift certificate to the Packer Pro Shop. Our other questioners receive food certificates to Taco Bell. If you'd like to ask the Pack, just visit any participating Taco Bell. Coming up, Eye on the Pack eyes momentum, and Renee Puckett goes off the field with Mr. and Mrs. Lester Archambault.
You gotta do this. You gotta work on this. And you'll just laugh at me.
WFRV's Packer Sunday is sponsored in part by Algoma Motors.
Hi, I'm Jim Rubbis, part of the family tradition that built Algoma Motors.
We are driving excitement. Algoma Motors and Pontiac share a mission to create and keep customers who are youthful in age or attitude, enthusiastic about driving, and who desire vehicles with exciting design and spirited performance. After all, it's what our customers expect from Algoma Motors.
Algoma Motors and your satisfaction, as important to us as our family's name.
It's McDonald's Holiday Film Festival, now featuring the American epic Dances with Wolves. The original full-length video unbelievably priced at just $7.99 when you buy any large sandwich. So hurry in and pick up Dances with Wolves. Also available, the family favorite Babes in Toyland and the hilarious Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. These films just $5.99 each when you buy any large sandwich. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Want a carpet cleaner recommended by leading carpet manufacturers?
Call Stanley Steamer.
We're tough on dirt.
Get it on carpet.
Dates can be sexy.
I'm a telegram stripper.
Or scary.
She was a Marine for 4 years.
They can be reverent.
I dropped to my knees in homage.
Or repulsive.
Oh my God, it's worse than I ever imagined.
But whatever monkey business goes on, you'll hear every fun-filled detail.
She wanted to have sex in an elevator.
So if you're ready for laughs,
Please,
watch this week's Love Connection.
Okay, cool.
Weeknights at 10:30 on Channel 5.
We wish you the gift.
That love can bring.
The gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, I wish for just one win this year.
I wish to just keep living. We wish you warm and cozy nights. And the greatest wish of all
Is a wish you make with your family.
No matter how big.
or how small. Happy holidays.
Eye on the Pack is sponsored by Van's Custom Builders in Dykesville.
Lester Archambault. He's been called the professor of the Packer defensive line. But off the field, Renee Puckett found out Lester's on the receiving end of a few lessons as well.
You can call me Santa Claus.
The Christmas shopping for family is done, but one thing that's not wrapped up for the Archambaults, their postseason vacation. Typically at this time, Lester and Kathy have their January getaway all planned out, but not this year.
Hopefully we'll be in Green Bay for a little longer than, past January 1st. And the way things are right now, it's, everything's up in the air, and we need to keep winning for it to be successful. But, it's nice to have to wait to plan your vacation.
An easy
That's the
sacrifice
hard
when
part.
playoff possibilities loom. But the Archambaults try not to think too far ahead, which is easier for them than their family.
But we aren't allowing ourselves to focus on that. We're just focused on it, one game at a time. But our families, they're focused, they're going to thinking about Pasadena and all that kind of stuff, and they can. So, yeah.
Like, what are you going to do? I said, I'm just waiting for tomorrow.
While both their families are diehard fans, it's Lester's mom who takes the cake.
She'll go as far as to calling the NFL and saying, okay, I want you to send me a report on who was moved this week because it wasn't, you didn't print it in the papers or whatever. And, she works really hard at it. She's got a computer base that has all kinds of information in it. So if I ever need to, have some stats or know something about somebody, I can call her up. She'll pretty much be able to fill me in.
And Mom isn't the only woman in Lester's life up on football. Kathy says she's a better player.
I'm a better football player than he is. I really do.
She thinks she's fast. She still thinks she could outrun me.
Show me some of your moves. That's not good enough. You got to do this. You got to work on this. And you'll just laugh at me.
But Channel 5 file footage proves Kathy's not just taught. She was a star member on the former Packer Wives football team.
I bet her she couldn't throw a football with it 30 yards. I think she just about did it, so.
Well,
Whoopie did.
It's obvious the Archambaults have a lot of fun together. 3 months ago, they bought their first home, which they share with their golden retriever, Chelsea, and their hyper cat, Keisha. The relationship is an interesting one, married since 1989 after knowing each other since the 3rd grade.
Her family's actually got like the old kind of, not videotapes, but the old kind of movie cameras of Kathy and I in a writing class together, like when we were in probably 3rd or 4th grade.
But it wasn't until their last year of high school that the sparks began, and the two New Jersey natives continued the romance on the opposite coast, California, where Kathy studied journalism at Santa Clara, Lester, industrial engineering at Stanford.
It was tough. I mean, I was really actually glad I got redshirted because it gave me 5 years to get the degree, and it made it a lot more doable to do it successfully anyway. The classes were really difficult. I mean, Stanford's a very good school, and competition was there, but now that it's done and I've got it, I'm really happy about it.
So with his future career locked up, Archambault concentrates on the job at hand and hopes his postseason vacation won't come till after the Super Bowl. Off the field, I'm Renee Puckett.
Not bad.
And that's it for today. Thanks for watching. We leave you with John Pigeon's Eye in the Pack. Let's hope they can't stop this thing they've started. Until next time, take care.
From over 150 car nameplates, Motor Trend magazine selects the annual Best Buys. This one has won the award 3 straight years. Dodge Shadow ES. So we're throwing an award celebration sale. Now you can buy a Shadow ES for under 10 grand and still get a driver's airbag and a hot V6. So come celebrate with us. Drive a Shadow ES at your nearest Dodge dealer today.
The best gifts to give are those from Tenny's Jewelry. From beautiful diamonds to watches or gift sets, Tenny's Jewelry has it all. A family-owned full-service jeweler for over 35 years. Visit us for all your holiday gift-giving needs.
Jeopardy! Counties for 100. What is Illinois? Television 500.
Seen any exciting television lately? Take the Jeopardy Challenge.
Jeopardy, weekdays at 4:30 on Channel 5.
Hey, where's that popcorn? And don't forget the beer.
Hey, hon, you take care of the kids. I'm watching the Packer game. Keep that dog quiet. I can't hear the announcers.
Here's the Packer book for all you Packer backers. It's Packer Legends in Facts by Eric Goska, sports writer for the Green Bay Press-Gazette. 400 pages, over 225 photos, complete Packer history, all team pictures, the Acme Packers of 21 to the Packers of 91, a history of 71 seasons of the Packers, game stats, season stats, stats who did best and worst in everything for the first 71 seasons, a treasury of action pictures, Bart Starr's famous quarterback sneak to win world championship, and much, much more. This is a must-have for all Packer fans. It's pure joy. The history, action pictures, team pictures, stats, and roster of all who ever wore a Packer uniform. Just $29.95 plus $5 shipping and taxes. This is a limited edition. Order now. Avoid disappointment. Perfect holiday gift for all Packer backers. MasterCard or Visa, call 1-800-536-2180, Department PB5, or send check or money order to address on screen.
Live Super Cash drawing tonight at 10.
Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Gumbel.
I'm Terry Bradshaw.
And we welcome you to the NFL Today as Week 16 continues. And you believe it has been 20 years. Congratulations to you for the anniversary of the Immaculate Reception.
Oh, Greg, and let me just say congratulations to you as you are now the solo host for CBS in the 94 Olympic Games, the Winter Olympics in Lillehammer. I am certainly looking forward to being with you in Norway. We are going to have a great time.
We are all coughing because of the back padding up here. It's the season to review the playoff scenarios. 5 of the 12 spots are now locked up. Yesterday, the San Francisco 49ers beat Tampa Bay 21-14 to clinch the NFC West and wrap up home field advantage throughout the NFC playoffs. The other NFC teams ticketed for postseason play, the Dallas Cowboys and the New Orleans Saints. Over in the AFC, Buffalo and Pittsburgh are already in. The Steelers are AFC Central Division champions. 2 AFC teams need only to win, and they're in. The Dolphins, who host the Jets tonight, and the San Diego Chargers, who visit the Raiders today. Houston needs to beat Cleveland and have Seattle upset Denver, while Kansas City, losers to the Giants yesterday, can still back in today if both Denver and Cleveland lose. Now, back in the NFC, the winner of today's Washington-Philadelphia battle will be playoff bound, and with the victory, Minnesota can clinch the NFC Central as well. Bear in mind that both Washington and Minnesota will automatically clinch in the event Green Bay loses to the Rams. Now, with half an hour to go before kickoff, let's look at who's warming up, starting in Philadelphia, where Mark Rypien, who was last year's Super Bowl MVP, has been desperately trying to regain some of that super touch. Last year, Rypien threw for 28 touchdowns. By contrast, this year, his passes have hit pay dirt only 11 times. For the Eagles, Randall Cunningham has been playing more and more like the Rocket Randall of old. He's rediscovered that scrambling style that made him so effective, and we'll hear from him and from some of his very vocal teammates a little later. In Pittsburgh, where the Steelers host the Vikings, Sean Salisbury will come off the bench again to replace Rich Gannon at quarterback as Dennis Green continues to search for answers to an often stalled offense. And right now, let's head down on the field to Three Rivers Stadium, where Dan Fouts has more on the game.
Thanks, Greg. Both Denny Green and Bill Cowher have had remarkable success in this, their first season as head coaches. But with 2 weeks to go in the regular season, they both face a similar dilemma. Simply put, both passing attacks are sputtering badly, and these are 2 good playoff caliber teams. But by week 15 of the season, you're not supposed to look for leadership and performance out of your quarterback position. But that is exactly the case with both teams here today. Vikings alternate quarterbacks for the 3rd consecutive week. Today it's Sean Salisbury again. Look for the Vikes to run the ball and give Salisbury high percentage attempts against the Steelers. The fear here in Pittsburgh is they're becoming too one-dimensional. Namely, if you stop Barry Foster, you stop the Steelers. In talking to Bubby Brister yesterday, he says simply, I've got to get going. Brister also says he's playing for his professional future either here in Pittsburgh or with another NFL team. The key today for Brister is a few early completions to build his confidence. A win today for the Vikes gives them the NFC Central. A win for the Steelers a week off the first week of the playoffs. 35 degrees here in Pittsburgh, Greg.
Dan, thanks much. The Minnesota Vikings coming down the stretch with their quarterback situation not resolved, that's not a good sign.
No, I think one thing Dennis Green of the Vikings has learned is the very sensitive psyche of quarterbacks. Benching them, pulling them back will not work, but they don't have a starting quarterback, never have. The other thing is, look today for the defenses to score. The Vikings have scored 8 defensive touchdowns. Which defense scores today very well may be the reason why that team wins. I don't think it's going to happen. Look for 2 tight end offense. I think you'll see a lot of running. And I think Steelers are really in a lot of trouble because 9-man fronts stop Barry Foster.
All right, Terry. The Rams forsake balmy Los Angeles for Green Bay's Lambeau Field, where the Packers are serious playoff contenders. Pat O'Brien is standing by in the place they used to call Titletown, USA, which is always cold this time of year. Pat, how cold is it today?
I wonder if it's going to be this cold in Lillehammer. Greg, hi, Greg, Terry, hi, everybody. As our friend John Madden would say, it doesn't get any better than this. An important football game in late December in Lambeau Field, outdoors, on the grass, in the cold. This is it. And as you look around what they used to call Titletown here, you can see that despite the 15 below wind chill factor, their hearts are warming for their streaking Packers. These people, by the way, are not crazy. They are Green Bay fans. Not all the news is good. Let's tick off some notes for you here. An important move here. Johnny Holland, their best defensive player, is out for the rest of the season. He has a herniated disc in his neck. He tells us that he'll have it operated on in the offseason, and he will be back next year. That's big news, bad news for the Packers. Tootie Robbins didn't practice yesterday, but he will start today, and that's good news for Brett Favre. Bad news, however, for one of Brett Favre's favorite receivers, Sterling Sharp. He's 13 catches away from breaking Art Bunt's record of the most catches in a season. But every time he catches the ball, he is in agony. He has serious pain in his hands, and yesterday, for the first time, he told us about it.
I can't make fists with either one of my hands, but I don't have to catch passes, I guess. But, you know, every time I catch a pass, it hurts. We don't know what it is or what's causing it, but you keep on going. You can still go out and play, and, you know, God's given you this ability and put the record right there in front of you, and so you just go out and you try to do things to help your team win, and hopefully if that can continue and break the record.
Yeah, is it arthritis, or what is it?
Really, we don't know. We think it is, but, you know, I told him I don't want to know until the season's over. As long as I can continue to go out and catch, then we'll do what we have to after the season, but let's get the season over.
Sterling Sharp had some tests late yesterday and found out late yesterday that it was indeed not arthritis, and it's apparently just an occupational hazard. He's catching the ball too many times. The field, by the way, is soft. As you know, it's an electrified field here, so that's really not a factor. The cold weather is a factor here. The fans are all bundled up. I think I missed Los Angeles. And Greg, this time of year, they have two great rhymes. Silent Night, Holy Night, and the Pack is back. 'Tis the season to be merry. Let's go back to Greg and Terry.
All right, Pat, that's our poet laureate. Keep in mind that 15 below wind chill in Green Bay, and the Rams come into this game having played in 14 games so far this season with an average temperature of 74 degrees, something to keep in mind. Buffalo visits New Orleans today. Both playoff-bound teams have a special agenda. The Bills hold the inside track on the home field advantage in the AFC, while the Saints can assure themselves of hosting a wild card game. And our wild card, Jim Gray, is at the Superdome with more.
The Buffalo Bills defense comes into today's game pretty banged up. All-pro defensive lineman Bruce Smith has a cracked rib. Now, he arrived here at the Superdome a couple of hours ago, went into the locker room, and was informed by Marv Levy, the head coach, that he will not play today. He is on the inactive roster. Now, also with some badly bruised ribs is linebacker Cornelius Bennett. And a short time ago, I spoke with him and asked him how he's feeling.
Still a little sore, but going to be able to go.
The ribs are all right?
I'm still sore, but like I said, I'll be able to tough it out and go out and play.
Got a flak jacket or anything?
Yeah, I'm going to wear a flak jacket, but that's just protection against getting punched. It's not going to have anything to do with the soreness that I have. It's just protection against getting punched in the ribs.
Which Bills team's going to show up today?
Well, this is almost like a playoff atmosphere for us. I think the Bills that the people saw the first 4 weeks of the season where we were scoring 30 to 40 points a game. Not to say that we're going to score that many against the Saints, but we're going to see that type of offense and not the many mistakes that we've been making over the past couple of weeks.
Well, the Bills can't afford to make any mistakes today because the Saints starting quarterback Bobby Hebert is a perfect 15-0 against the AFC. Well, they say down here in New Orleans today that this is the toughest ticket in a decade. That's the story from the Superdome. Back to Greg and Terry.
Thank you, Jim. Good news for Bobby Hebert that Bruce Smith isn't going to be in the lineup, but this game for the Saints is just a stepping stone to get back to the 49ers.
They want to play Buffalo because they resemble the 49ers. They desperately want to get the 49ers to get into the playoffs. They think they can beat them. Offense, 25 points a game. Good team.
All right, Terry. Next up, Leslie Visser with the heartwarming story of a team whose players share something special. Their willingness to bicker. That and more when we continue live from New York on the NFL.
Hurry up, Greg. Get us out of here.
The NFL Today is sponsored by Lincoln Mercury and the complete line of 1993 Lincoln and Mercury automobiles. And by Radio Shack, your Christmas electronics store.
We feel the best way to advertise a car like Mercury Sable is the direct approach. Mention the car. Show the car. Mention the interior. Show the interior. Mention the safety features. Show the safety features. Mention Sable's commitment to design excellence and leadership. Show the car again. All this and the quality of a Mercury.
At prices you can afford. You'll find it all at your Christmas electronics store.
Tis the season to be jolly.
Tis also the season for a KFC holiday meal. A bucket of delicious chicken, mashed potatoes with gravy, coleslaw, hot biscuits, enough to feed four, just $9.99. And when you buy a holiday meal, get a coupon book worth up to $75 on select Mattel toys at Toys R Us and other fine stores. The $9.99 holiday meal from KFC. And from Lake Edna, happy holidays!
Come morning, I need a cereal that wakes me up and gets me going. These are just flakes. Just looking at it makes me want to snooze. Hold on a minute. Simple, wholesome, tastes good. Heavens, yeah. This could put some giddy up in my get along. What do you call it?
Kellogg's Corn Flakes.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes? You got me, didn't you? I hate that.
Taste them again for the first time.
There is a playoff atmosphere in the air at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, and that's where we find Leslie Visser standing by live. Hello, Leslie.
Hello, Greg. You're right about the playoff feeling. Both these teams know if they win, they're in. Well, many of you know the Eagles have always been outspoken, critical. There seems to be a different adventure in the locker room almost every week. Well, the players say this is no different from any other family or business dynamic. It's just that our squabbles don't become public information.
Let's not give up any big plays. This team can't beat us if we don't give up big plays. So let's not give up big plays. The game is won right here. Make sure we all on the same page.
The promise of early season unity degenerated into a backbiting controversy last week when Seth Joyner criticized, then subsequently apologized to the Eagles owner, the coach, and his fellow teammates. It was a distraction that once again forced the attention away from the field.
You got to be able to, put things behind you. I think, everything is pretty much being put behind mainly because we know this is a big game for us, and we can't worry about it, concentrate on things that's happened in the past.
Is it fair to say that with 47 guys over 16 weeks in an emotional game, not everybody always gets along?
It's just like a husband and a wife living together. They're not going to get along all the time, They're going to have disagreements. Me and my wife, we've been married 8 years, and we've had disagreements, but we've been able to work them out. That's the same thing within the team sport. Everybody's not going to get along all year.
This is a business. Randall don't have to like Herschel Walker. Herschel don't have to like, Dave Alexander. We don't even have to like each other. We don't even have to speak to each other outside the field. But once you step on the field, you got to get the job done. And getting the job done means he's got to hand me the ball. David's got to block for him because that's your job to do.
When the two teams met in October in RFK, which Washington won 16-12, the Redskins barely got by offensively, but defensively they were able to rush Randall Cunningham, to confuse, control, and ultimately sack him 5 times.
The Redskins are the team I have the most respect for, not only because they've been able to defend me, but because of their style, and I respect their head coach.
Only a few shopping days left. What would you like for Christmas?
I think just, all of us to grow together and be happy, because there's been a lot of adversity that our whole team has went through, and the press has pulled out a lot of crazy things, but for us just to get back to, the times like when Jerome was here, everybody just went out there and didn't care, just went and played ball and had fun. You came back in the locker room, whether you won or you lost, you knew you did the best you could do, and you were happy regardless of what happened. That's the present, just the happiness.
What I would like for Christmas is to win this game and to take it all the way to the Super Bowl.
Maybe Santa could bring a little goodwill toward men. Well, in today's matchup, which Rich Kotite is calling the most important in his 2 years as head coach, he'll have Vi Sikahema back at kick returner only. He sprained both his ankles badly last week, but he'll be back. He told me this morning, we Polynesians feel fast. Greg?
All right, Leslie, thank you. When we come back, we will relive one of his finest moments and one of the greatest plays he never saw, the Immaculate Reception.
People living with pain keep thanking me
Thanks, Joe.
for telling them about Flexall 454, the aloe vera-based pain-relieving gel recommended by the athletic trainers of all major pro sports.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Joe.
Flexall, America's #1 pain-relieving gel. #1 at helping people feel better, live better, work better. If you're living with pain, get better. Get Flexall, the pain relief pro trainers recommend.
6 months ago, I'm at the dentist, not feeling overly anxious when I heard that unforgettable word, cavities. Doctor, I said, is there any hope?
Mandy, he said, you gotta brush twice a day the right way.
If your child brushes every day for 6 months with Crest, the dentist's choice, their next checkup will be great. And we're so sure you'll be satisfied, we'll give you a money-back guarantee.
So I brushed with Crest, and I'm sitting pretty.
Crest, great checkups in 6 months, guaranteed.
Ain't life grand?
You have until December 26th to test drive every luxury coupe in the world. After that... There is no comparison. The new Lincoln Mark 8, coming December 26th.
It's 30 below. You've got a cold, cough. You've got a real problem.
We've added the leading cough suppressant to the proven cold relief of Alka-Seltzer Plus.
I have no sneezes, no coughs, no runny nose. I took Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and cough this morning.
Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and cough. It's tough medicine.
Introduces the new standard in television. Trinitron XDR Squared.
Hey, look! It's the Grand Canyon!
It'll change the way you feel about everything you see. From Sony.
Well, in his Hall of Fame career, Terry quarterbacked the Pittsburgh Steelers for 14 seasons through a grand total of 4,357 NFL passes. But one of them will always stand out above the rest, and this week he was reunited with the intended and the unintended receivers.
For Frenchie Fuqua, Franco Harris, and me, it was as if we had never left. It was 20 years ago, there were 22 seconds to go, and we were down to our last play.
And Bradshaw back and looking again. Bradshaw running out of the pocket, looking for somebody to throw to, fires it downfield. And there's a collision. That's caught out of the air. The ball is pulled in by Franco Harris. Harris is going for a touchdown for Pittsburgh.
From that moment and forever after, the play was called the Immaculate Reception. And as you plainly see, we handled the amazing outcome with poise and dignity.
Who's over here hugging?
I don't have any idea. I'm hugging anything that'll hug. We were mean, but so were they. Early in the game, we had a 4th and 2. Frenchie Fuqua is sent reeling by Oakland's Jack Tatum. It was that tough a game.
We're out there, we're hitting, and they're hitting. And so, you know, going into the game, it's probably going to be a low-scoring game, and you needed a big play.
Madden was right. With less than 2 minutes left, Kenny Stabler, who had replaced an ineffective Darryl LaMonica, made that big play and wiped out our 6-0 lead. Touchdown! Touchdown, Oakland Raiders!
I mean, anytime I can run 30 yards for a touchdown, it had to be something unusual that took place, and it was a blitz-type thing where they brought everybody.
The Raiders were jumping for joy while we were just about getting ready for the offseason, but we had one more shot. However, it seemed that everywhere that I threw the football, there was Jack Tatum. Now it's 4th and 10, and I can still see it as if it were yesterday.
That's all right. Franco's here. Come on, Franco. Let's go. Terry Bradshaw at the controls.
Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Set up, turn. He's covered. Pressure.
Bradshaw running out of the pocket.
Move out. Push it, gotta wait.
Fires it downfield.
I could hear Tatum. First his footsteps. Boom, 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 boom. It sounded like a giant. And then I could hear the breathing.
The ball is thrown. Tatum and I collide.
And there's a collision.
The ball flickers off. I'm down.
With you scrambling, I said, nothing else I can do. So I just went out into the flat. But you threw it downfield, and in my mind, just like we were taught at Penn State, is that you always go to the ball. No matter where it is, go to the ball.
That's caught out of the air.
The ball was way down here. I'm not going to tell you where.
The ball is pulled in by Franco Harris.
When I got the ball, my first thought was touchdown.
And I hear this unbelievable roar. And I'm laying there on the ground listening to this roar. And I said, this is a good roar. This is a touchdown roar.
Absolutely unbelievable. Holy moly.
Ah, but was it a touchdown? If Tatum touched the ball before it ricocheted off to Franco, that's a touchdown. But if the ball went from Frenchie to Franco without Tatum touching it, back then it was an illegal catch.
After I hit Frenchie Fuqua, me and some other guys, we were over there high-fiving and everything because we thought the game was over. Just imagine it, Terry. No one in the world knows what happened on that play but me.
During our little chat, Frenchie surprised me by whipping out an envelope. He said there's a secret in it. Did he or didn't he touch the ball on the Immaculate Reception?
I'm going to open this up. No, You mean to wait? On game day?
We'll see about that envelope later, but there was a second controversy. Did Franco catch the ball cleanly, or did it hit the ground first?
Did it touch the ground?
Can't say.
You can't say you don't know whether it did, or you...
No, I know, but I really can't say at this time.
He's laughing now, and we were ecstatic back then. But wait, there's confusion. No one sees the touchdown signal given. The officials are checking amongst themselves. Who saw the play?
Now, I got 3 I don't knows, 2 I think, but I don't know. And I've got to make a decision.
All of a sudden, the phone rings in the baseball dugout. Referee Fred Swearingen is sent over to answer the call. Art McNally, the NFL representative in the press box, in a report to then-Commissioner Pete Rozelle, stated that he might have needed to speak to Fred Wyant, the alternate official. But somehow Fred, the ref, was sent to the phone.
One of the fellows said, Art, you got a telephone call. I said, from who? He said, from the referee, Fred Swearingen. I said, oh, God.
McNally told Swearingen to finalize his call. So he did. Touchdown.
My question was always, if you didn't know it was a touchdown when it happened, how did you know it was a touchdown after you talked to the guy on the phone?
Both McNally and Swearingen swear that no television replay was ever discussed. Besides, the TV coverage was inconclusive.
That ball, when it hit Fuqua or Tatum, whoever it hit, it was like hitting a brick wall. It just went just right back like that, and no reflexes. No cameraman could have possibly picked it up.
NFL films captured the only footage of the ball ricocheting back to Franco. Did he catch it cleanly? That issue is still open. Victory was sweet, but not without irony. Art Rooney, our long-suffering owner, missed the immaculate reception. He was in an elevator on the way down to console us for losing when the play occurred. Franco Harris, a Hall of Fame runner, is best known for catching a pass. Well, at least John Madden feels that he got revenge for being victimized by a phone call.
I do know one thing, that I have the phone. And I don't know that I've ever forgotten that play one day in my life, and I have this telephone hanging in my home to remind me about that game every day.
As for Frenchie Fuqua, our man of letters, his claim to fame is getting his bell rung by Jack Tatum.
No one cares about Frenchie Fuqua. Touchdown.
How much money have you made off the immaculate reception?
Not half as much as I probably will in the future.
We care about you, Frenchie. The controversy over whether or not Franco caught the ball is not nearly as big as that as to whether or not the ball bounced off of Frenchie or off of Jack Tatum, because if it's off of Frenchie, then it's not a legal completion. Yeah. What's your point of view?
Looking at the tape, or the film, Frenchie's extended, diving, lunging for the football. Tatum is coming right at me, full bore, and the ball hits Tatum, goes 22 yards backwards. No way Frenchie reaches, and the ball hits his hand and goes 22 yards backwards.
Legal completion. Let's find out what Frenchie says.
All right. The Frenchman, who is known to be extremely honest, will now reveal to the entire world exactly what happened. As I rip this open, I will now read the answer that we've all longed for. I know the Frenchman would not lead us astray. My. Cha-ching. Gotcha. Frenchie Fuqua, 5 more years.
That's Frenchie to a T, isn't it?
He got us again.
All
hey,
right.
This is great. This
Mailman
is exactly the way it should have been. Way to go.
Here's one from Madden.
Oh, John got a card from John.
Franco, Jack Tatum.
Oh, we got
Art McNally.
McNally sent us in one,
Incidentally,
too.
Franco Harris and
Wait,
Frenchie
8 years
Fuqua are the honorary captains in Pittsburgh today. They just reenacted things. We'll be back.
You got another one there?
Michael Jordan in Hanes briefs. Michael Jordan in new improved Hanes briefs. It's hard to believe something this great could actually get even better. The new comfort of Hanes briefs. Better fit, better feel, better than ever.
Just wait until we get a Hanes on you.
Windows support, Bill.
Windows support, Greg.
Did you try
Set up
IRQ4?
TXT.
Try IRQ5.
Okay, type copy space C colon backslash Windows.
/S at the desk. Windows support, Greg.
What does it take to support the personal computer users in your organization?
Windows support, Greg. You still there?
That may depend on whether they're doing things the hard way or the easy way.
Mac support, John.
Please hold.
Yeah, hang on. This call's for you guys.
Macintosh from Apple.
You have until December 26th to evaluate every luxury coupe from the inside out. After that, there is no comparison. The new Lincoln Mark 8, coming December 26th.
This is no night for weak batteries.
Got enough energy to pull us through, Rudolph?
That's why you should test all your batteries with the Copper Top Tester. A little present. Only from Duracell.
Remember the 50s and great-tasting patty melts? Well, Wendy's is bringing them both back.
Gee, Johnny, this Wendy melt is creamy.
Introducing the Wendy Melt.
Hey, this Wendy melt is neato.
It's a quarter-pound of fresh beef, sauteed onions.
Hey, cat, dig the square. The square is bad.
Dave's special sauce and 2 slices of Swiss on a toasted Kaiser bun.
Dave, it's time to get ready. It is? Well, okay, Daddy-o. Slip me some skin.
The new Wendy Melt. It's a 50s thing.
Look at the 1 o'clock kickoffs coming your way here on CBS at Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Green Bay, and Indianapolis. We'll see you at halftime. Enjoy the games, everyone.
Tonight, it's an all-new Ed Sullivan special with new performances by Johnny Mathis, Paul Anka, Della Reese, and more. Plus, from Ed's Christmas shows, Diana Ross and the Supremes, Frank Sinatra, Liza Minnelli, The Beatles, Elvis, and more.
Don't go away.
Bob Newhart hosts Holiday Greetings from Ed Sullivan right after Murder, She Wrote, tonight.
Welcome to the future, where you can fly to strange alien worlds. Coming January 6th to CBS. Fly with the Space Rangers.
This is CBS.
When it comes to sports, nobody does it better. From the pit to the pack. From home plate to your hometown heroes. Eyewitness News leads the way, bringing you the scores and highlights you want to see. Larry McCarran and Paul Rudy, the look of a leader. Eyewitness Sports.
All right, you guys ready to see a show? Yeah. You guys ready to have some fun? Yeah. All right, you guys ready to give me $1? Start with a little bit of bowling ball juggling. Ma'am, could you check that out? That's in fact a real bowling ball. All right.
Thank you.
I love Italian food. I love Greek food. I love German food. I hate myself.
The Ameritech Pages Plus Yellow Pages. How you get things done.
This is WFRV TV5.
Despite sub-freezing temperatures, the hardy faithful were here early outside Lambeau Field in Green Bay. They're in a festive mood, and why not? The Packers have playoff hopes. And inside, a capacity crowd to witness the game between the Los Angeles Rams and the Green Bay Packers. It has been a long time since a December game in Green Bay had the meaning it does today. The Packers have playoff possibilities thanks to the spirited combination of their outstanding quarterback Brett Favre and the wide receiver Sterling Sharp. A big day for the Packers and their faithful, but Randy Cross, who's here along with Yours truly, Dick Stockton. The LA Rams come in, and what is their mindset coming into this game?
Well, you know, I asked Chuck Knox yesterday, Chuck, is it good to come in here and your team can spoil Green Bay's chances? And Chuck goes, that's not professional. The idea is to go in and you want to win these games. But I can guarantee you, as a former player, it would make the Ram players extremely happy and make a great note for their season to upset the Packers here today.
How about your cross-examination for this one?
Well, it's really pretty simple. I think Green Bay's got the edge on offense, on defense, on special teams. They got a little more team speed, and the intangible today is minus 15 degrees.
And that's what it is as we start. Actually, minus 12, but it'll get much colder as the clouds forecast to come in here. We have a sun-splashed Lambeau Field and a great setting for this important game for the Packers. The Packers have won the toss. Tony Zendejas will kick off. And back deep for the Packers, Corey Harris and Robert Brooks. Harris is on the left. Packers have won 5 in a row, looking for a 6-game winning streak for the first time in 27 years. And Zendejas gets this game underway. It's a short end-over-end kick, and it's going to be Harris returning from the 15-yard line. And he is knocked out of bounds. Green Bay with Brett Favre, 11 200-yard passing games. That was snapped against Houston last week. Up front, it's been a fine offensive line. Rutgers, Winters, Campen, Hallstrom. Tootie Robbins, despite the dislocated left shoulder, has a harness, and he is in the lineup. Jackie Harris, the tight end. Darrell Thompson and Harry Sidney are the running backs. Sterling Sharp, you heard about the report from Pat O'Brien about his hands. He'll be at wide receiver, and Ron Lewis, the other wideout. 1st and 10 from the 25. They send Thompson in motion, and the pass to the running back out of the backfield. Todd Light makes the stop on Darrell Thompson, and a short gain of 4 yards on the first play of the game. The LA Rams defensively up front, featuring 2 rookies, Mark Boutte and Sean Gilbert at defensive tackle. Gilbert having an outstanding year with Robinson and Jim Scow at defensive end. Kevin Green, he is the pass rusher the Packers have to watch out for, with Larry Kellman, Roman Pfeiffer, and in the secondary, it's Light and Henley at corner, Pat Terrell and Anthony Newman at safety. 2nd down and 5 from the 30. It's a running play again with Thompson. He loses the ball and a fumble, and the Rams have recovered. As everyone figured that the LA Rams would have trouble holding onto the ball, but it's the Packers who fumble on the 2nd play of the game.
And it's just the thing that the LA Ram team needs. They're already fired up. They already want to come in these bad weather conditions and prove that an LA team can win here. And what they need is a little help. And Thompson gives them that help right there. That was Gilbert, 90, stripping the ball out of Thompson's hands. And, you know, Mike Holmgren from the Packers did not want to start like this. His best defense is his offense staying on the field for as long as possible. This Packer defense, I think, can be thrown against, and Everett has been very effective this year throwing the ball.
Roman Pfeiffer made the fumble recovery and a 1st down for the Rams on the Packer 31. See if they can take advantage of this big opportunity. Cleveland Gary, who's had problems holding onto the ball in his own right, picks up 2 yards on the Rams' first foray, and Robert Brown the tackle. So Jim Everett with 21 touchdown passes leading the Rams. And the offensive front of Perry, Newberry, Brostek, Malinchik, Jackie Slater. Pat Carter is the tight end. He's had a knee problem. Cleveland Gary and David Lang are the running backs. And, of course, all eyes on Gary and his ability to hold onto the ball. If not, you'll see other running backs. Ellard and Flipper Anderson, the wideouts. 2nd down and 8 for the Rams on the Green Bay 29.
Green Bay brings in their nickel package. They're coming after Everett.
Tony Bennett playing the right defensive end position, but the give is to Cleveland Gary up the middle, and he fights his way to about the 26-yard line, a pickup of 3 yards, and Matt Brock making the tackle. Defensively for the Packers, this is their base defense of Brock, John Yurkovich, and Robert Brown. Kuntz, Noble, Dent, and Bennett. Burnell Dent is playing in place of Johnny Holland, who's on injured reserve with the neck injury. And it's Buckley, the rookie, and Roland Mitchell at corners. Chuck Cecil, he's quite a hitter. And Leroy Butler back in action after a 1-game suspension at strong safety. 3rd down and 5. Jeff Chadwick in as an extra receiver for Everett. And his pass is caught, and it should be a first down to Flipper Anderson, just inside the 20-yard line. A gain of 10 yards with Vinnie Clark making the tackle.
And a nice job by Jim Everett going to what basically looked to be his third or fourth receiver. Watch him looking off. He's looking right. He's looking to the middle to Price on a crossing pattern, and just does get the ball out here to Flipper as Vinnie Clark closes quickly on the ball. But the emphasis on that is on the protection and on the nice job of Everett of reading that defense.
Only 32 catches for Flipper Anderson, who's been bothered by hamstring pulls. It is a first down on the 16 of Green Bay. Everett looking to throw, and his pass is caught for the touchdown to Willie Anderson. So Flipper Anderson has made it look easy, and Jim Everett and the warm weather Rams come here and strike early. A 16-yard touchdown pass to give the Rams the lead.
Well, Mike Holmgren knows if you do not put pressure on Jim Everett, he is as good as any other quarterback in the league on a 7-on-7 drill, just throwing the ball against the defensive backfield. And right there, it was like stealing. It was so easy. You've got to get in Everett's face, and you've got to get physical with these Ram receivers.
Tony Zendejas is on to try the extra point. So this festive crowd has been silenced because of the fumble and the quick score. So the Rams take advantage, and Flipper Anderson, with his 7th TD reception of the year, gives the Rams a 7-0 lead.
I'd let you drive the Camry, but you know nothing about it.
Multi-valve engine, high-tensile steel construction, available ABS, driver's side airbag is standard.
You know nothing about
ergonomics, panoramic cockpit, contoured seats, room for 5.
You don't have your glasses.
Contacts.
You're left-handed.
Uh-huh.
The 1993 Toyota Camry. Few cars actually move you. This is one.
Norelco doesn't just shave close, but incredibly close. Or merely shave in comfort, but exceptional comfort. Because inside Norelco's floating heads, our lift and cut system lifts the hair so when it's cut, it can drop below skin level without the blades touching your face. And once you've shaved that close and comfortable, you know you'll always be comfortable shaving with Norelco. Norelco, we make close comfortable.
If you can dream it, the Rebel can do it. Now, EOS Rebel from Canon has more power to create images, not just snapshots.
Image is everything.
EOS Rebel and Rebel S from Canon. So advanced, it's simple.
It's never fun to eat and run, to rush and eat too fast, 'cause you know it's gonna catch up with you at last.
For acid indigestion or heartburn with headache, nothing's faster than Alka-Seltzer.
Get yourself some Alka-Seltzer and you'll feel better fast.
The Rams, who have won their last 2 road games after dropping their first 5, lead 7-0, taking advantage of a Green Bay fumble. Flipper Anderson on the receiving end of a Jim Everett score, and his pass is 22nd touchdown of the year.
And what really that was just a little confusion on the Packers' standpoint that Everett and Flipper Anderson took wonderful advantage of. We'll take a look at it after we do get this kickoff off here, but it was really a good job by Flipper Anderson of reading coverage, and Everett just zipped that ball right to him. And if you're on the sidelines for the Green Bay Packer defense, you've got to be reeling a little bit because they've had the momentum coming into this game.
And that could be short-circuited in a hurry, Randy. Zendejas kicking off. Harris and Brooks again are back. And this time it's going to be Robert Brooks returning for the Packers, and they'll get good field position as a result of this short kick. Emil Harry making the tackle, a 19-yard return.
Now, the 2 guys to watch Terrell Buckley here back up and open up this inside lane, and watch Chuck Cecil not close as quickly as Terrell Buckley obviously thinks he's getting help from the inside from his safety. See? Watch Terrell. He's softened up. Flipper Anderson reads that, as does Everett, and they help slow inside, and it's like a gimme.
It is a first down on the 37-yard line.
We saw Chuck Cecil and Dick Giron, the defensive backfield coach, talking exactly about that.
Favre with a short sprint rollout, and his pass to Sterling Sharp on a bounce is incomplete. Sharp, as you know, coming in to try to set records, and Brett Favre, who's from Kill, Mississippi. I don't know how many cold weather games he's played in.
Not too many in Mississippi or at Southern Mississippi, but You know, this is a guy that played 2 weeks ago at Milwaukee in a game against Detroit who played fantastic. Sterling Sharp, I know Pat O'Brien talked about his hands, and they're bothering him, and his shoulders are hurting him, and his knees are hurting him. But in this type of a game, in these type of conditions under playoff stress, you got to forget about everything, and you have to execute, and the Packers aren't executing.
Darrell Thompson, the wide receiver, is at the top of your picture. Everyone out for a catch, and it's Sterling Sharp in the pass thrown behind him. This was a play in which Favre had a lot of targets to go with, and that will bring up third down.
Well, on the last possession, they lined Thompson up in the backfield and brought him out in the flat for a little pass. That time, Sterling Sharp was lined up in the backfield as the back and came out into the flat. Now, as he comes out of the backfield, you see him just come right out here for his pass. The ball is thrown behind him, and I mentioned the timing. The timing is just a little bit off for these Packers. The balls are being thrown behind him. You saw Favre as he threw that ball slipped a little bit. Guys got to take a deep breath from the Packers standpoint, and the Rams just keep attacking.
Third down and 10, Edgar Bennett, good receiver out of the backfield. Sanjay Beach in as an extra receiver, and the pass to Jackie Harris, the tight end. He'll be well short of the first down as many white-shirted Rams come in to keep Harris down. A gain of only 7 yards. It was Steve Israel and Michael Stewart predominantly, and that'll bring up fourth down. So the Rams defense holds, and one of the Ram players going off holding his arm. Fourth down, and it'll be Brian Wagner to kick. He was signed November 9th. Emil Harry, the former Kansas City wide receiver, back deep for L.A. Low snap, and the kick just hangs up in the air and will be picked up by Harry inside the 20-yard line. Fortunately for the Packers, it took their bounce as Brian Wagner played with the Bears and the Browns, now kicking for the Packers.
The DeskJet 500 black and white printer. The DeskJet Portable. The DeskJet 550C printer with color. See what you can do. With DeskJet printers from Hewlett-Packard, it's easy to make it happen.
The 1993 Toyota Tercel not only comes with a standard driver's side airbag, it's also Toyota's lowest price four-door sedan. Why 4 doors? Because you never know when you might need the extra room.
Don't even think about it. What?
CBS Sports coverage of the National Football League is sponsored by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. DeskJet printers from Hewlett-Packard. DeskJet printers make it happen. And by Coors Light, the Silver Bullet is the right beer now.
That last play in and itself was not very eventful, except for this. Watch the footing of Wagner right there as he slips. We saw Wagner slip. We saw Favre slip. We've seen Sterling Sharp and Thompson slip. This is the field that's starting to harden up and will become frozen in the next 45 minutes.
Rams will start from their 23-yard line. And the handoff to Cleveland Gary. Gary coming into the game needing 19 yards to reach the 1,000 mark. Picks up 3 on that play and the tackle by Robert Brown. Rams coming in with a record of 5-9. Last year they won only 3 games. So Chuck Knox has had this team on the upswing, and December games have been tough to win for L.A.
Well, Cleveland Gary only needs 19 yards, but he knows that man right there has got an awful quick hook. You know, you think Earl Weaver in baseball had a quick hook. Cleveland Gary puts a ball on the ground. It might as well be 190 yards to get to 1,000. He will not carry the ball much if he fumbles.
He has fumbled 3 times in the last 2 games. So the onus is on him. 2nd down and 7. And here is Gary again, bouncing off a defender and dives forward. Will still be short of the 1st down. Picks up 5 yards. It'll be 3rd and just a couple. John Yurkovich, the nose tackle, making the stop on Garrett.
You know, the matchup in this game that jumps out at you as an advantage for the Rams is that big physical offensive line against the front of the Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers have played extremely well within their system. But if there is a matchup, it's the defensive line of the Packers against the offensive line of the Rams. The Rams are just mushers. They're big, physical, 300-pound-plus guys that I think can take advantage of the front 7 of the Packers and give Gary some good running room.
2 tight ends for the Rams on 3rd down and 1. They send Henry Ellard in motion, and he's going to throw for the 1st down if he can, and the pass to Gary, and he is undercut, and a fine play by George Kuntz, the linebacker, to prevent the 1st down. A loss of 4 yards, and that will force the Rams to give it up.
And this is a play when you draw it up, you count on the fact of the back being one-on-one with a linebacker and making a linebacker miss. But that's an ideal situations on a good footing field, and Gary cannot get any spin or momentum and ability to get his cleats in the ground and avoid Kuntz.
There's Robert Brooks, and kicking is Don Bracken, who used to do his kicking here in Green Bay. And he gets off a beauty. Brooks back to his 30-yard line. Penalty marker down. There is no flag down on 2nd look. And Fred Strickland makes the stop. A 43-yard kick. Will return to Lambeau Field in a moment.
When it comes to camcorders, always ask the right questions. Like who delivers the finest picture and sound? Who lets you record 5 times longer than VHS-C? Who has the answers? Handycam from Sony. Then, just to be sure, you might ask a few more questions. Like who makes it simple to play back directly on any TV? Who is America's best-selling camcorder? Who has all the answers? Without question, Handycam from Sony.
Dean Witter believes every investor's success story is unique. From getting in on the ground floor to getting all the way to the top, Dean Witter can help you make it every step of the way.
We measure success one investor at a time.
Share the fantasy. Chanel number 5.
Party's getting off to a good start.
Hold on, I got a surprise.
Ooh, champagne.
Your clothes, tasty.
The color's beautiful.
Oh, this is great. Was this new? Yeah, it's Blanc de Noir. It's what?
Blanc de Noir.
Oh, that's easy for you to say. I've never had a champagne like it. That's the surprise.
Blanc de Noir, a wonderful new taste from Tots. Blanc de Noir. There's no champagne quite like it.
You are watching the National Football League on CBS Sports.
You've got to hear this introduction Darrell Henley got from Travis McNeil during the pregame introductions. Can you believe that? Welcome to the cold weather, Rand.
Are you ready, Darrell? Are you ready? What you can't see are probably the bandage he's got under his chin now. But you can't say that was his last hit of the day, but it might be his best hit of the day.
1st down on the 38 for the Packers. Harry Sidney goes in motion. Thompson trying to sweep going outside, turns the corner nicely and picks up a fine gain, maybe 9 yards. Anthony Newman making the tackle. So Darrell Thompson, who was on injured reserve the first 4 games of the year. Vince Workman remains out with a separated shoulder. They thought he might be back this week.
And as this game goes on and this field gets harder, plays like that are going to be more and more difficult for the defenses to control. If there is an edge and there is a corner on the defense, they're going to have a hard time catching up, but the footing is going to get worse and worse, and the guy that's going forward and knowing where he's going is going to have the advantage.
2nd down and only a yard for Brett Favre in the pack. And here is Thompson going outside, but he had no chance as the Rams pursued, led by Kevin Green, and no gain on the play.
Well, this is a good example of team defense. I mean, Kevin Green and Newman just fill up and completely cut this off. Watch Newman from the outside.
Kevin Green working from his inside linebacker position where he's actually begun to excel, which is unusual for a guy that's been known almost exclusively as a pass rusher earlier in his career. They're now getting him back over the center. He's reading the entire defense. And he says it really enables them to see the whole field and fill to the ball, much like a safety sees those running lanes and those fill lanes. So does Kevin Green now.
Ed West comes in as a second tight end, 3rd down and 1. Sharp goes in motion, close to midfield of the Packers, and Harry Sidney gets the carry, and he gets the first down. Former 49er gets 4 yards on the play and ekes his way into Ram territory. We have under 8 minutes remaining in the first quarter, 7-0 Rams.
Well, it's a short yardage play, so you figure Harry's going to come this way, and he's going to find his first down, but watch his headache come this way and meet him right in the chops. Watch this. You're running. You figure, I've got this first down. It's not going to be a big problem. And Paya, Roman Pfeiffer, elbow, or I should say shoulder, right under Harry Sidney's chin, gets his undivided attention.
Packers just in Ram territory and a first down. And way back there, Darrell Thompson. Jim Scow made the play. No penalty markers as the Rams, right side of their defensive line, got back in time. It was Sean Gilbert who nearly was called for encroachment and a 5-yard loss.
We got to see this again and see if he gets back. Remember that neutral area right now? I don't think so, but you know what? It doesn't matter. There was no, it's kind of like those holding calls or everything else. If there's no flag, there was never a penalty.
There's a lot of yellow out here in Packer and Ram trousers, and in the crowd, nothing from the refs. 2nd and 15. Brett Favre slips down, regains his footing, and his pass is nearly caught by Sterling Sharp. It's amazing that Favre could get up and still have a chance to throw with Todd Light defending. Right now for an update, let's check in with Greg Gumbel in New York. Greg?
All right, Dick, the Packers dueling with Minnesota for that NFC Central title at Pittsburgh. Minnesota's field goal attempt, a bad snap. Harry Newsom's pass into the end zone is incomplete. They're still scoreless at Three River Stadium in the first quarter, Dick.
All right, Greg, and here in Green Bay, they're watching that game closely because a loss for the Minnesota Vikings will keep the Packer playoff hopes alive.
Well, you notice that heater. You got a kicker by the heater here, and Coons goes over to warm his feet up. The heaters aren't as popular on the Packers sideline, I think, as they are on the Rams sideline. A little bit more of a big commodity over there with the LA guys.
Not the same for both teams, huh?
I tell you what, coming from San Francisco, we love those heaters.
3rd down and 15. And the pass is caught by Bennett out of the backfield. Edgar Bennett will be short of the first down by 5 yards as Steve Israel makes the tackle. It's amazing. You talked about the footing, and we're seeing everyone slipping out there, including Brett Favre on each of the last 2 plays.
You know, bad weather conditions, be it rain, snow, wind, or anything else, a game really evolves down to field position. And after that early turnover, we've seen a couple of possessions where field positions become key. The key for Wagner and the Packers here is to pin the ball down inside the 10-yard line and set up your offense for their next possession.
Harry is deep, and Wagner punting for the second time. And he got this one away. A fair catch called for by Harry. And that ball tailing away in the swirling wind was a difficult catch for Emil Harry to make. 33-yard kick. We'll be back to Lambeau Field after this.
This is Packer Pride Week. This Toyota Fund means value. With Tercel, the lowest priced two-door sedan starts at $78.48. Paseo still starts at $11,500. And Celica still has the biggest option package savings ever.
Right, Squire. Add flexible financing and immediate delivery, and we're on our way to a record.
Let's go to the chalkboard.
The total is coming. East is out in front. How'd you do it?
Eastern Standard Time. We got a 3-hour head start.
Hey, you gonna let East win? No way.
Get a winning deal at your Toyota dealer now.
Give me the rock, give me the handles, give me the paint, give me the shoes. You have anything in a Gorilla Slam? Sweet. Give me that, not that brick, that brick. Give me him, some of that, and one of those. Showtime. Take his move, his move, his move. Not that move, that move. Money. Give me. My house. If it's in the game, it's in the game. Bulls versus Blazers and Bulls versus Lakers for Super NES and Sega Genesis. EA Sports. It's in the game.
You can have a great beef dinner in no time at all. Well, almost no time at all. Beef. It's what's for dinner.
A stellar field of Olympic medalists and world champions compete in the GP Go Tournament of Champions Ski Series. Next on CBS Sports.
And our chance to again welcome you to Lambeau Field. I'm Dick Stockton, and this is Randy Cross. And everyone thought the Rams would come in and say, we're not going to play hard in the cold weather.
That's never a case. I think that's really overrated. You look at these Ram guys, you know, Everett's from Purdue, Newberry's from Wisconsin, lacrosse. This is the first time these guys have been in cold weather. I don't think it's a real factor. The footing is a factor.
First down on the 13-yard line. Cleveland Gary up the middle. Some poor tackling by the Packers enables Gary to pick up 6 yards before Burnell Dent brings him down.
Now, we talked about the weather not being a factor, but naturally, you'd rather play in probably the top 5 than the bottom 1. If you have your druthers, you want to be where it's a little bit on the warmer side instead of this, because this can be miserable, especially if things get out of hand. If the game's close and you're playing, it's not really a big deal. But if you're on the sidelines or the coaches or the guys that aren't playing at all, this is ugly.
Second down and 4. Cleveland Gary has gone over the 1,000 mark and is added to that total as he brings it out to the 20, close to the first down. So Cleveland Gary now is the first Ram rusher to gain 1,000 yards in a season since Greg Bell turned the trick 3 seasons ago. And it's been a long road back for Gary, who led the NFL in fumbles 2 seasons ago and did not fumble earlier this year. And Cleveland Gary has really been the big workhorse. In fact, the second leading rusher on the Rams, believe it or not, is Jim Everett, the quarterback.
Well, yeah, I think Chuck Knox really has his entire organization and this whole thing here in L.A. going in the right direction. He's doing some good things. He's reestablished the Rams' physical power football. He's got Jim Everett with more confidence, and he fully realizes from a personnel standpoint, he's got a ways to go, but he's very confident. I tell you what, as much as the Packer guys have bought into what Mike Holmgren and Ray Rhodes and Sherman Lewis are trying to do, the L.A. Ram players have bought into Chuck Knox's program just as well.
You know, this is the first time he's been a head coach here at Lambeau Field. Previously, it's all been in Milwaukee. He was an assistant coach with the Lions here at Lambeau Field. So after 300 games as a coach, head coach, first time at Lambeau as a head man. First down on the 23 for the Rams. They just made it. Nothing right, nothing left, and the pass to the right to Lang. He gets by one defender and may nearly have another first down. It's awfully close. Chuck Cecil made the tackle, and right now I have to think that Ray Rhodes is upset at the Packers' inability to bring down the runners. A gain of 9.
They really are, because the tacklers right now aren't real excited, and the defense bites on a quick fake screen this way, but then Lang, lined up at fullback, fakes a block and spins out here with his offensive line. Watch how Everett fakes things up and gets it ready. Little pump, little look, and now a quick flip. Now watch the blocking. The blocking's not real good. Neither is Butler's attempted a tackle. Terrell Buckley, you don't expect him to be able to tackle much because he really doesn't like it. So that's not real surprising, but the defense as a group is not tackling well.
Second down and 1, and the ball carrier Gary fell down, and there's going to be a loss on the play. George Kuntz came in strong. So anything the offensive line was going to engineer up front meant nothing, as Cleveland Gary loses 3 and his footing.
Well, we talk about this footing, and it's going to be worse and worse as the day goes on. Nothing too spectacular. Gary just on a quick little slant trying to get some sort of footing and cannot get it. You've got to keep things very, very simple in this kind of weather. It's either a sweep right, a sweep left, or a straight dive up the middle. No real frosting on the cake here.
Gary goes out of the game, and Robert Del Pino comes in as a nickel back for passing purposes. 3 wide receivers. Third down and 4. Jim Everett looking up the middle, and his pass is intercepted by Chuck Cecil. And he's dropped at the 40, and the Packers get it in Ram territory. He has made some big hits this year, but Cecil has picked off his 4th errant pass of the season.
You know, you hear it a lot, the term reading the quarterback's eyes. Well, watch Everett's head. He's looking at Price the whole way. Out of the left side of the screen, there comes Cecil. Cecil was watching Everett the entire play, and as soon as Everett let that thing fly at Price, who was just running a little pattern over the middle, Cecil intercepts that ball, and he is the guy that is embodied here in Green Bay, the new attitude defensively that Ray Rose, their defensive coordinator, has brought in here. The physical, smash you in the face, take control of the game type mentality. That's the guy. And if there's any justice this year in the NFL, Dick, he's a Pro Bowler, and he's an All-Pro.
He has made some brutal hits this year. Dave Meggett will probably remember Cecil's name in particular. First down on the 40-yard line, and Thompson breaks through up the middle. You know, I think tackling is going to be difficult on both sides in this game, a pickup of 5.
Well, the key is going to be if you're a ball carrier. I mentioned earlier about knowing where you're going and the other guy doesn't. If you've got the sense of direction and you've got the momentum going in one direction, you've got to maintain that. And the tacklers coming in from the other directions have got to commit equally as hard. And if anybody can get footing and make a move, it's going to be a big play, because change of direction is going to be nearly impossible as this field gets harder.
Chuck Cecil, his 4th interception, leading the Packers. It'll be 2nd down and 5 for Green Bay on the Ram 35. They send Darrell Thompson out to the right, and the pass is caught by Sterling Sharp. And just like Jerry Rice does, he got a lot after the catch, and a first down to the inside the 20-yard line. It was Henley and Terrell who made the stop on the best receiver, most prolific in the league this year.
And I tell you, Sterling Sharp does things that not a lot of receivers do, and that's get physical and get after things and make quick moves. Does that remind you of a Jerry Rice type of a catch, a San Francisco 49er kind of an offensive catch? And that's the kind of year that Sterling Sharp has had. It has been unbelievable, but he has physically paid the price.
Leading in catches and yards. Only 3 have done that in the last 20 years. First down on the 19-yard line. And here is Thompson trying to sweep. The Rams penetrated effectively. And a minimal gain, if at all, for Darrell Thompson. Roman Pfeiffer, good hustle for the Rams, and a gain of only 1. We have 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Dick Stockton, Randy Cross, and Pat O'Brien here at Lambeau Field. The Rams taking advantage of a fumble early in the game, leading 7-0, in the Pack trying to get back.
And the Packers are throwing the ball right now, last few downs effectively. What they have not been able to take advantage of is the inside of the Ram defense. Larry Kelm, Mark Boutte, the other rookie, Sean Gilbert. They're good, they're physical, but they're young, and they get in positions that open up running lanes inside.
2nd down and 9 for Brett Favre. Looking right, looking left, looking up the middle. And the pass is intercepted by the Rams, and smartly, it's going to be Darrell Henley who will keep it in the end zone for a touchback. So Brett Favre, who came into the game second to Steve Young, the best interception percentage. Didn't throw many away. Henley ends that threat by Green Bay.
And that's the kind of down where Mike Holmgren's going to look at Brett Favre and go, Brett, go to the phones. Go talk upstairs, because I don't want to see you. Brett Favre knows he shouldn't have thrown this ball. This is called trying to make something happen and forgetting kind of the other guys get paid too, and we'll get in position to pick your balls off. Brett Favre should not have thrown that ball.
So Darrell Henley got smacked by a teammate during the pregame introductions, but he has come up with a big defensive play for the Rams, who take over on their 20-yard line. With 1 minute 16 to go in the first quarter, Cleveland Gary. And Gary not only protecting the ball, but really looking for the tough yards, picks up 5 yards on the first play.
And that's exactly what this offense needs to do. You know, Chuck Knox's group has got to just blast this ball and physically take control of this football game. A 7-0 lead normally is not huge, but if you get more than a touchdown lead in this time of the game, this type of game becomes very critical. The Rams can take time off the clock and control this game with this offensive line.
Tim Lester comes in. Gary goes out. 2nd down and 5. Carter, the tight end, goes in motion, and the pitch is to Lang. Going left, penalty marker down, and Lang down the sideline, being chased by one Packer defender. And it's Terrell Buckley who knocks Lang out of bounds at the 3, but there's a penalty marker down, and it'll be against the Rams, calling back a 70-yard gain by Los Angeles. We'll wait for the official call. Gordon McCarter, the veteran referee.
In that area, it's usually holding against the wide receiver. Oh, it's against the Packers.
Illegal use of hands. Number 53, defense. Half the distance from the end of the run. First
thought it was against them, but George Kuntz commits the penalty, and it's a 71-yard gain.
Watch Kuntz, 53, as this run comes at you. He's got his hands right in the face of the blocking tight end. That was the penalty. Very poor tackling, great blocking by the Rams. And Terrell Buckley shows you one of the things he does extremely well, and that's use his speed, and in this case, prevent a touchdown. But the Rams have the ball right now just inside the 2-yard line, and this is the area of the field where this big physical offensive line really comes into play.
That was the longest rush of the season by the Rams, 71 yards. Tim Lester and David Lang, the backs, first and goal at the 1-yard line. And the give is to Lang, who powers close to the goal line. No signal yet. Burnell Dent plugging the hole. And it looks like the Rams are short by less than a yard as time runs out in the first 15 minutes. And that is the end of the first quarter here at Lambeau Field with the score, the Rams 7 and the Packers nothing.
We're on our way to a Toyotathon record. What's the word on trucks, Tricia?
They're really moving, Squire.
Toyota's got the incentives to buy now. We're moving them out in record numbers.
Tell me again, how much did you save?
I saved about $2,500.
How did you do that?
I got a great deal and a break on options.
Terrific.
Now is the time to save in a great selection of tough Toyota trucks, ranked best compact pickup and initial quality. And the big news at your Toyota dealer is the big new T100.
Get to your Toyota dealer now.
The Toyotathon challenge is on, and you're still sitting there?
Panasonic presents a unique and highly evolved Smooth Operator. The new Smooth Operator 2 with float control is the only razor to unite the comfort of twin independent floating heads with the closeness of a warm, wet shave. Don't try this with any plugged-in razor. The new Smooth Operator wet dry razors from Panasonic. Smoother than you ever thought you would be.
I'm on the road every day of the week, making over a dozen stops along my route, so I know the value of good brakes. I've got a lot of little lives depending on them. And when I'm out on the road with my family, our lives depend on good brakes. That's why I depend on Meineke.
At Meineke, we do brakes, and we do them right. We analyze the whole system, pinpoint the problem, and fix it, period.
No matter why you're on the road, you can depend on brakes from Meineke. I do.
Well, I sure could get used to this.
Yeah, well, don't get too attached to that chair. We're going to be back in action in a couple of weeks.
What chair?
Raven returns January 2nd.
Start of the second quarter here in Green Bay. There are teams that do falter at the end of the year when they're out of it, but very few times the Chuck Knox teams not play hard all the way.
This team is ready to play, and I think they're much more ready to play than the Packers are. The Packers are expecting a team to sort of lay down for them, and this Ram team's come out and smashed them right between the eyes.
Second and goal on the one. Cleveland Gary is not going to get over. And again, Jim Everett looks to the sideline and indicates it's less than a yard and runs over there to talk to Chuck Knox. It'll be third and goal coming up for the Rams, taking advantage first of the turnover, the interception of Darrell Henley in the end zone, and then a 71-yard run by David Lang.
And Mike Holmgren knows right now he's in a bad situation from his team's standpoint. They're a team that has, in the last 5 or 6 weeks, played a very emotional game, and right now they seem to be a very kind of emotionless team right now, and all the emotion and the momentum's on the Rams sideline.
We have had multiple substitutions on both sides, and almost to the effect that a timeout is being called by the Rams. They don't want to make a mistake here, leading 7-0 and an important third and goal coming up. So less than a minute gone by here in the second quarter. And the Rams leading 7-0, and this historically has been a slow-starting team. You look at the first halves for the Rams this year, they have been woefully ineffective. Their best play have been in the second half.
Well, they really have, but here today they took advantage of an early mistake so far by the Packers with a fumble by Thompson. They pushed right in, and a nice play by Jim Everett there. But, you know, what this team does well is they do two things well. They throw the ball when Everett's getting protection. He throws the ball good. They also slam the ball extremely well. You know, Jackie Slater, a 17-year veteran you figure is going to start physically slowing down, but you watch the tapes on Jackie, and he is body slamming and moving people off the ball as well as he has even way back in the old days when I was still playing. So, you know, you take advantage of your strengths, and your strengths are that offensive line. You let them push the guys in green back into their own end zone.
It's an offensive line that has been healthy for a change this year. Now they're going to try and slam it in. 3rd and goal. And here is going to be Lang, and he'll be stopped at the 1-yard line. The Packers have closed the door. As the Rams, you'd think, Randy, after a timeout, they come up with a better plan than that.
I tell you, the way you want to go in a goal line play is not sideways. Don't get your shoulders turned to the goal line. As soon as you do, you give up your advantage. And I don't care if you are a fullback trying to crash it back inside. When you start going sideways, defenses start smiling. And when that happened, that Packer defense just descended upon Lang.
So the Rams have to settle for an attempted field goal with Tony Zendejas. This is an 18-yard field goal attempt, and the kick is good. But the Rams have to be real disappointed. They had a 1st and goal following a 71-yard run and manage only 3, but it is still 10-0 LA.
Please stop by the fan assistance center and let us.
And the winner is Ford Probe GT.
We recently accepted the Motor Trend Car of the Year award, but the real trophy is yours to take home. Ford Probe GT, a lean carved shape, a button-down cockpit, pure 24-valve performance, and now Motor Trend Car of the Year.
Citizen, 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 elegant citizen, citizen, elegant. Oh, his citizen, citizen, one citizen with lots of citizens. Elegant, elegant, perfectly elegant citizen, we've got elegance.
Enemy in the open.
If the communications data isn't programmed right, 5,000 troops could be cut off.
Enemy forces together.
But I'd never let that happen to my brigade.
It's our life in the army.
Just a hoot and a holler from Nashville's Grand Ole Opry is another place that's home to musicians from all over the world. It's Groon Guitars, where they sell rare and vintage instruments to everyone from Johnny Cash to Motley Crue. So if you go, remember, bring your pick and your Visa card. Because at Groon, you can take your licks on a 1939 Martin, but you can't take it home with American Express.
Yeah.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
This playoff summary is sponsored by Energizer.
The Redskins-Eagles winner will be in the playoffs. The Vikings, who are scoreless with the Steelers, are also in if they win. The Packers need help. They need a Viking loss or a Redskin victory over the Eagles. And right now, Chip Lomerla's field goal has given the Redskins a 3-0 lead. Packers win a tiebreaker with the Eagles for a wild card berth because they beat them head on. Other than that, they'd be in trouble.
Well, you know, James Campen told us yesterday, we won't be looking at the scoreboard. They better not look at the scoreboard right now because they got some angry Rams at their throat.
They ought to look at their own scoreboard. They're trailing 10-0 on a 19-yard field goal by Zendejas, who kicks it off. And the kick is fielded by Corey Harris. And the Packers will get good field position as they start another drive. Remember, Chuck Cecil intercepted a pass and had the ball in L.A. territory, and Green Bay could not score. Let's see what Brett Favre has up his sleeve. 3 turnovers already in the game. And the points off turnovers, the Rams have all of them off of Green Bay miscues.
And that has been because of execution of offenses. Jim Everett and his offense have executed very well when they've gotten their opportunities. And Brett Favre and this Green Bay Packer offense has just been a little bit off. Just a couple of ticks off, but that's all it takes in this league.
1st and 10 on the 39-yard line. Favre's pass, and a penalty marker is down. And the catch is made by Jackie Harris, the tight end, a gain of 6 yards, but there's another flag. And a backfield in motion call against Green Bay.
Illegal shift. 2 men moving, not resetting before the snap. 5 yards, repeat first down.
You know, it's usually in hot weather that teams experience cramps. But right now, Mike Holmgren's offense here for the Packers is experiencing mental cramps. Their brains are seizing up on them. They're starting to make some dumb mistakes. Favre's thrown a ball or two that he really had no business throwing, one that was intercepted. And as an offense right now, they are just off. Right now, they look like the team that looked last year, not like the team that has won 5 in a row.
1st and 15, and the pitch goes to Harry Sidney off the right side, and Sidney fights his way beyond the 40-yard line. A gain of 7 yards on the play. Todd Light and Larry Kelm in on the tackle. This is a situation where Harry Sidney, who had experience with the 49ers, where a lot of the assistant coaches have come from, head coach Mike Holmgren, and this is not a critical possession for the Packers, but it's one in which they have to show they can move the ball.
They need to make something happen, something positive, stop taking the steps back and get their passing game going. This is not a team that usually emphasizes the run. They must pass.
2nd down and 8, the ball at the 41. That's what Favre wants to do. He has receivers covered, and he's going to run for it. He's a bulldog out there. He dives forward, short of the first down by about 3 or so. Anthony Newman making the tackle. He is not a speed merchant by any stretch of the imagination, but Favre will take off.
Well, last week against the Houston Oilers down in Houston, Brett Favre scrambled a couple times, and one time it was one of those kind of make-a-wish scrambles because the Houston defense kind of bent him in 3 or 4 different directions, and I think after that scramble was when Mike Holmgren pulled him over onto the sideline and said, hey, Brett, those guys are going to kill you. Learn how to slide. If you don't have anywhere to go, go down. You saw the discretion was a better part of valor on that play. He got to the ground.
4 wide receivers, Sanjay Beach and Corey Harris in the game. Favre is going back and up the middle. The pass complete to Sterling Sharp. He breaks a tackle by Kevin Green and gets into Ram territory and a gain of 14 yards. Robert Bailey making the tackle with Pat Terrell, but they found Sterling Sharp, and he was up the middle wide open.
Well, fans of the L.A. Rams are used to seeing the 49ers in their offense line up their wide receiver, Jerry Rice, in the backfield when they're trying to get him loose. That's exactly what Mike Holmgren and Sherman Lewis do for the Packers. They get the wide receiver in the backfield. That's not done to fool anybody. That's done to get your guy in a position where you can not fool a defense, but change up the coverages and get him into spots and zones.
Darrell Thompson goes in motion, and the pitch to Harry Sidney on 1st down. And Sidney gets a couple. It was Larry Kelm on the tackle and a gain of 3 yards. Rams linebackers pursuing exceptionally well in this first half.
And it's one of the things I think the Rams really need to step up a bit is the ability inside to intimidate with the run and with the hit. And Kelm does a nice job of that. You look down the road next year at this defense, I think that's the one thing and the one position they'll really put a lot of emphasis on, and that's improving their ability to get after a running game from the linebacker position.
You mentioned freeing receivers like Sharp and Rice. We did the Saints 49er game, and late in the game, they finally put Rice in the backfield to get him the ball.
You put him in the backfield, you put him in motion, you do whatever you can, but you free up your best guy.
2nd down and 7, Favre up the middle, and again, he goes to his best guy. It's Sterling Sharp, and a short gain of 5 yards. That'll bring up 3rd and short for the Packers, threatening and trailing the Rams 10-0.
Back in the early 80s in this same offense, Dwight Clark caught lots of passes doing the exact same thing Sterling Sharp is doing right now. It's not the big plays always. A lot of the times he is going behind the coverages, behind the other receivers, and just sitting down 2, 3, 4 yards behind the ball and getting these easy catches and trying then to make another 3 or 4 yards. Pure possession receptions.
Philadelphia leading Washington. That's not good news for the Packers. 3rd down and 1, and there's a fake, and Brett Favre will throw on the run to his tight end, and Jackie Harris is there. Did he make the catch? No official call. The officials are huddling now, and they rule it a catch by Jackie Harris and a 1st down to the 15.
Well, if they're going to rule that a catch, they have to rule if he was down, because Jackie Harris is sitting in the end zone. Lots of confusion here. He must have hit that ball 4 or 5 times.
It is a legal catch. He is down by contact at this point. 1st down.
Okay, this is the fake sweep going to the left with your quarterback coming out naked to the right. Watch the guards pull. Here goes Favre, and dragging underneath behind is the tight end Harris. Watch these catches. I say catches. There's one catch. There's two catches. There's three. There's four. There's five. That angle doesn't show it if that ball indeed did get to the ground, but there you see Terrell does touch him when he's down.
And apparently it was so wide open that he must have cradled the ball effectively. A great bit of juggling by Jackie Harris, and a first down for the Packers on the Ram 15. And the give up the middle to Darrell Thompson. See if Thompson held on to the ball, a 5-yard gain. Thompson had fumbled on the first series for the Packers, and the Rams took advantage of it on a touchdown from Jim Everett to Flipper Anderson.
Well, that was the kind of play, and this is the kind of drive that these Packers needed to get their confidence level back up to where it has been for the last month and a half or so. They needed the, I guess you can call that a lucky play, the things that when things are going good, those balls bounce to 3 or 4 or 5 times and back into your hands, and you get things going and you get a confidence-building drive.
Second down and 5. The ball is at the 10. It's been a drive that's exceeded 5 minutes for the Packers. And there's the inside handoff to Darrell Thompson, who fights his way down to about the 2. A great fake by Favre. And an 8-yard gain. It was Kelm and Terrell on the tackle. And it's first and goal, Green Bay.
Watch the fake by Favre for the toss this way. And then Thompson just coming up and blasting up the middle. Quick toss fake to the fullback, and right behind a nice block by Campen and Frank Winters, and that's what Thompson does well. He's a halfback that would rather make his living between the tackles than outside. He's better off taking advantage of his 225 pounds and pounding it inside.
Rams have their big people up front. First and goal. And here is Thompson going outside, lunging, touchdown, Green Bay.
You're going to see a whole lot of want to here from Darrell Thompson. The blocking's not that good, but he wants 6 points right here. See that ball just landed right inside the cone. He reached out with his arms. No part of his body touched out of bounds. The first thing to touch anywhere near pay dirt was the football. That's 6 points.
Second touchdown rushing for Darrell Thompson. And Chris Jackie will look to bring the Packers to within 3. It is 10-7 in favor of the Rams, so we said this was an important possession to see if the Pack could move the ball. And they went all the way for the score.
Starting now, your photographs from today and yesterday have the power of television. Introducing the Kodak Photo CD.
You won't believe your heart. You won't believe your eyes. Your pictures have never been so powerful.
Your pictures taken with your current film and camera, transferred onto a new kind of compact disc and shown on television. The special photo CD player also plays audio CDs.
Your pictures have never been sweeter, truer, so powerful.
The new Kodak Photo CD system. You've got to see it.
Introducing Ford Taurus Wagon and the bags. While all wagons have room for bags in back, only Ford has wagons in this class with 2 bags up front, keeping Taurus out front in safety. Ford Taurus Wagon.
Coors Cutter non-alcoholic brew tastes so much like beer, it'll fool them all. For the taste of beer, let the cutter flow. Your body knows the difference, but your mouth don't know. Or taste Coors Cutter. Your body knows the difference, but your mouth don't know. Or taste Coors Cutter. Your body knows the difference. Cutter tastes like beer because it's brewed like beer, but the mouth don't know.
Holiday shopping got you down? Don't worry, we've got just the thing to cheer you up. You better watch out. It's 48 hours till Christmas, Wednesday.
Dick Stockton, Randy Cross, and Pat O'Brien at Lambeau Field in Green Bay, where the wind chill was -12 when we started. The footing has been less than ideal. The Rams taking a 10-0 lead, but the Packers with an impressive drive of 61 yards, eating up more than 6.5 minutes, are back in the game as Chris Jackie kicks off. And on the return, Anthony Thompson, and he bobbled the ball, and he puts the Rams in an offensive hole once again. So the Rams will start from poor field position for the second time in a row.
So, I was going to hit the Foot Locker for the new Nike Air Maestro, but then I thought, how much do I know about these kicks? So, I called famous point guard John Stockton and asked him to demo them for me. Then I hear only Foot Locker's got the Nike Flight 89s, so I get old John on the horn again. So, for new Nikes, you know what to do. Just go to Foot Locker.
The new Nike basketball shoes at Foot Locker, where it all begins.
John, is that you?
Rust. What it can do to the outside of your car, weak, neglected antifreeze can do to the inside. You need Presto. No matter what happens to the outside, Prestone protects the inside. Prestone stops the rust that stops your car.
Make it clear. Make it colorful. Make it both. The DeskJet 550C. With DeskJet printers from Hewlett-Packard, it's easy to make it happen.
It's 7:45. Let's take a look at rush hour traffic this morning.
Come on, get up. We're late. Great. After a memo yesterday about being late.
I'll get breakfast.
Breakfast? Are you kidding?
Kellogg's Nutri-Grain bars.
Here.
What's this?
It has real fruit in it. Taste it.
Plus a moist crust made with whole grain and no cholesterol. Kellogg's Nutri-Grain bars can really start your morning off right.
Good, huh?
Yeah. Come on, let's go. We're going to be late.
Calm down. They'll understand.
Honey, I sort of wrote the memo.
Oh.
Kellogg's Nutri-Grain bars. Start your morning off right.
Stand by. Billy Crystal, Whoopi Goldberg, Robin Williams, Michael Jackson, and all these people are about to party.
CBS.
HBO's 20th anniversary on CBS Wednesday.
The New Orleans Saints want to go into the playoffs on a high, and the Jets want to end a nightmarish year also on an upbeat note. Next Saturday at 12 Eastern with the NFL Today, the Saints and the Jets here on CBS Sports.
You know, these Saints have had a good record for quite a few years under Jim Moore. I think the one thing they have now they have not had is they've got an offense that can move the ball, throwing the ball. They've always been a team that could sort of pound it out and keep the ball away from another offense and rely on their great defense. But Bobby Hebert and his performance in the second half of the season has made a huge difference.
Win early at wide receiver has also played a big role. First down for the Rams on their 10. Their worst starting field position of the game. And to give up the middle to Cleveland Gary. Remember the two other scores that impact today's game. The Redskins lead the Eagles 10-7. And to put it briefly, it would be to the Packers' benefit if the Redskins were to beat Philadelphia. Minnesota and Pittsburgh scoreless. Now, if the Vikings lose to the Steelers and the Packers beat the Rams today, that would set up a game next week at stake, the NFC Central Division title. Tom Newberry slow getting up.
Tom Newberry, this has got to be an expensive game for Tom Newberry, a graduate of University of Wisconsin lacrosse playing here in Green Bay. You got to know he's had to come up with a few ducats for the local fans to come get a chance to watch Tom play. You know, the Rams, it's been since, I think, '67 they've actually played here at Lambeau Field. They played all their other games in Milwaukee.
Newberry is out of the game, and Jeff Pahukoa replaces him at left guard. Second down and 8 for the Rams. The ball is at their 12.
And that's one of those circumstances where a guy goes out and the line gets bigger because Pahukoa is about 20 pounds bigger than Newberry.
Could that line get any bigger? Everett looking to throw, and his pass upfield is broken up. Chuck Cecil breaks up the pass intended for Pat Carter, and that is why, to restate what you said, he has been the keynote hitter for the Packers defensively all year.
He's really been the keynote, period. I think he's a guy that's taken advantage, and as crucial as a quarterback on a roll is, as Everett has been at times for the Rams, so is the defensive quarterback, Chuck Cecil, been in his ability to anticipate and read what the opposition's going to do.
Chuck Cecil should be headed to the Pro Bowl for his performance this year. Third down and 8 4 wide receivers as Chadwick and Harry join Ellard and Flipper Anderson. Time for Everett, and his pass is caught, and it'll be a first down. Henry Ellard making Jeff Chadwick with the first down, and there's a penalty marker down at the line of scrimmage. A 14-yard gain, and that's going to nullify the first down. Might have been Jackie Slater jumping before the snap. That wiped out the 14-yard pickup.
Ball start before the snap. 78 offense, 5 yards, still third down.
Real unfortunate for the Rams. What a fine job of execution. But you see, it wasn't very much, but that upper body of Slater's just started moving just before the snap. And every offensive lineman, especially tackles, have got to anticipate the snap. That is an occupational hazard, and you don't tell an offensive lineman, stop doing that. They've got to anticipate. They just sometimes are going to guess wrong, and Jackie guessed wrong there.
We've talked about how crowds become a factor in indoor stadiums. The crowd is a big factor in this outdoor atmosphere here, as you saw Jim Everett call a timeout. That is the second timeout in this first half for the Rams. They have 1 remaining.
A look behind the scenes as sports and science converge, brought to you by AT&T. Rowing is an excellent form of exercise, and many people appreciate the convenience of ergometers, which duplicate the rowing motion on a stationary machine. Ergometers have become so popular that indoor rowing competitions are now held all over the world. The competitors are linked to a computer which calculates each rower's pace. The computer plots the competing ergometers along an actual race course to determine a winner.
It couldn't have happened at a worse time for us. That's the week that we take more catalog orders on our 800 number than any other week of the year. No one could make it into work that day. AT&T saved the day for us.
We had designed their 800 service with such powerful backup features that within minutes, they were able to reroute their calls to other sites around the country. They did a full day of Christmas season business, and no one was there.
If you have a business that lives and dies by an 800 service, you go with the most reliable, and that's AT&T.
Citizen, 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 elegant citizen, citizen, elegant. Oh, his citizen, citizen, one citizen with lots of citizens. Elegant, elegant, average, elegant citizen, we've got elegance.
Ford Taurus and a Happy New Year. Get the best lease ever or very special savings on any new Taurus from now until January 5th. In other words, Happy New Year from Ford Taurus.
Back at Lambeau Field, the Packers have not been in the playoffs in 10 years and have a shot. They're going to need some help, however. They're trailing the Rams 10-7 with 5:47 remaining in the first half. And after a timeout by the Rams, a critical 3rd and 13 coming up from the 7.
Hey, you talk about this crowd being a factor. You know, they're into it here. They're used to this kind of weather. They call this Packer weather. And you look at this crowd, and they got on the orange and the camouflage and the hats. And it looks like the world's largest duck blind. But these are, look at that guy. If those people work for you without the shirts and they call in sick tomorrow, tell them to get to work.
Here comes a blitz on Everett in the end zone. And off balance, his toss is intercepted. That's Terrell Buckley. Buckley turning the corner, and he needs 1 block. And Buckley is going to score a touchdown. What a run by Terrell Buckley. On the return, a dying quail, thanks to the big blitz by the Green Bay Packers, all out on Jim Everett, and the Packers lead for the first time.
Well, any quarterback, if you put the heat on him, you're going to make him put it up. And Everett would have been well served to peel that ball there and just kind of stick it in his lunch pail and eat it, because there wasn't a chance in the world that anything good was going to happen.
Chris Jackie with Don Makowski, the holder. And the Packers lead 14-10 with 5.5 minutes remaining. And Buckley, the #1 draft pick from Florida State with a scintillating return of this interception.
And you're going to see why a guy is a #1 draft pick. Did this a lot for Florida State, but he's almost tempted to fair catch this one as it floats up there. Now, you can't coach this. You don't teach this. And sometimes coaches go crazy watching returners give up yardage. But watch the other defensive players set things up and make blocks. Vinnie Clark gets a block on Everett. He got a lot of help from an entire defense. And that is exactly the play that Mike Holmgren and the Green Bay Packers needed to get their momentum back in front in this game.
Second interception of the year for Buckley, and the first return for a touchdown by the Green Bay Packers. We were talking with Ernie Zampisi, the offensive coordinator for the Rams, and he says he may be a rookie, but you got to watch out for this guy. This case, it was just like you said, it could have been a fair catch.
Well, it's a matter of learning. And once he learns to be in the right positions at the right time, he's going to be dangerous. And that was just a matter of just being back there as Jim Everett put that one up for grabs. There's no way he should have been able to take that back for a touchdown. You got to give 3 of the points to Terrell Buckley and 3 of the points to Jim Everett.
We have had 4 turnovers in this first half, 2 on each side, and now Jackie will be kicking off. Back deep for the Rams, David Lang. And 2 other receivers about 5 yards in front. This will go to Lang at the 5. Lang turning the corner. He'll get a good return out of this one and will run out of bounds at the 28-yard line. 23-yard return by Lang. So we'll see how the Rams respond. They're on the short end for the first time in this game.
Well, there's no way that the Rams should do anything different than what they were doing earlier in this half, and that's running the ball effectively, moving the ball with conservative passing and the run. Try to keep Jim Everett out of those positions you saw him on in 3rd and long there, standing in his end zone with the blitz coming after him. That is not when your offense is functioning at its optimum.
Starting from the 28. Everett steps up, and his pass is caught. It is a catch, and it's Flipper Anderson. And he is defended by Terrell Buckley, and a pickup of 11 yards. And
Flipper Anderson really is the guy now in this offense. You know, for years it was Henry Ellard. He was the big weapon, the guy that was going to be the most dangerous. Now it really is Flipper Anderson, if there is a person. And that's another area. We talked about linebacker where the Rams need to upgrade. They need an impact guy at wide receiver. They need a receiver that scares defenses, and right now they don't have one.
He got 8 yards and not 11, and the give is to Gary, and he is stopped, maybe picked up a yard. It'll be 3rd down and short for the Rams. Clock is running, 4:45 remaining in the first half. Rams took a 10-0 lead, but the Packers have come back with 2 touchdowns here in the second quarter. Thompson capping a 61-yard drive with a 2-yard dive into the end zone, and Terrell Buckley with an interception returning 33 yards to give Green Bay the lead.
In these situations, a team that's an underdog, as the Rams are right now, you see as this is a first down, the underdog has a tendency when they get off to a big start and then the team that was favored comes back and either ties them or goes ahead, the underdog tends to press. And what the Rams really need to do is the Rams need to keep their cool, keep their calm, just keep doing what they're doing. Let the Packers and what the Packers do be taken care of by the Packers. Worry about the Rams. Don't worry about who you're playing, and you'll be fine in this game.
1st and 10 at the 38-yard line of the Rams. Less than 4.5 to play in the first half. Here's a blitz on Everett. Gets it away to Lang out of the backfield. He gets by Coons. And a good second effort and a crunching hit at about the 45-yard line after a gain of 7 yards. Roland Mitchell making the tackle, and the Rams made something. And Everett reacted well in the face of the blitz by Green Bay.
Well, the blitz will come in from the right side of the screen and comes in quickly. Adrian White coming in and putting some quick, hard pressure. Kuntz misses this tackle, and now it's a matter of Lang. Get down. Whoop, here comes the trouble. And here comes the pressure off the sideline. That's Leroy Butler. Just plants Everett onto that nice hard turf, and that's something that's stored in the quarterback's mind. He sees that safety out there again, he'll know he's coming.
2nd and 3, and Everett is down. He lost his footing ever so slightly before the big pass rush came on from 4 Green Bay Packers. And a loss of 6 yards.
And you don't see a nose guard like Yurkovich come through like there for a tackle, but watch him over the nose. Push, push. Now a slip right there by Vern Brostick, and when Brostick starts to slip and go down, Yurkovich pulls right by him for that sack. But that was a classic coverage sack, Dick. That was a case where Everett was looking and looking, and while he's looking, the guys downfield are covered. And when a nose guard has enough time to push back and then do an arm over, you know it's good coverage downfield.
Second sack of the season for Yurkovich. 3rd down and 9. 6 defensive backs in there for the Packers. Everett's pass, and it was intended downfield for Todd Kinchin, the rookie free agent from LSU. Buckley was covering on the play, but Kinchin did not have his head turned to Everett as that ball sailed through the air.
And as long as you saw Jim Everett staring down the field at young Todd Kinchin, he was throwing something on the inside, and Kinchin was running. Kinchin was just running. He never even turned around. I mean, Buckley, he was behind Buckley, but the ball landed about 5 yards to the inside of where Kinchin was even heading.
So Don Bracken will kick, and Robert Brooks back deep for the Packers. Not a good kick. Off the side of his foot, and will die on the 38-yard line, maybe the 39 of the Packers. Green Bay gets it back following the 23-yard kick.
23-yard.
New Skill FlexiCharge cordless tools all share the same battery pack. So when you need a recharge, they keep on working. The FlexiCharge interchangeable power system from Skill.
Alka-Seltzer Plus Nighttime. For relief without alcohol. Hit the box, not the bottle.
In a game of field position, the Packers have it ideally right now on their 39, 1st down. Sterling Sharp at the top of your picture with 2:53 remaining in the first half. Favre is looking that way. He hits Sharp. Sharp's got the first down and rides the defender into Ram territory. That was Todd Light. So Sterling Sharp, who has caught passes in 70 consecutive games, with a 15-yard reception, looking to get to the 100 mark.
Well, you talk about Sterling Sharp's sore hands. Well, the sore hands are sore until the kickoff. And then it's just time to go and time to run. And if you give Sterling Sharp that much cushion, he'll break the record today. He'll get 13 catches today and break Art Monk's record.
He needs 2 for 100, which would set him into elite company. 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line, and the quick toss is caught by Sharp. There's the turn by Sharp. Dives, maybe close to another Packer first down. Does he ever look like Jerry Rice? And of course, it is the 49er offense he's running. As we get down to the 2-minute warning, Larry Kell making the tackle. Tack up 9 more yards for Mr. Sharp, and we'll be back to Green Bay after this.
The John Hancock Bowl, the Blockbuster Bowl, the bowl battles on CBS.
All right, a great man once said, winning, gentlemen, isn't everything. It's the only thing.
Look, a grasshopper.
I formation, 34 sweep on 2. Got it? Just give the ball to Matt. Tell him to run for his dad. Got it?
It starts every September with teams like the Turkey Creek Hawks, the Bronx Eagles, and the Newport Richie Giants. On fields where dads aren't only coaches, and oak trees mark the end zones. And a good day isn't determined by if you win or lose, but where you go after the game. So McDonald's would like to salute the players, the coaches, the families, everyone who helped make this season a perfect season.
Can we go to McDonald's now, Coach?
After the game, Lenny. This is only halftime. Now go sit down.
As times changed, so did the Ford full-size pickup. But it was always tough as nails, and boy, could it tow a boat. Today, it's still tough. But now it has more power, more style, more comfort. And boy, can it tow a boat. Times change, trucks change. but Ford Tough never does.
Sometimes you put your best receiver in the backfield. Sometimes you set him in motion. Sometimes you say, hey, Jerry, stay still. Don't move. Okay, now go. And then we're going to hit you. And then you try to make him miss. And Sterling Sharp does a great job right there underneath. And that is catch number 99. You see the company he's about to join with one more catch.
He is so good. How many times have you heard anyone talk about a receiver and even say Jerry by mistake? That's the kind of images that Sterling Sharp puts in your mind, and he looks like him out there, doesn't he?
He runs that same style. He's more underneath. He's more physical. And I think really he's a bigger part of this offense than Rice is in San Francisco.
2nd down and 1, and the give is to Darrell Thompson, and he'll have the first down for the Packers, a gain of 2. Green Bay has all 3 of its timeouts remaining.
And one thing like Jerry Rice in San Francisco, Sterling Sharp is also a very good blocker, and they use him a lot as a blocker.
He loves to block, hasn't worked out in the weight room because of his injured wrist lately. And here's the pass to Sterling Sharp up the middle. He's got 100 catches, and he's inside the 20 for the first down. 100 receptions this year for Sterling Sharp, only the 6th player in NFL history to accomplish that feat. And a gain of 18 yards with Newman making the tackle.
And they are just getting Sterling Sharp the ball, doing what he does best, and that's get him the ball inside, get him the ball underneath, and then let his speed and strength be emphasized right here. How often do you see receivers go into linebacker territory and then make a lot of yards? There's not very many of them, and Sharp is one of them.
Meanwhile, Brett Favre has completed his last 6 passes, and Sterling Sharp, who is going to catch up in a hurry to Art Monk. Remember, he's got one more game after this, and that's against the Vikings on the road. And having as good a season as any wide receiver could have in the NFL.
You know, the unfortunate thing really for Sterling is I think a lot of people are just finding out how good this guy is. You know, he had a 90-catch season a couple of years ago. He's had 70-catch seasons. He's had some very strong years. He happens to play in a smaller market. Not many people really know about this guy, but he's young, and he's going to be around for a long time, especially with this offense Mike Holmgren now has here in Green Bay.
And also added good news for the Packers. The Steelers lead the Vikings 3-0 in the 2nd quarter in Pittsburgh. First down, Packers on the 17 of the Rams with 1:26 remaining. Favre looking for a receiver. Can't find anyone. Now he does, and the pass is caught, and it's a touchdown by Sterling Sharp. Sterling Sharp with a 17-yard touchdown catch. He already is up to 94 yards today. The Packers add to their lead.
And if you're an offense and you're a team that needs a spark, you want to get it from your number 1 player, and your number 1 and 2 players are right there. Brett Favre and Sterling Sharp are the main reason this Packer team is where it is.
Chris Jackie with Mikowski holding. And the Packers lead 21-10, and a record-breaking day for Sterling Sharp. He has 7 catches already.
You talk about great receivers run great patterns. Watch this pattern that ends right now. Now he's making something happen. He's getting open for his quarterback, and Brett Favre scrambling back there, sees him go. Todd Light doesn't see him go, and Brett Favre sees the result. Look at the enthusiasm in this young quarterback and the ability for him to make things happen. You criticize him when things go bad when he's trying to make things happen, but that's the extra added dimension of having a receiver and a quarterback that are in sync. The receiver sees the quarterback's in trouble, he tries to get open, and he knows he's the guy the quarterback's looking for.
Well, Randy, everything is going the Packers' way right now. They're leading 21-10 in a game they must win. The Vikings are trailing the Steelers 3-0, which could possibly set up a championship showdown in the NFC Central next Sunday. Added to that, the Redskins are leading the Eagles 13-7. And the Packers know that their wild card situation would be much solidified if the Eagles were to lose. That was the score of the Minnesota-Pittsburgh game. There's the kickoff. A Jackie and returned by Anthony Thompson. And Thompson is down just short of the 25-yard line. So everything's coming up green and gold today here in Lambeau Field.
Remember the 50s? Well, Wendy's is bringing them back with the new Wendy Melt. A quarter pound of fresh beef, sauteed onions, Dave's special sauce, and 2 slices of Swiss on the toasted Kaiser bun. The Wendy Melt. It's a 50s thing.
It's crazy, man. Crazy.
When it comes to camcorders, always ask the right question. Like who delivers the finest picture and sound? Who lets you record 5 times longer than VHS-C? Who has all the answers? Without question, Handycam from Sony.
On first down, the pass out of the backfield is incomplete into the hands of Robert Del Pino, and he is shaken up.
And I'll give you 3 guesses who hit Robert Del Pino on that great hit right there on the sideline. It was number 26, Chuck Cecil.
Another
all year.
Another excitement headache.
It's
number 26.
It's an ache. I'm not sure if it's hurting in his head, but it's an ache. Watch this right here. Here comes the missile. Right there. Ouch. That's the job. Every great team or every playoff team needs an enforcer, especially on defense. And Cecil's the enforcer here, much like Lott was with San Francisco.
We want to remind you, coming up on the NFL Today halftime report, Greg and Terry will have all the scores, highlights, and latest playoff information, plus a birthday visit with Bob Hayes as he turns 50 today. That's all coming up at halftime. We have already showed you that once, and you might as well put it in your memory bank. That's what Chuck Cecil has given opposing receivers and running backs all season long. He also has an interception today as the Packers have 21 unanswered points and leading the Rams with 1:10 to play in the half.
You know, Dick, how often are you in a stadium where you hear a crowd chanting for a defensive back? But just a few moments ago, this entire crowd is chanting Cecil, Cecil. And, you know, Ray Rhodes came here as defensive coordinator, and they said, do you have a leader? Do you have a guy that is your guy on this defense? He says, no, I don't. But I think somebody will come to the head, and somebody's going to be that guy. And that is easily the guy here in Green Bay. Chuck Cecil's having a great year.
Here's a handoff to Cleveland Gary on 2nd and 10. And the Packer defense is aroused. Tony Bennett and a loss of 2 yards. The Rams were forced to use their last timeout as a result of Del Pino's injury, and now the Packers, with another opportunity to get the ball, have called a timeout of their own, and they have 1 remaining.
So that New Orleans-Buffalo score. New Orleans up 13-3 over Buffalo. That's big. I got to tell you, I really think you better keep an eye on that New Orleans team. I mean, granted, they're the number 2 team right now in the NFC West, but that doesn't discount their abilities. That they're going to be tough.
You know, Randy, we talked about San Francisco and Dallas being the top teams in the NFC, but I think matchup-wise, I think the 49ers could possibly fear the Saints more than the Cowboys.
Oh, they'd much rather play the Dallas Cowboys, I think, than the New Orleans Saints. You know, the devil you know in this case is the one you don't want to see, because the 49ers, and I think the NFL knows how dangerous that defense is, especially if you're playing them in the dome, and even almost as much if you're playing them in a home team. Let's say in Dallas on turf. That defense is the defense you don't want to see with the speed they can put off the corners of Fulham and Jackson.
The Rams are 1 for 6 on 3rd down conversions. They need 12 yards here. Otherwise, the Packers get their hands on the ball again. And they're going to keep it on the ground. And stopping Robert Del Pino is stopped cold for a gain of 3 yards. This crowd, and they came early here to Lambeau Field for their usual tailgating parties, is excited. They have not had a big game like this, well, in maybe a decade. The Packers have used their last timeout, and they have 58 seconds to move the ball down to possibly get into field goal range or better.
And the one thing you have to emphasize when you look at this Green Bay Packer defense, it's the same defense that was being maligned earlier in the year. I think the emphasis has to be on the fact that it's a defense that's learned the system. They've learned Ray Rhodes' system, and they're functioning extremely well inside of this system. Sure, they need some more talent up in the defensive line. They'd like another linebacker or so. They'd like more pressure on the quarterback. But within this system, the enthusiasm with which these players bring to this game has been the whole emphasis for Ray Rhodes and the entire defensive staff. Somewhere behind those windows are the defensive staff of the Green Bay Packers.
How come you didn't have any pull to get one of those warmers up here in the booth?
Well, it's early, Dick. It's not the second half yet.
So we'll see it in the second half.
I hope so.
Okay. Don Bracken will be kicking, and back deep is Robert Brooks for the Packers. They're out of timeouts. Good kick, but a line drive variety, and here is Brooks. Lost his footing at the 35. Still going, and down he goes at the 42-yard line. And he was brought down by Roman Pfeiffer.
You think it's cold here? The band's getting ready. You want to dress in these uniforms? Here you go. Here is a trumpeter's biggest nightmare, to put a frozen trumpet to his lips. You might never get it off. And this guy's taking all the precautions he can. He's warming that dog up early.
So you mean the trumpet gets better treatment than we do then?
Well, I guess that's what we're saying, yeah. You know, that's got to be a warm trumpet. If it goes away from the mouth, you know it's a warm trumpet. If it's a cold trumpet, it stays there while they're marching because they can't get it off.
First down, and 10 at the 41 for the Packers. They're out of timeouts. 45 seconds to go in the first half. They send Darrell Thompson out wide to the right. Favre has plenty of time, and he's gone deep to Sterling Sharp, just beyond his reach. They had a great chance. He was wide open. Pat Terrell was the closest to him, but if he got it, he's gone.
One thing you don't let a good wide receiver or a great wide receiver do is run free across the field. Look at Sterling Sharp. He's lonely. There's nobody around him. You do not let that guy do that. And if he does it, you got to get him the ball. And if you don't get him the ball, you get a little mad at yourself and you laugh and you say, doggone it.
You timed that perfectly. Favre had completed 7 straight passes. Sharp has 7 receptions today. He's gone over the 100 mark. It'll bring up 2nd and 10, and look at the fine percentage for Favre, 11 for 16. 39 seconds on the clock. They got blockers in front of Darrell Thompson. Thompson gets into Ram territory. He turns it on to the 20-yard line and written out of bounds by Pat Terrell. A 44-yard play on a screen play to Darrell Thompson.
Defense is attitude. And the attitude of the defense of the Rams on this play is, I think somebody else will make this tackle because I'm not sure I want to. You don't see a whole lot of want to on the Rams standpoint, but a nice call by Mike Holmgren and the Packers. And they blast this ball down here. This is an easy 3-point situation for Jackie. And this is a situation you cannot envision the Rams not having 2 defenders on Sterling Sharp, because this is a situation where if he does not open initially, he'll scramble to get open like he did in the last touchdown.
Ball is on the 16 with 30 seconds remaining in the half. Favre again has some time, and his pass is incomplete. Jackie Harris almost had an opportunity to hold on to that ball. Rams started strong in this game, taking advantage of 2 Green Bay turnovers to take a 10-0 lead early into the second half, but since then the Packers have scored 21 points. They're marching for more right now, and I'll bet you one thing, that at halftime the Rams are going to hear from Chuck Knox about the effort that they should put forth in the final 30 minutes.
Well, at least in this second quarter, the effort's been a little weak. You can't always say it's the one side, because the other guys get paid too. I think you got to emphasize the fact that the Green Bay offense has been very efficient offensively.
2nd down and 10. Favre looking to throw, and his pass incomplete and getting shoved down. Ron Lewis was there, and Darrell Henley put the big push on Lewis.
You know, when you start having a good day and you got a touchdown and you're going for an all-time record, people take a different approach at stopping you sometimes. If you're in New York City and you're taking a jog in the park after dark, that's called a mugging. And that's exactly what the Ram defense does. They just decide on that play. Larry Kelm, the linebacker, says, "Nuh-uh, Sterling, you're not doing it. We're putting you on the ground."
3rd down and 10. That's Green Bay, 3 for 5 and 3rd down conversions. seconds to go, as Randy mentioned, already in field goal range for Chris Jackie. And the short drop and the pass to Sharp. He's fighting for the goal line, and he's going to get there. What an exhibition by Sterling Sharp, sore hands and all. Second touchdown catch for Sterling Sharp.
And when you're 8-6 and you're going for a job in the playoffs, trying to get your team in there, you're going for a record, you do whatever you can. And on that play, Sterling Sharp went above and beyond on a quick slant, carrying defenders into the end zone to put Green Bay up 27-10, 28-10 after this extra point.
So Sterling Sharp has gone over the 100-yard mark once again. Chris Jackie's kick is good. So now the Packers have responded with 28 unanswered points to lead the Rams 28-10.
I'm not going to spoil this replay with too much talk because his effort in this play speaks volumes. Watch this. A great effort by Sterling Sharp. Now watch this on an isolation. This play is designed to be an 8-yard play. It should be tackled there. He won't let it happen. It's all Sterling Sharp as soon as he catches that ball, and it's unbelievable. Guys that have seasons like this just keep going and going. They do that little bunny routine. You see Sterling's getting stretched a little bit on the sideline.
And another record for Sterling Sharp. It's a Green Bay Packer record. This was his 7th 100-yard game of the season. And when you look at people like Don Hudson and some of the other great wide receivers who have played here in Green Bay, Sterling Sharp about to shatter some more records. He has 8 receptions and needs 5 to surpass Art Monk's all-time record for a season. But right now they're tending to Mr. Sharp on the sideline. A low bounding kick by Jackie is picked up by Anthony Thompson. And he's buried shy of the 25-yard line with 11 seconds remaining. Still working on Sterling Sharp. He's had a brilliant game, and it's just the first half. 8 catches for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first 30 minutes. Understand he has a bloody nose, right?
He took a heck of a crack there in the face on the initial hit and dragged everybody into the end zone and landed on the ball, and was getting a chance to get a little oxygen here. I mean, that's just got to be fatigue with the effort he's put forth in his first 30 minutes.
First down on the 24-yard line, and the Rams are going to run out the clock. It's been a sterling first half for the Green Bay Packers. Sharp with 2 TD catches and 28 unanswered points. And that is the end of the first half at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. With the score, the Packers 28 and the Rams 10.
CBS Sports coverage of the National Football League is sponsored by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? Citizen watches. Citizen. We've got elegance. And by McDonald's. What you want is what you get. Guaranteed at McDonald's today.
We're all familiar with the fabled Yellow Brick Road and the Wizard of Oz. But the Yellow Brick Road you're seeing here is quite different, because the tiny feet that walk this road every day never see it. This is the roadway to the Blind Children's Learning Center. I'm Jackie Slater of the Los Angeles Rams, and I want you to meet some of these children. Our pledges to the United Way of Orange County are helping children who are visually impaired and their families to cope with the darkness. And this is my family, my wife Annie, and my sons Matthew and David. Here in Orange County, we can contribute to more than 100 agencies and programs with one contribution. Perhaps through the eyes of a child who cannot see, we can all come to see that with love, we can all conquer the darkness and reach out a hand and lead the way to a better life, a better community, and a better world for all of us.
Your local United Way, helping where help is needed most. This message furnished by the National Football League.
Humps knows trucks. Humps knows cars. Humps knows Midwestern mud and asphalt, back roads, and open highway.
We can get you there and back, wherever you need to go. Whatever your tire needs, Pomps knows tires. For your own peace of mind, you should know Pomps.
This is the week to buy a new Buick. Get the one you want before someone else drives it away. But hurry, our best for last sell down ends January 2nd.
Hurry to Brennan Buick, Broadway, Jorn, Klein Buick, or your nearest Valley area Buick dealer today.
Get up to $1,500 cash back on Park Avenue.
Stop in today for great year-end savings.
See your nearest Valley area Buick dealer before January 2nd.
The Eyewitness News Team, dedicated to bring you the stories that affect your life.
Carbon monoxide could be poisoning you and your family.
Determined to take the time to ask the right questions to get the real answers.
The local family still wondering what happened to their son.
Depend on the Eyewitness News Team for all the news of Northeast Wisconsin. Dedicated, determined, dependable. Eyewitness News, the look of a leader.
The NFL Today Doctors Halftime Report is sponsored by Levi's Doctors. Nobody does color like doctors.
Oh, those Packers running wild after falling behind 10-0. Welcome back to our studios here in New York. Greg Gumbel along with Terry Bradshaw. It's the Packers leading the Rams at halftime by a score of 28-10. The Pack, of course, needing victory to stay alive in the hunt for the NFC Central Division Championship. Meanwhile, the winner of the Redskins-Eagles game goes to the playoffs. That game in the third quarter now at the Vet in Philadelphia. It's a 13-13 touchdown, or 13-13 tie. Heath Sherman, 21 yards and the touchdown. That put the Eagles up by a score of 7-3. And then Mark Rippon came back to throw a touchdown pass, and you're going to explain why it happened.
Yeah, Greg, let me show you. You know, in the NFL, there are always three-step, five-step passes, but the Mark Rippon of the Redskins is going to call a three-step pass. And what happens is this receiver and this receiver, Monk, this is Clark, this is Monk, will run the same routes. And in the center is Sanders, who will always, on three-step passing, run straight down the middle. Now, as we run the play, Rip will look out here because the corner is off. This is where he should throw the ball. But, ho, Gary Clark, turn around. He's ready to throw. He's not even looking. He blows the route. Now you turn around and you go to the top receiver. This is Art Monk, covered by Mark McMillan, a rookie. But the coverage is too tight. So now, let's go to our third guy. That's always the slot man who always runs down the middle. And Booty, free safety, follows the eyes of the quarterback. Rippon gets out of the middle, allowing Sanders all that room to run. Beautiful job by Mark Rippon.
We'll start off the second half. Randall Cunningham has thrown a 28-yard touchdown pass to Calvin Williams. The extra point now has the Eagles on top of the Skins by a score of 14-13. In Pittsburgh, turnovers aplenty. Minnesota's committed 3. The Steelers have committed 1. Pittsburgh leads at 3-0 in this game. Look at Harry Newsome. Can't field a low snap from Mike Morris cleanly, so he rolls out, looks for a receiver. Pretty good pass. It just doesn't work. And no field goal. The Steelers fumble the snap here. The Vikings recover. And you talk about a bad-looking flea flicker.
Oh, Greg, is this ugly? There's a flea flicker. When you have a bad offense passing the ball, you resort to flea flickers. Doesn't work.
Terry Allen loses the handle on the football here. And then Bubby Brister's pass to Adrian Cooper, who fumbles. Mike Merriweather recovers. As we said, ugly game at Three River Stadium today. 3-0 Steelers in the lead. Halftime in New Orleans, the Saints and the Buffalo Bills. It's 13-3 New Orleans. At halftime, they're now in the third quarter in Cleveland. 7-3, Browns lead the Houston Oilers. Phoenix leading Indianapolis at halftime by a touchdown. And at halftime in Cincinnati, the Bengals by 7 points over New England. Well, the holiday season is traditionally a time for nostalgia and for memories. And in that spirit, we'd like to offer a brief tribute to an athlete whose winged feet dazzled us on the Olympic track in Tokyo and then on the playing fields of the NFL. Once billed as the world's fastest human, Bullet Bob Hayes has learned to slow down and count his blessings as he celebrates his 50th birthday today.
I feel good. We're one of the lucky ones, you know, one of the charter members who made, you know, a good football team.
We had a moment, just one moment, that will last beyond a dream, beyond a lifetime. We are the lucky ones. Some people never get to do all we got to do.
You know, once you're a Dallas Cowboy, you're always a Dallas Cowboy. You bleed that blue and silver. no doubt about it.
But there was a period of doubt for Bob Hayes. He was convicted of drug trafficking. Today, years after paying his dues, Hayes is back on track. He's working with local charities and trying to continue his personal growth.
See, when you turn 50, you have to wear eyeglasses and everything else. But it feels good. It's just another 24 hours in the day. Been grateful and been lucky. I'm healthy. And be the big 5-0.
To us, he'll always be the sleek number 22. He was a memorable football player on the field, wasn't he?
You know what I remember, Greg? Homer Jones of the New York Giants chasing Bob Hayes, the fastest guy to ever play in this game. Just one stride behind him, and they went about 90 yards. Unbelievable. As a young man, I remember that.
Yeah, happy birthday, Bullet. The NFL Today continues here on CBS after this word from your local station.
Tonight, it's an all-new Ed Sullivan special with new performances by Johnny Mathis, Paul Anka, Della Reese, and more. Plus, from Ed's Christmas shows, Diana Ross and the Supremes, Frank Sinatra, Liza Minnelli, The Beatles, Elvis, and more.
Don't go away.
Bob Newhart hosts holiday greetings from Ed Sullivan right after Murder, She Wrote, tonight.
If you think Washington insiders are afraid Bill Clinton will clean up their act, think again. They can hardly wait for the new administration. Tonight on 60 Minutes. This is CBS.
So where you from?
Warsaw.
Huh? Hey, I got an uncle from there. Or was it Krakow?
Warsaw is a famous name in business insurance.
Hey, maybe I know him. Paul Zakowski.
Sorry. But some people have trouble placing us.
Where's Warsaw?
Wisconsin.
Oh, welcome to America.
Oh, Warsaw Insurance.
That's Warsaw.
W-A-U-S-A-U.
Right.
Warsaw.
We're the business insurance experts from Warsaw.
Whatever.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K,
L, M, N, O,
P,
Q, R,
S, T.
Valley Bank can handle all your financial, insurance, and investment needs at one location, which means you can spend a little more time on the things that really matter. You have our word.
I think you're wonderful, darling.
A simple comparison between a Ford Taurus lease and the competition's lease. You can lease a new Ford Taurus for $248 a month for 24 months. They advertise a lower payment, which looks good, until you look at the asterisk, which disclaims a 60-month lease. So, in 5 years, you could be leasing your third new Taurus, or you could be driving an old one of theirs. What a difference an asterisk makes. The Taurus lease, $248 a month for 24 months, only at your Ford dealer. Your local Ford dealer is a participating sponsor in today's game.
Here at Lambeau Field, the Packers lead the Rams 28-10, and halftime activities will continue after this message. You're watching the NFL on CBS.
What else? Isotoner gloves. Hey, isotoner slippers. Put on your isotoner gloves and let's go out and play. Catch this. Yes, isotoner socks. So you take care of the hands that take care of you.
The office goes gaga for Murphy's baby.
Testing 1, 2, 3. It's a breast pump, Miles.
Murphy Brown. Then a surprise trip to the White House.
Touch anything.
Hello, this is Zoe. Who may I ask is calling?
Becomes every parent's nightmare. Hearts of Fire after Murphy, Monday.
All those who love great comedy say aye.
Tuesday, a young boy racing off-road when disaster strikes.
When he didn't move, I knew something was seriously wrong.
Can his brother save his life? Rescue 911.
CBS Sports coverage of the National Football League is sponsored by Honda, celebrating its 10th anniversary of automobile production in the United States. Miller Lite, an official sponsor of the NFL and Super Bowl 27. And by Braun, makers of Flex Control, the world's first electric shaver with a pivoting head.
Christmas time for Sterling Sharp and the Green Bay Packers, who need to win today and get some help, but they're getting the help as the Packers lead the Rams 28-10 at halftime. It has been a great show, a festive atmosphere all day here, and Sterling Sharp is leading the band, Randy.
Well, you know, things weren't going well. The Packers fell behind 10-0. What the Packers and Mike Holmgren did was they said, okay, things aren't going good. Stop what we do best and stop our number one guy. And their number one guy is Sterling Sharp. And Sterling Sharp basically in the second quarter took things over. In the second quarter, he had 7 catches for 93 yards and 2 touchdowns. And this is the second one, and physically the most impressive.
So he has gone over 100 yards. He has 8 catches of the game. And right now, Sterling Sharp needs 5 catches to surpass Art Monk for the most receptions in a single season. And, of course, you know that the fans here at Lambeau Field would like to see him do it at home. The Packers finish their regular season in Minnesota next week. And, you know, I think we have to go back, Randy, to when the Rams took a 10-0 lead. They were up 7-0. They had first and goal, and a very important goal line stand for the Packers stopped the touchdown effort. They had to settle for a field goal, and Green Bay went from there.
And I think to follow up on that, Dick, Terrell Buckley saved 4 points by dragging down Lang at the 3-yard line, which set up the goal line stand, and on the next possession returned an interception for a touchdown.
And we're going to have a re-kick. Now, the question is, did Jackie miss the ball? Apparently, he will kick the ball again.
Well, the ball blew off the tee, and it was kind of a run by it and whiff at it by the kicker, which always confuses everybody when that happens.
And it looks kind of strange, too, to see everyone running in all different directions.
Everybody's jacked up. Everybody's ready to go, and then the kicker decides, no, I just can't do it. It's the scene isn't right, the feel isn't right, and the ball's not on the tee. And nobody tells the maniacs that are covering kickoffs and trying to block them that something happened.
It's on the tee, and now it's in the air. And it's going to be Anthony Thompson on the return for the Rams. Thompson brings it out to about the 28-yard line. Let's take a look at the halftime statistics. Green Bay dominating. Look at the passing yards. This is on a day you're supposed to be running with the cold.
Well, you know, Brett Favre is coming into this game as the number 4 rated quarterback. And he's a quarterback that if you have to wonder what would happen if he'd have started all 14 games the Packers played. Remember, he didn't start a game till game 4, and Mikowski went down in game 3 against Cincinnati, and that's when Favre took things over.
First and 10 on the 28-yard line, and the first play is a pass to Flipper Anderson. And he may have enough for the first down with that big effort. Depending on the play was George Kuntz and Roland Mitchell.
And this is exactly what the Rams need to do. The Rams need to really settle down and go back to their offense. Ernie Zampese's got the offense installed with the Los Angeles Rams. It emphasizes the running game and the quarterback. And you have to emphasize your strengths, which are those 2 things. Let your running backs run with the ball and give Jim Everett the time to run these timing patterns out.
Remember, the Rams have had a history. Their second halves have been most prolific, and you only have to go back 2 weeks to when they trailed 27-3 at halftime in Tampa Bay and ended up winning 31-27. So they do have a comeback label. First down on the 40-yard line, and the give is to Cleveland Gary, trying to power off the right side, but Green Bay's defense covering up in a hurry. Matt Brock and Brian Noble, and a gain of only 1. What about the big comebacks in history? Add the Rams over Tampa Bay to the list.
And I was involved in that one in 1980 between the 49ers and the Saints, and believe me, it's something you never forget that lasts forever. And what that big comeback by the Rams against the Buccaneers did is now everybody that was on that team at that time, for as long as they're on the Rams, will remember no matter how far you get behind, there's always a chance. And believe me, if these Packers let down, Jim Everett's a quarterback that can get the ball to receivers and can score quickly.
Pat Brock's taken up, has left the game, and Don Davey is in at defensive end. Out of the backfield, they swing past to Lang. And he'll have another first down as the Rams get into Packer territory. Gain of 12 yards with Chuck Cecil on the tackle, and this is where the Packers can't go to sleep defensively. The Rams, look at what they've done in the second half compared to the first half. They've scored 171 points, so they've outscored their opposition by 40 after being outscored themselves by over 100 in the first half.
I was just going to say, Dick, I'm not a pessimist, but when you're outscored by 106 points in the first half, it tends to set up a little desperation in the second half.
Slightly. Matt Brock back in there defensively for the Packers. First down, Rams on the Green Bay 48. Chadwick is in motion, but the pass is to Ellard. And Ellard is close to yet another first down. That may be his first catch of the game. It is his first catch with Tony Bennett defending.
We've been talking sharp, 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 sharp. You know, I asked Henry Ellard yesterday, Henry, what would it be like to be in an offense where you were featured to that extent and you were the guy that was catching, 80, 90, 100 and some odd balls, and he kind of smiled and got that sort of faraway look in his eye and said, that would be great. I have a hard time saying this is week 15 and I've got 30 catches. It's something just kind of sticks in his craw about that.
He's had to adjust. They're moving the ball around a lot more. Cleveland Gary off the left side. Penalty marker is down. Tony Bennett brings Gary down at the 31 after a 6-yard pickup. But the penalty in holding area, and that's the call against the Rams. They've had a very nifty drive going in this first possession of the second half.
Holding, number 61, offense, 10 yards, repeat first down.
Center Bernd Brostek, another guy we talked to yesterday.
A nifty drive. I like that, nifty. I haven't heard that in a while. That's pretty good. Unfortunately for the Rams, that was not a nifty job by Bernd Brostek, he was detected holding, but the play set up extremely well. Chuck Cecil tried to fill up and make one of those signature hits and just sort of got stiff-armed to put on the ground.
Only 4 penalties called in this game. Been pretty well cleanly played. First and 20 against the rush, and a big rush by the linebacker George Kuntz. I didn't see any receiver in the area wherever threw the ball. You could call a grounding on that one.
You could, you should. It wasn't. But I got to tell you, there is nobody even close. Jim Everett, remember, the whole idea of calling a grounding like this against a quarterback is that he's throwing the ball away to escape a sack.
Well,
Mike Holmgren's the nearest guy on the sideline. He was wide open, but I don't think he was eligible for a reception.
Second and 20. Ball just about at midfield, slightly in Green Bay territory. Everett steps up and is passed to Ellard, and Ellard makes a fine catch. It got there pretty fast for Henry, and they get a lot of that yardage back, 14 of it, with Roland Mitchell covering Henry Ellard.
Well, here's what you call a Merry Christmas catch. Because the quarterback's going back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, timing pattern, throw it out. The receiver runs his pattern, turns around and goes, whoa, there's a ball. Merry Christmas.
Henry Ellard, as you mentioned, and he's had to adjust a lot. One thing he told us, he says, I've never played in snow in my entire career, and of course, he still hasn't. A lot of the Rams were looking forward to playing in what could be fun climate. Third down and 6 on the 34. Blitz on. Everett's pass caught by Ellard, and it's a first down to the 25. Buckley covering. Well, here's the go-to man in this first drive, Henry Ellard, and a gain of 9 yards for the Rams.
And they're using Ellard as a little delay here underneath. Watch him just delay and hesitate. Price clears things up the field. Terrell Buckley trying to trail behind, but if Buckley's got all that speed, he's got to stay with Ellard a little bit tighter. You can't let an Ellard get ahead of you like that, or he's going to complete a lot more of those passes. Another learning experience for Terrell.
Ellard, 3 catches, 33 yards already here in this quarter. The first down on the 25 of the Pack. Off balance and a penalty marker down. The pass intended for Pat Carter, the tight end. Brian Noble was covering on the play. And the Rams may be hit with another holding penalty. Some of them are...
Well, look at 38
arguing.
Lang arguing. You think maybe it might be against him?
Illegal use of the hands, number 93 defense. Illegal use of hands, 66 offense. The penalty's offset, repeat first down.
Now some of the Packers, that's Robert Brown, pleading his case, all of it to no avail, so offsetting penalties, and we'll replay it.
Well, when you see illegal use of the hands down there, what they refer to kind of the pit area, that's always hands in the face mask. And that's where you got it. One guy gets his hand up in the offensive lineman's face mask, and suddenly Newberry says, I don't like that, and he gets his hand up in Brown's face mask, and they throw both penalty flags, and it's offsetting, and I hate offsetting penalties.
I know, and you're right. 8th play of the drive, and the pitch to David Lang. Tell you, the L.A. Rams are not getting much on sweeps today. A 1-yard gain on the play. Lang shaken up a bit as the Packers really with terrific lateral pursuit here.
Well, the big hitter for the Packers is number 26, Chuck Cecil. Turn those numbers around. 62, Matt Brock comes down the line from his defensive end position and just lays a shoulder right into Lang's chops.
David Lang is leaving the field right now. He figured on a big 71-yard run in the first quarter of the game, and he's replaced by Robert Del Pino.
Everything hurts more in this kind of weather, Dick. I mean, your aches ache more, the hits hurt more, the little sprains hurt more, it hurts to catch, it hurts to do everything in the cold.
Second down and 9, Rams on the 24. Everett can't find a receiver, and he lofts it, and it's intercepted by the Green Bay Packers, and it's Terrell Buckley with his second of the game. That was simply a bad pass by Everett into coverage.
You got to throw this ball away. This has got to be a ball that goes out of bounds. But watch the job Buckley does coming in front of Ellard and gets those feet down right there. Nice job of poise. Nice job of taking advantage of a bad throw by Jim Everett.
The John Hancock Bowl, the Blockbuster Bowl, the bowl battles on CBS.
Not only is this Honda Accord designed to improve airflow, but cash flow as well. Introducing the Accord Lease Program. See your nearest dealer for details.
The Norelco razor hugs every contour, every curve, for a shave incredibly close and comfortable. It's the one with floating heads, for the perfect shave that makes the perfect gift. Norelco, we make close comfortable.
When it comes to camcorders, always ask the right question. Like who delivers the finest picture and sound? Who lets you record 5 times longer than VHS-C? Who has all the answers? Without question, Handycam from Sony.
Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Miller Lite, I like it like that.
When you're calling for great taste and a less filling beer, one beer's made to order. Miller Lite. It's everything you want a beer to be.
Ooh, I like it like that. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Ooh, come on.
Randy, we remember Terrell Buckley under that hood when, you know, he had less than ideal and adept days defending the pass. He looks like he has gained some ground in recent weeks.
You see, the guy congratulating there is Chuck Cecil, and Terrell Buckley's made 3 real big plays. 2 interceptions and a touchdown-saving tackle on Lang.
First down, Packers on their 7-yard line. Thompson gets very little. Kelm quickly closes down after a pickup of 2 yards. Packers need a win today. It would be their 6th consecutive victory. They haven't done that since they opened the 1965 season with 6 in a row and won the NFL championship. Pittsburgh leading Minnesota 3-0. If the Steelers beat the Vikings and the Packers hold on and win, Packers will be in Minnesota to play for the NFC Central title next Sunday.
I tell you, that watermelon patch is growing in those Vikings' throats. They are doing a big-time gag right now.
Second down and 8 on the 9, and the inside handoff is to Thompson. A fumble, and the Rams have recovered. So Darrell Thompson has fumbled twice today, and the first time led to the only Ram touchdown, and now a fumble, and Mike Holmgren has to be furious. Anthony Newman recovered it for the Rams, who are in golden opportunity now to get back in the game.
Not only does he have to be furious, he absolutely is furious. Some of that face color is because of the cold, and a lot of the face color is because of this play. Watch this. Never gets the ball. Ball's on the ground. Dive on it. Find it. Do something. Look at all the standing around by the guys in the green. The only ones going after are the guys in the white. A great situation for Everett and these Rams right now.
3 tight ends for the Rams, and a play fake, and Everett, he got rid of that ball, and storming in was Matt Brock, and that should be...
Yeah, please, that is
an obvious call.
That is an easy grounding call. Why you don't pull the trigger on that, I don't know.
He got rid of the ball to avoid the sack. I don't think there could be a clearer example of that in football.
No, this is very, very blatant. Matt Brock clean through. I mean, I don't see any groundhogs with L.A. Ram jerseys on. There's nobody around. Come on, pull the trigger, Gordon McCarter, and throw that flag.
I see a couple with Redskin helmets, but, you know, not Rams. 2nd down and 10 at the 15-yard line. Crowd booing, and rightfully so. You saw the Packer bench. 2nd down and 10, and the pass is thrown away, really. Everett had nowhere to go. He threw it in the direction of Henry Ellard, and that'll bring up 3rd down.
Well, he threw that one away like he should have thrown the one on the last possession away that Terrell Buckley intercepted. We've got a little tussle going on in the field and a flag down.
So we're going to have a penalty here. And if it happens to be against the Rams for some reason, that's really going to make their touchdown effort that much more difficult. And it is going to be against L.A. They're going to move it all the way back to about the 31.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, number 64 offense, after the incompletion. The down counts, 15 yards. We go to 3rd down.
That's Gerald Perry. So right now, the Rams would even be in tenuous field goal range, I'd say, considering the cold weather and the winds we have swirling.
Well, you talk about field goals, and these balls are very hard to kick when the leather toughens up and gets hard like this. It's very difficult, and I would have to qualify this as out of Zendejas' field goal range at about 48, 49 yards.
3rd and 25, 3 receivers to the left, and Everett out of the backfield to Del Pino, trying to juke his way with 3 defenders, is dropped at about the 22 by Tony Bennett. And that'll bring up 4th down. He got 9 yards, and Zendejas comes on the field to try a field goal. Keep in mind, the Rams at one point led 10-0 early in the 2nd quarter. Big goal line stand forced the Rams to go for 3, and then the Packers responded with 4 touchdowns. This will be a 39-yard attempt with Mike Pagel holding.
The simplest things become very important in these situations. The snap and the hold are the critical part right now.
7:56 to go in the 3rd. And there's the kick. And the kick is good. Zendejas, who last year was a perfect 17 for 17. Hasn't been perfect this year, but he clicks with a 39-yard field goal.
Braun introduces Flex Control, the first electric shaver with a pivoting head. Flex Control automatically adjusts to every contour of your face. Under the chin, under the lip, that tricky spot under your nose. You'll get the closest Braun shave yet. Flex Control from Braun, the last word in shavers.
Every now and then, people come across something so well thought out, so timeless, it becomes a classic. Which may explain why the Honda Accord has been the best-selling car in America for the past 3 years.
Of nature, a threat to his enemies, and a hero to a woman called Dr. Quinn.
There's a man, Mike Holmgren, who still could be seething, but the Packers are somewhat fortunate to have only seen the Rams get a field goal out of that. Penalty hurt the L.A. effort there. It's 28-13, but tell you what, you can't put it on the ground in your own territory, and that's what Thompson did the last time.
You cannot afford to make mistakes when you are not physically an intimidating team, and Green Bay is not a physically intimidating team. They must execute.
A squibber, and it's picked up by the front man. And it's John Yurkovich. Yurkovich, he is so big the ball could bounce off of his chest like a goaltender in hockey, and he returned to 10 yards, and all of that means the Packers will have good field position, and they will start from the 39-yard line. 7:43 remaining in the third quarter.
Nothing satisfies so many people in so many different ways. Beef, it's what's for dinner.
Introducing the 190 horsepower Prelude VTEC. It's very quick, no matter how you look at it.
Still going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer battery. It keeps going and going and...
A stellar field of Olympic medalists and world champions compete in the GP Go Tournament of Champions Ski Series. Next on CBS Sports.
Next Sunday, the final regular season Sunday. It all begins with the NFL today at 12:30 Eastern. The Packers and the Vikings could be the big showdown for the NFC Central title. Giants at Philadelphia. Some of you will see Chicago at Dallas. Pittsburgh leading Minnesota as they go to the fourth quarter, and Philadelphia leading Washington by 1 point. Packers have a first down on the 39. Brett Favre, under heavy pressure, throws the ball incomplete. Harry Sidney was the intended receiver on that play. Good pressure by Robert Young. Let's take a look at the last 4 possessions for the Green Bay Packers. They had 28 unanswered points, 3 touchdowns, and the big fumble the last time they had the ball.
And what was missing on that last possession by the Green Bay Packers is the involvement of Sterling Sharp. When you have a key player and you have a big-time quality player and you don't have many of them, you've got to take advantage of them. You've got to find ways to work them into the offense. First half, he was in the backfield. He was in motion. Whatever it takes, you got to get him involved.
He's in the slot right now with Lewis, the outside receiver to the left, and the handoff is to Darrell Thompson. Holding on to the ball for dear life, Sean Gilbert holds him to a 1-yard gain. You looked at the scores of the other games with Philadelphia leading 14-13. Of course, if the Eagles go on and win, the only hope for the Packers to get into postseason play would be to win the NFC Central title, so they would definitely lead a Viking loss to the Steelers. 14 degrees, -5 wind chill, and that's balmy considering what we kind of expected at this time of the day. Third down and 9. Packers are 4 for 6 on third down tries today. Favre is going to be hit from behind and brought down. A penalty marker thrown as well. Michael Stewart gets credit for the sack coming from the blind side. A loss of 9 yards, but there is a penalty as well. And a holding call against the Rams, and that will be
Yeah, you decline. You decline that. You make them punt, and you take the loss you've already got. But quick audible position like that on a three-stepper.
Holding, 63 offense, penalty decline, 4th down.
Three-step drop. 1, 2, 3, and he gets stepped on by James Campen, who the holding was called on as he was being bull rushed by Sean Gilbert.
Brian Wagner will kick. Emil Harry is back deep. How quiet is this crowd, considering how loud they were when Sterling Sharp caught his second DD pass?
Well, you said the two magic words that haven't been involved in the offense. Sterling Sharp. That's why they're quiet.
Harry returning and falls down. Emil Harris falls down. The Rams will have decent starting field position following the 33-yard kick.
Puts the wind in your sails. It's gone. But it isn't.
Now you can get strong medicine in a cough drop.
It's gone, but it's still working.
Medicine so effective, the drop keeps working even after it's gone. It's extra strength Vicks, with a full dose of Vicks vapor medicine in every drop to relieve your cough and help your scratchy throat and stuffy nose feel better. Extra strength Vicks, so strong it keeps working even after the drop is gone.
It's still working.
This season, when you buy a KFC holiday meal, I'll give you a coupon book worth up to $75 on select Mattel toys. The KFC holiday meal. Feed a family of 4, just $9.99.
Happy holidays!
Images can change. Just like that, with the Rebel in each and every EOS lens from Canon.
Image is everything.
EOS Rebel and Rebel S from Canon. So advanced and simple.
You are watching the National Football League on CBS Sports.
You know, it's a lot of fun for the Southern California representatives in the NFL to come to the North Country. And yesterday, when they got out of their bus before practice, what else is snowball fight? They don't get a chance to do this often.
I can't say that I ever did that. I mean, when I'm in the cold, I'm trying to keep warm, and that poor cameraman had the misfortune of being descended. If I see Ernie Zampese there with the hood.
Think they went after the coaches? First down Rams on their 36-yard line with 6.5 to play in the third quarter. 28-13, the Packers lead. Everett's first pass is low and incomplete. He was going for Henry Ellard. Everett just didn't get it there. Ellard was open, and that'll bring up second down. Eagles lead the Redskins 14-13, and the Steelers still in front of the Vikings 3-0. Buffalo closing in on New Orleans.
It's very important for Jim Everett and this Ram offense to keep focused. Keep in mind the reminders of 2 weeks ago in Tampa when they came back as they did, because with this much time left, basically a quarter and a half remaining, and only down 15 points, this game is not out of reach for this offense, but they must execute.
Second down and 10. Everett's pass is caught by Price. Jim Price, the tight end, and he is very close to the first down. Terrell Buckley making the tackle as Price with his first reception of the game. Everett is 13 for 23 passing-wise. Those are Price's numbers coming into this game.
And that's the kind of thing that Jim Everett's got to do. He's got to get the ball over the middle to his tight ends. He's got to keep getting the ball outside to his Andersons and his Ellards and keep this defense off balance and not attacking. Green Bay's at its best when it's attacking.
3 wide receivers on first down on the Ram 47, and it's a play fake and a good one. Everett just needs a receiver downfield, and he won't find one, and he throws it to a Packer associate on the sideline. Tell you, Green Bay did a good job downfield, also put pressure on following the good fake.
And another example of Jim Everett just throwing the ball away when he's got it into a little bit of trouble. Matt Brock was just pleading with McCarter there for for a penalty. You see Tony Bennett quick under the inside on Jackie Slater, who held him and didn't get it called. And there's not a receiver within sight except for Pat Carter, but that ball was about 10 feet over Pat Carter's head.
Chuck Knox's Rams lost their first 5 road games this year, won their last 2, however, trying to make it 3 in a row, but it's an uphill climb for L.A. 2nd down and 10, and there is the handoff to Cleveland Gary, and he dives his way into Packer territory to the 49-yard line. We'll bring up 3rd and about 6 or 7. Tim Hawk and Lester Archambault making the tackle for the Packers.
And in these nickel situations like this for Jim Everett, he's had his receivers running several crossing and underneath patterns, and almost every time a tight end type of a receiver, whether it's a Carter or a Jim Price, has been open over the middle.
Price now goes to the left. He is in the slot to the left. Ellard wide left. 3rd down and 6. Out of the shotgun is Everett. Still under pressure, giving ground. And the pass is again thrown away. Tony Bennett, and a late flag put down on the field.
The question here is, it is on the late hit in the Jim Everett's face, or are they finally calling Everett for a grounding?
That's it.
Yes, finally, on the 4th or 5th time, they've gotten around to calling grounding on Jim Everett. Now, this is probably the least blatant violation of all of them.
I was going to say.
Because there is a receiver there. That is not the most blatant one, but, you know, things kind of even out. Life's not always fair at the right times, and sometimes you do something and don't get caught, and you don't deserve it, and that's when they call it. And listen to McCarter give us the call here.
Intentional grounding, number 11, quarterback.
You know, I agree with you.
Not a foul. Loss of down.
You know, he almost had, you know, the right idea there. Del Pino was close to the ball, but after all of those egregious missed calls on the grounding, they finally got it. UCLA, I'm sure you took some English courses there.
They're egregious. Is that when you throw it backwards?
Don Bracken will be kicking to Robert Brooks and gets off a beauty. Brooks will start from his 24-yard line, looking for running room. And will get nothing as he is hit immediately by Scott Stevens, who is a former Green Bay Packer linebacker. So we have 4 minutes and 34 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. It is still a 15-point lead.
To those who still believe that only expensive luxury cars should offer standard anti-lock brakes, a driver-side airbag, and sophisticated engine technology, we think you'll come around. The Civic EX sedan from Honda. He was as determined
Have you had enough of it?
as he was defiant,
I'm gonna do what I gotta do, get the unit back.
as courageous
He said, why shouldn't we take you out in the alley and beat you until you beg for death?
as he was dangerous.
The Justice Department has plenty on you, Mr. Harper. Every conflict here has rules. The question is, what has been lost and what has been gained?
Jack Nicholson, Danny DeVito, Hoffa, rated R. Starts Christmas Day at theaters everywhere.
The DeskJet 500 black and white printer. The DeskJet Portable. The DeskJet 550C printer with color. See what you can do. With DeskJet printers from Hewlett-Packard, it's easy to make it happen.
Dick Stockton, Randy Cross, and Pat O'Brien here at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. There's a lonely man, Sterling Sharp, after 8 catches for 110 yards and 2 scores in the first half, has yet to get a possession here in the second half.
Well, you see him jumping around trying to get warm, and I think you reach down there and just jumble that whole Packer offense up and knock them upside the head and say, get warm, and I'm sure Mike Holmgren would love to, because the timing, as they started the first half off slow, they started the second half slow. You got to get the ball to your number one guy.
Starting from the 26, Thompson going on the outside with his sweep, and a good gain on first down. Gerald Robinson rode him out of bounds, and a gain of 6 yards for Darrell Thompson. Vince Workman unable to suit up. They were hoping that they might get their leading rusher back in this game, but he's still out with that shoulder injury. And Thompson today has gained 35 yards on 13 carries.
Well, what this Packer offense needs is they need a back. They don't need running back by committee. They need somebody to establish himself as the number one guy. And even with Workman healthy, I think Workman is an ideal third down type back, but he's not an every down pounded at the running back.
Second down and 4, and here's Thompson. Good acceleration on a handoff, and he is stopped just short of first down yardage. It's awfully close. Larry Kelm, the middle linebacker. Philadelphia still leading Washington with that much time remaining in the fourth quarter. Keep in mind, as far as the tiebreakers go for a wild card hope for the Packers, if the Eagles win, that's bad news for the Packers. They have to hope that the Steelers maintain their lead over the Vikings. A win for Green Bay here sets up the showdown for the NFC Central title next Sunday. They're going to measure to see whether the Pack has enough for the first down.
Well, very conservative, close to the vest type of an offense so far for Mike Holmgren and these Packers in this second half. Coming out, running the ball, dumping it off. They have not been wide open. They have not been getting the ball to Sterling Sharp, and I really happen to think that's a mistake. Do not pull your horns in now. You can't sort of let them out, let them in, let them out, let them in. You got to be yourself. And being yourself for the Packers is being wide open and getting the ball through the air to a Sterling Sharp and holding the ball for long periods.
That was the first down for the Packers in this second half. By the way, the Vikings have tied up the Steelers 3-3. First down on the 37 for Green Bay. 3:28 remaining in the third. And Thompson looking for running room off the right side. Very little there. Roman Pfeiffer closes in and a gain of 1. And right now for an update probably on the Pittsburgh-Minnesota clash, here's Greg Gumbel. Greg?
Good guess, Dick. Here is the bad news for Green Bay fans. Quad Reveille from 38 yards out. It's tied at 3 with 7:08 to play in the fourth quarter in Pittsburgh, Dick.
So now the Packers have to, take care of business here, Randy, but they got to sweat out that scoreboard because a Viking victory clinches the NFC Central.
I happen to be a big believer in just win. Just get your wins and worry about what things are like after you've played 16. Don't worry about letting other people do your job.
Second down and 8, and the give this time Thompson, who comes left, and the Rams are right there. It'll be third and long. Crowd a little antsy over the conservative offensive style by the Packers that goes back to their last drive.
Look at all these shoes on the sideline. Everybody's worried about, do I use cleats? Do I use rubber-based cleats? Do I do this? Do I do that? I guess when you're going to run the ball a lot, you want things on the ground, and you want the best things to work on a frozen field. But, Green Bay is running what I refer to as the 4-minute offense at the end of the game. They're running out the clock. Well, there's 2 minutes left, but it's in the third quarter. They're running the clock out in the third quarter.
Third down and 7. Pressure on Favre, and he's going to go down again. Michael Stewart, for the second time, picks up a sack. And a safety blitz. They're going to blow it down much farther up than the 10-yard line, but it'll be still a 13-yard loss, and so Packers will have to cough it up.
Offense cannot be turned on and off. You cannot just say, well, gee, I'm going to run it for 10 plays, and then all of a sudden resurrect your ability to throw the ball. Throwing the ball is very much a timing thing. Wishbone teams do not throw it well because they don't practice it, and if you don't do it, you lose the touch, and the Packers right there just lost their clue on the pass.
Brian Wagner with the end-over-end kick, and it's picked up by Harry at the 45-yard line, and he is down by Jeff Brady. So the fumble by Thompson really has affected Mike Holmgren's offensive philosophy because this team has gone into a shell. We haven't seen any of Sterling Sharp, and a far cry from what we saw the Packers do in the second quarter.
Well, it's been very conservative so far. There's been an awful lot of running and very little passing going on from the Green Bay Packers. And from Mike Holmgren's standpoint, he's got to hope that his defense can stifle Jim Everett and this Ram offense right here, get his offense the ball back, and let them take some time off the clock. I don't think he's playing right now to win or score. He's playing right now not to lose.
First down Rams on their 48-yard line. Cleveland Gary gets an opening off the left side and dives forward for a Ram first down inside the 40, a pickup of 13 yards, and it was Chuck Cecil on the stop.
Well, watch the job that the offensive line does from here over on this defense and the big loping hole that develops backside in the defense. There's Bostic, the center, gets a hold of Noble, and I mean literally gets a hold of Noble and puts him on the ground with a nice little driving hold. And that's the kind of thing a Ram offensive line can do to you. You don't want to let them get their hands on you because they'll maul you.
Out of the I formation on first down from the 39. Everett's pass. And did Ellard catch it in bounds? He did. Henry Ellard with a fine catch with Vinnie Clark all over him. And another first down for the Rams. They're driving with less than a minute to go in the third quarter, trailing 28-13.
And exactly what the Rams want to do with Everett. Just get this ball out, run these timing patterns, come back to the ball as Ellard does right there. Don't do anything out of character. Don't do anything too risky. Just try to get your first down, move the chains, and get some points. The Rams are still in it.
Bryce up to the left, but the swing pass is to Gary, and he's not going to get much. He'll be down at the 25-yard line, and that should be the last play of the third quarter. Burnell Dent, who's playing place of the injured Johnny Holland, the tackle, and a gain of 2. And that's the end of the third quarter. With the score, the Packers 28 and the Rams 13. Our coverage will continue after this message from your local station. You're watching the NFL on CBS.
This is CBS.
This is the land for GMC.
Winter's here, and GMC's ready with their four-wheel drive Force. The 4x4 Sierra pickup is perfect for plowing. The four-door Jimmy, sturdy Sonoma, and all-wheel drive Safari come with optional 200 horsepower engines and ABS brakes. GMC, the Force in four-wheel drive trucks.
This is the land for GMC.
See your GMC truck professionals. Algoma Motors, Colin Sorrentino, Neville Motors, Fox Valley Truck, Bergstrom, Petrovsky, Holiday, or see your nearest GMC truck professional.
This is the land for GMC. This is the land for GMC. Supreme me with the Taco Supreme. Supreme me. Or a Nacho Supreme with the taste like heaven come to earth. Taco Bell Supreme. Supreme me. Burrito Supreme. Supreme me. Taco Supreme that's out at 79. Supreme me one more time. Taco Bell Supreme. Run for the border.
Today's game is sponsored locally by Taco Bell.
And we begin the fourth quarter here at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. Along with Randy Cross, Pat O'Brien is with us as well. This is Dick Stockton. Packers lead the Rams 28-13. The Rams are driving, trying to get back in this game. But, Randy, they need 3 scores to take the lead.
It's not out of the question for this offense, and I'm impressed with this possession by the Rams. Jim Everett's been very cool. The execution has been good. They must keep doing what they're doing. Defensively, the Packers need a break.
Second down and 8. Everett has time, and the pass is caught, and it's down to the 20-yard line. The forward progress for Henry Ellard, who caught 4 passes in the third quarter and catches the first pass on the first play here in the fourth. Noble defending.
And once again, in motion, dragging right underneath. Everything opens up as everyone else leaves, and you're matched one-on-one with the linebacker. And we've seen Sterling Sharp on numerous occasions matched up with the linebacker, break the tackle, but Ellard was unable to there.
It'll be third down and 3 at the 20, and a timeout is called by Green Bay. Packer timeout. We'll be back.
The higher you go, the more power you need.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, Nothing ever got to me.
That's why up here, they depend on the most horsepower ever in a turbo diesel pickup.
Like a rock.
Chevrolet, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Here comes the baby. Push so we can get the baby's head out.
Give it a push now.
A little more. A little more. Give it a push now.
Breathe through your nose.
Stay like that.
Oh, it's a beautiful
Here we go.
I can't believe it.
Look at that.
Oh.
It's a little girl.
Come on. Let me show you where it's at.
If you're open to a beer brewed from the start, to be the one great tasting beer that's less filling, there's one beer to open.
Come on. Let me show you where it's at. Miller Lite. I like it like that.
Miller Lite. It's everything you want a beer to be.
Come on.
This game summary is sponsored by Miller Lite.
Big game for Sterling Sharp, but all of it in the first half. Buckley, the rookie, with 2 interceptions and a score. Look at Green Bay's total yards of 240. They only have 4 in the second half.
And that is extremely important for these LA Rams, especially on offense. It's giving them the life. It's giving them a little bit of a spark. The Rams need a touchdown on this possession, but they don't need it on this play. Keep the ball away from the Packer offense.
3rd down and 3. A big 3rd down play early in the 4th quarter, and the pass is caught, and a big hit, and the reception by David Lang. He held onto it despite being hit, and it was a Packer defender who was shaken up after a 9-yard gain.
And guess which Packer defender made that big hit?
Yep.
Chuck Cecil. Upper right part of your screen. Reads the slanting pattern and fills on the running back out of the backfield right there. Now that's when you see the guy that catches the ball gets up slow. The defender gets up slow. He doesn't want to come out of the game, but you know, after a hit like that, you're not always really quite sure as they put the smelling salts under Chuck's nose. You don't want to come out of the game, but you're never really quite sure what game it is you're coming out of.
Same with Lang as he goes to the sideline. You know, this is a draw, that particular battle, but I don't remember when Cecil really took a hit. He's normally administered all of them. We talked about Green Bay with only 4 total yards in this half after 2:36 in the first. Tim Hawk replaces Chuck Cecil. 1st and 10 on the 12 for the Rams. And the swing pass to Cleveland Gary. And he is out of bounds after a gain of about 4 yards. Or 3. Burnell Dent making the stop on Cleveland Gary. Update on the Philadelphia-Washington game. The Eagles have taken a 17-13 lead. They've added a field goal. They were up by 1, and now they're up by 4. So the Packers, now scores were in their favor before, not so much now, but they're winning their game. 2nd down and 9. Cleveland Gary leaps over a defender, fumbles, and I think the Rams still have it. Let's wait and see.
Luckily for Cleveland Gary, I think Cleveland Gary recovered that fumble. And he did. There he is on the ball, and there's the guy.
What do you think he's thinking
about? We talked about Earl Weaver having that hook. And that's what it takes to get Cleveland Gary out of the ball game for a Chuck Knox offense, and that's to put the ball on the ground. You're churning, you're trying to make things happen. But Tim Hawk, playing right now for an injured Chuck Cecil, is shaking up Chuck Cecil, comes up, puts his head on the ball, and knocked that one loose.
Cecil back in the game. 3rd down and 7 coming up. Again, the Rams facing a big 3rd down play. Everett in trouble. And he throws it up in the crowd. And it comes down into the hands of Cleveland Gary, I believe. It does. And the Rams, I don't know how he completed that pass as he ate a little bit of the Green Bay real estate. A gain of 5 yards. Robert Brown was all over Everett.
Well, that's one thing about a frozen field. You don't worry too much about getting too much face mask caught up in the turf because it isn't going to come up off the turf. But right here, this is just, talk about a prayer. Talk about an interception waiting to happen, and a great effort by Cleveland Gary. Did not get the first down. The Rams are not going to kick a field goal, but it was a nice effort by Cleveland Gary. And you got to think it's a timing, short pattern, or a swing pass for the Rams.
4th and 2. And the pass is off the hands of Jim Price, incomplete. He was there in the end zone. I don't know whether the pass was too hard or whether Price just dropped it, but the Rams have turned it over on downs to the Green Bay Packers with a golden opportunity to inch closer to the Packers.
And a nice play here by Jim Everett, just popping this ball quickly to Price, who just does not catch the ball. A golden opportunity wasted by the Los Angeles Rams.
A twin blade from Bic? What's in it for me?
This is new? A twin for normal skin and a twin for sensitive, right?
Yeah, well, I'm a sensitive guy, so I tried it. It was good. It was great.
The new Bic Twin Select. Normal, sensitive.
It really blew me away.
You made a big man out of me.
What else? Isotoner gloves. Put on your isotoner gloves and let's go out and play. So you take care of the hands. Take care of you.
Stronger than most, this umbrella. 50% of the Fortune 500 carry it for their insurance and investment needs. Open in case you want strength and experience the traveler's way. You're better off under the umbrella.
This man has 2 of the fastest feet in the world, but even they can't pump a brake as fast as this Chevy Cavalier's standard anti-lock brake system.
Oh, yeah?
Without ABS, no matter how fast your feet are, this can happen.
Whoa!
But to help you stop and steer on slippery surfaces, Cavalier's anti-lock brakes pump on and off up to 15 times a second.
Yeah, but can they do this?
The safety of ABS. What else would you expect from the heartbeat of America?
CBS Sports coverage of the National Football League is sponsored by the Heartbeat of America, Chevrolet, and your local Chevy dealer. Isotoner gloves for men, the perfect gift because they're the perfect fit. And by Bic Twin Select for normal and sensitive skin. There's a Bic for every beard.
11:40 remaining in the 4th quarter. The Packers taking over on down, starting from the 4-yard line, and Harry Sidney moves it beyond the 5. The Rams had the ball for 9 plays in nearly 5 minutes and came up empty on that 4th down play and still trailed 28-13.
But from the Rams standpoint, if they can stop the Packers here and play a little field position with them and give the ball back to Jim Everett in that offense, they still got a chance to put some points on the board and tighten this thing up even further. The Packers have got to open up their offense. Even backed up here, what they do well is move the ball in the air, not on the ground.
2nd down and 7. And Favre's going to throw, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage, or deflected at least. And that will bring up 3rd down. It's interesting you say about the Packers need to throw the ball. The Rams are last in the league against the rush, and the Packers have managed only 67 yards rushing. But their style, of course, is to pass, and that's what they need to do, although it's 3rd down. And a big defensive stop for the Rams is needed here.
And this is the play. You got to find a way from the Rams' standpoint. If you roll the defense to them, you find at least 1 or 2 people covering, at least 2 people covering Sterling Sharp on this play coming up here. You make sure he's not the one that beats you, and you take a chance, and you send an extra player, and you go after Brett Favre.
Sharp is wide to the right, and the give is to Harry Sidney, who dives, and he may not have made it. It'll be close. Gerald Robinson, the defensive end, making the tackle, and they appear to be short by a yard.
Yeah, he didn't make it, Dick. That's 4th down, and this is a situation where they're trying not to have something bad, something negative happen, but in doing so, they're doing two things. One, I think they're giving the Rams life, and two, they're putting an awful lot of pressure on their own defense. They're making Ray Rhodes and his charges on the defensive side of the ball basically take this game over.
Brian Wagner will kick from his own end zone. Emil Harry is already standing in Green Bay territory. He gets off a beauty. Harry goes back to midfield. He already knows the Rams are in good field position, and he is stopped at about the 43-yard line of Green Bay. An 8-yard return. Next Sunday on CBS Sports, a big lineup. Packers and Vikings could come down to the battle for the NFC Central title. Giants go to Philadelphia, where the Eagles getting ready for the playoffs themselves. And some of you will see the Bears at the Dallas Cowboys at 4 o'clock. And that's an age-old rivalry, Chicago and Dallas. Mike Ditka, Jimmy Johnson. A fine array of games coming up next Sunday, and it all begins with the NFL Today, the last word before kickoff. First down Rams on the 42 of the Packers with plenty of time, 10:05 remaining. And Everett's first pass incomplete to Flipper Anderson, and he was defended by Vinnie Clark. Anderson caught a touchdown pass as the Rams took advantage of a Green Bay turnover to start the game. It was 10-0 Rams, and then the Packers turned it around to 28 unanswered points. Buckley with a 33-yard interception. Sterling Sharp caught 2 TD passes before the Packers answered with the Rams, that is, with a field goal late in the third. Second down and 10. Everett is going deep for Flipper Anderson, has his man beaten, but the pass a little bit too long for him. Again, Clark trailing on the play.
And Vinnie Clark was trailing by at least 2 or 3 yards behind Flipper Anderson. There's a flag on the field. We've got holding against the Rams. But here is a case of going short, and then saying the heck was short, we're going to stretch him. Look how far behind Vinnie Clark is. The only hope Vinnie Clark had on that play.
78 offense, 10 yards, repeat.
Jackie Slater called for holding, and that will set the ball back into Ram territory.
But I like that call by Jim Everett and that offense. Go after him. Go for the throat. Go for the big score. And they're taking an opportunity or taking a chance here to change this momentum around. Offensively, they are the offense taking the chances. They're the offense putting the ball in the air.
Second down and 20 at the LA 48-yard line. Millard in motion left. Up the middle, the pass caught by Flipper Anderson. And riding him down, Jeff Brady. They get some of the yards back. They get 8 back. They still need 12 for a first down.
And this puts them into a situation at 3rd and 12 where you get against a defense that's been giving you some things on the outside of the defense. I think an ideal situation now that the defense is thinking outside to get one inside, right at the seams, right up the middle. That usually means someone at the tight end position.
3rd down and 12 at the 44. Could be Pat Carter. He comes in motion left. Out of the shotgun on 3rd down, rolling out left, looking downfield. The pass. Again, Flipper Anderson, the intended receiver. The pass was a bit high. Vinnie Clark and company defending, and that'll bring up 4th down. So the Rams failed to take advantage of good field position on that series.
On that play, we talked about Pat Carter coming in motion. Watch the job he and Gerald Perry do of hooking that entire end, giving Jim Everett plenty of time, who zips it in. In fact, zips it in so well that Flipper Anderson, well past the first down marker, was not able to hold on to that. Should have been a first down, should have been a catch. But a little too much zip on that ball.
Terrell Buckley goes back deep for the Packers along with Robert Brooks. Don Bracken gets off a good kick. Fair catch called for by Buckley at the 12, and a standing ovation from the crowd.
Well, Terrell's had a couple problems this year dropping the ball in those exact situations, and the Packer crowd knows they don't need a mistake at this time.
Why drive an imitation when you can drive the vehicle that originated the species? Chevy Blazer.
Do you know the national debt is almost $4 trillion? That works out to roughly $16,000 for every man, woman, and child in the country. Even the goldfish is into somebody for 30, 40 bucks. Relax. I'll float you a loan. And with banks charging up to 19% interest on our credit cards, we're literally drowning in debt. No offense. This is the American Express card. No interest, no revolving debt. So you don't have to worry about going belly up. You're right. One too many. I didn't know he could do that.
When the team leader puts you in charge for the first time, that's when you find out how good you really are.
Imagine a rent-a-car company that offers special delivery right to your door. That's Enterprise.
Here, let me help you.
Enterprise, a special rent-a-car company that gives you special delivery.
Good. Something like that, right?
No, in honor of the California visitors, a little poached salmon. Little salmon on the old Weber there, and they'll serve with a fine white wine and everything else. Is just the only way to go post-game.
It's tasty, doesn't it? Hope they save some for us out there. First down, Packers on the 13-yard line with 8:59 remaining in the fourth quarter, leading 28-13. Darrell Thompson, and the pitch goes to Harry Sidney, who stopped. The Minnesota Vikings are trying a 35-yard field goal with 4 seconds remaining to try to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers and wrap up the NFC Central. The kick is good, and Minnesota leads 6-3. Is there any time left in that game? But it appears as if the Vikings have won. They have won the game, and Minnesota has won the NFC Central, beating the Steelers on a last-second field goal, 6-3. So the Packers' only hope of getting to the playoffs will be as a wild card entry, and they need the Philadelphia Eagles to lose to the Redskins. That's the story. Second down and 8 from the 14-yard line.
And they also need a general wake-up call for their offense to get things going here in this fourth quarter.
Brett Favre with a quick toss to Sidney, and he is wrestled down, and losing his helmet as well was Sidney as Anthony Newman makes the tackle, and that was no gain. That's Favre's first completion, believe it or not, of the second half.
And a nice job by the Ram defense. Sterling Sharp clearing at the bottom of the screen through. You slide your fullback in the back, and you hope the fill doesn't get your back. But a good job by Newman filling up and getting a face full of Harry Sidney.
Packers have only one first down in the second half. They're leading, though, 28-13. It'll be third down and 8. Called by Brett Favre here. With 1 second on the clock, he just got it off in time, and Favre is going to be sacked inside the 10-yard line, closer to the 5. It was Robert Young and Kevin Green in on the play, and a loss of 6 yards stops the clock, 7:11 remaining.
This has been a completely listless performance in this second half by the Green Bay offense. And has been something that's been kind of ugly to watch. You just see Washington 3rd and 10 on Philly's 20, driving down. But with that score, they've got to stick this thing in the end zone with 35 seconds left.
Packers would not win in a tiebreaker with the Washington Redskins, but would with the Philadelphia Eagles because they beat the Eagles in a head-to-head confrontation. Emil Harry is back deep, and kicking will be Brian Wagner from near the back of his end zone. A delay momentarily. So right now, the Packers' lone hope of getting into the playoffs would be as a wild card team.
And the Packers finish up with Minnesota in Minnesota next week, and the Philadelphia Eagles finish up with the New York Giants at home. Now, which Giant team they're going to get is a matter for discussion, whether it's one yesterday that ripped up Kansas City or the one that's not showed up for about the better part of the season.
Good question. Booming kick by Wagner. A beauty. Sends the kickback, and it is down by Corey Harris, that is, at the 42-yard line. A 53-yard kick by Wagner, and a far cry from Paul McJulian early in the season. This game is presented by authority of the National Football League and CBS, and this telecast is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of CBS, the Green Bay Packers, and the National Football League is prohibited. Well, you know, Randy, the Rams have had a lot of chances because the Packers offensively in their last 5 possessions, a fumble, 4 straight punts, no more than 5 plays at any one time. Everett completes to Ellard into Green Bay territory and a first down to the 40.
And they put all the pressure here in Green Bay on their defense. And working against that defense, things have been open outside. We talked about things opening up inside. And watch this. There's Ellard, reads the coverage and just sits down right over the middle for an easy catch and a nice gain after the catch.
The Eagles have beaten the Redskins 17-13. Bad news for the Green Bay Packers, and this long pass for Flipper Anderson is incomplete as Everett gets hit after he let go of the ball. So the Eagles beating Washington, the Green Bay Packers' hopes are dashed for a playoff berth. But you know, I think that a lot of the enthusiasm in this crowd, Randy, is not so much for what could happen this year, but the way it looks down in the future with Mike Holmgren and his staff.
Well, they've done a fine job here, and I don't think they've really lost sight of the fact they do need a lot of help here. But how great is it for this community here in Green Bay to have this team back? It's been a real pleasure being here this weekend, and just to sense and be around the excitement of having a Green Bay Packer team that's been back and is winning.
Everett's pass, and it's caught by Ellard out of bounds. Terrell Buckley making the tackle. $15-yard gain. He has 7 catches for 83 yards.
And Everett just keeps quietly piling on the yards, finding Henry Ellard, finding Flipper Anderson. He had Flipper Anderson a couple of plays ago, once again open deep. Don't forget about that. Anderson has been open now twice deep for touchdowns, and Everett hasn't been able to get it to him.
It'll be 1st and 10 on the 25-yard line. Everett back to throw. He's in trouble. And he nearly has it intercepted by George Koos. You know, there is one way in which the Packers could still get in, and the Redskins would have to lose to the Raiders next week. They're playing him in RFK Stadium, and by virtue, the Green Bay Packers would have an outright better record at 10-6 to 9-7 for Washington. Of course, the Redskins are playing the Raiders next week. This was the game people thought that if they were going to administer a defeat to Philadelphia, this would be it. So Washington still could be out of the playoffs, but that would constitute a win for the Packers this game and next week in Minnesota, and a loss for the Redskins against the Raiders. So in essence, they still have a heartbeat left. 2nd down and 10. The pass is caught, and it's inside the 10-yard line. Jeff Chadwick with the reception.
But in order to maintain that heartbeat and that chance, these Packers have got to stop Jim Everett in this offense. The only things that have stopped Everett so far in the offense in this second half have been themselves.
Out of the shotgun. Everett swings it out to Robert Del Pino, who was hit at the 10-yard line, did not get out of bounds. The clock continues to run, and now it stops with 5:04 remaining. Buckley and Cecil in on the play, and there is a penalty marker down, and a penalty apparently against the Rams.
That was a nice job there by Terrell Buckley, Dick, of just breaking down the classic position and shooting things through and making that tackle. He's been criticized a lot, some by me, about not being too anxious for tackling, but it was a good job by him then.
Illegal motion, 89 offense, 5 yards, still 1st down.
That'll set the ball back to the 15-yard line. 5:04 remaining, and the Rams still need 3 scores to pull this game out.
5 minutes is plenty of time in this league for things to happen, especially with the offense Mike Holmgren's put on the field so far in the second half. They can make positive things happen for the Rams as much as the Rams can.
Pass is bobbled and caught by Ellard inside the 5-yard line. It'll be 2nd and goal. This time the ball at the 4. Butler and Cecil, the 2 safeties, in on the tackle. Rams scampering back here. They were trailing 28-10.
See some looks of genuine concern on the sidelines for the Packers. They know the momentum's now in the Rams' direction.
There's a pass lofted over Chadwick, incomplete. And in essence, Everett looked like he was throwing the ball away.
Well, you saw him sort of pointing at his chest as he looked at the sideline, so like, that one's on me, because if he puts that one a little bit lower, I think Chadwick's got an excellent chance to catch that one.
This is a college atmosphere here at Lambeau Field, and because they play 3 games a year in Milwaukee, this is the first time the fans here at Green Bay have been able to see their team since way back to October the 25th. 3 wide receivers line up to the right on 3rd down and goal at the 4. The pass is dropped. That was right in and out of the hands of Jeff Chadwick. He couldn't get a better pass.
That is the second touchdown pass that's been dropped by these Rams. First, Price dropped it on the 4th down play, and there Chadwick is wide open in the slot. The top receiver in the slot right there working against Hout. Right in the face. Oh, nice pass by Everett. Was not too hard, was not wobbly, was not anything negative. That was all just a clean, clear drop by Jeff Chadwick.
4th and goal, and the Rams, who lost the ball on downs last time. And the Green Bay Packers we're going to call another timeout. That's the second timeout they have called in a goal line defensive situation.
Well, I tell you, if I'm Green Bay and I'm Ray Rhodes, their defensive coordinator, I make sure I've got that pass pattern covered. That little pop over the middle that Jim Price was wide open on last time it was 4th down. If these Rams have an opportunity, I defensively want to be sure it's on the outside and not the quick, easy one inside.
It'll be 4th down and 4, and the Packers have 1 timeout remaining.
There's the coaches for the Green Bay Packers. You can just barely see to the left, the far left gentleman with the headphone on there is Ray Rhodes, a guy that I believe will eventually in this league be an NFL head coach. He's sitting right in this area right here. Next to him right there is Sherman Lewis. But these are 2 guys that have made as much of an impression and as much of an impact here as Mike Holmgren. Been a great situation here for the Green Bay Packers. I mean, you go on and on about what the guys in the field have done, but off the field, it's been the Rhodes and the Lewises and being led by this man, Mike Holmgren, I think has done a fabulous job of coordinating things here. And there's one guy you can't ignore, is Tom Lovat, the offensive line coach, but it's all defense here.
4th and goal on the 5. Everett lost the pass to the end zone, and it's off the hands of Flipper Anderson, and the Packers for the second time here in the second half hold on downs, and Terrell Buckley is having a sensational game in his secondary position.
Well, the Packers are bringing the blitz. Here comes Brady on the blitz, and Everett does want to dump it off quick, but the Packers close off the inside of the defense and force Everett and the Rams to go outside, and there's just not enough field and too many defenders for Flipper Anderson to get this ball.
4 minutes and 12 seconds to go. Terrell Buckley with a 33-yard interception and a score. He has played, well, you'd have to say, an all-rookie kind of game at cornerback today against the Rams.
Well, it's been a game that the Packer offense basically won in the first half, and the Packer defense guaranteed in the second half.
Thompson off left tackle. And the Packers now looking to use a lot of time. The Packers' chances of getting into the playoffs are still alive, but they will need some help. Packers must win this game and beat the Vikings, who have clinched the NFC Central Division title. Philadelphia won today over Washington, and Minnesota beat Pittsburgh. Packers must win this game and next week at Minnesota, and Washington or Philadelphia would have to lose, and Green Bay can still make the playoffs by virtue of record against common opponents.
And you get both those teams in the Packers and the Eagles finishing at 10-6, and suddenly those guys in Philadelphia start thinking back to that matchup they had with the Packers and how things went with that, and dropping that one becomes extremely critical.
Well, if Washington loses next week, they're 9-7, and Green Bay, if they win both of theirs, would be 10-6, so they would outright win it. Otherwise, if you have the 3 teams finish at 10-6, well, then you have the common opponents and the best percentage against the common foes. Of course, the best chance the Packers had be if they were tied only with Philadelphia because they beat them head-to-head, or had Minnesota lost today to set up the clash next week. 2nd down and 7 from the 7-yard line. Chuck Knox's Rams 5-9 on the year after winning 3 games last year. This is Knox's first game, the second stint this season as head coach of the Rams. Favre is rolling out. He'll run. And he brings it out. First down for Green Bay to the 25. The crowd loves it. 18-yard gain for Brent Favre.
And it's something finally offensively for the fans to cheer about here in the second half for the Packers. And it was just pure Brett Favre scrambling. And I always love it when a quarterback fakes the little pump action when he's about 5 yards past the line of scrimmage downfield. But maybe they'll think I'll do something like that and let it go.
And now the Rams will call a timeout. They're left with 1 timeout. That was only the second first down for the Packers here in the second half. Each team has 1 timeout left with 3:38 remaining.
And if Mike Holmgren and the Packers have their druthers, Brett Favre and their offense will not give this ball up. They will move the ball down. They'll get 2 or 3 more first downs, and they'll just end this game with the ball and just sit on it.
Here's a team that was 2-5 at one point. We saw their last loss really to the Giants on November the 8th, 27-7. And they have not lost since then. They are headed for their 6th straight victory. First time since Lombardi days in '65.
And here offensively, look for the 4-minute offense type things. A lot of very conservative passing if they happen, but mainly pounding the run inside and running out the clock.
First down. Thompson cutting upfield and gets about 5 yards on the play. And the Rams are out of timeouts. They have called their 3rd timeout of the second half.
You know, Chuck Knox had an interesting formula he mentioned to us yesterday. He was talking about, you know, the first-year coaches, and everybody's caught up with, you know, Mike Holmgren and Denny Green, and who've both done excellent jobs coaching this year. But if you use the Chuck Knox formula, he says, look, Ted Marchibroda's on top, and you look at him and go, what? He says, well, his guys won 1 game last year. They've won 7 this year, so he's +6. Bobby Ross, you see, +5. Holmgren and Knox both at +2. Denny Green right now is at +1, in case you're wondering where he is at. So this puts a little bit different twist on the coach of the year, or the, you know, they don't give a rookie of the year coach, but the coaching job that all these guys have done. But, you know, there is one name missing off of those lists of great jobs by coaches, and I think a guy that's got to be mentioned, is going to be in contention, is going to be George Seifert, and the consistent job he's done with those 49ers, and the opportunity of really some controversy and some bad things that he completely forestalled.
2nd down and 4 from the 30, and Harry Sidney. And of course, you talk about George Seifert. He's had so many different quarterbacks to work with. You talked about the controversy and injuries. And how about the staff? I mean, he lost a good deal of his staff. That's changed over the years, and he's kept that machine well-oiled and running.
And that's the kind of thing, that the model that these new coaches that come into this league, those are the kind of models they look at. They look at the old Cowboy organization. They look at the 49er organization. They look at the Washington organization. How you build that continuity, how you become a team that's won 10 or more games for 10 years in a row. And you do that building, really, I think from the top down. Strength and ownership, strength and management, and then you get the players, and you build that continuity and the confidence of an organization.
3rd down and 1. Thompson rushing will have the first down, apparently, to the 35. Roman Pfeiffer makes the tackle. And a loose ball after the whistle had blown. Interesting that Sterling Sharp, who had such a brilliant first half, 8 catches, 110 yards, and 2 touchdowns. They haven't gone to him in the second half, and he still needs 5 to surpass Art Monk for the all-time reception lead in a season, 106 catches, and he's got 1 game to do it, and that's indoors in Minneapolis next week.
On his least favorite surface of AstroTurf. They practice on it in the the indoor facility here in Green Bay, and he just hates it. He goes, I practice all week on turf, and my shoulders ache, and my knees ache, and my ankles ache, and, well, Sterling, another week of turf indoors and another game turf indoors for try to get those 5 catches.
2:16 remaining in the game. It'll be a first down on the 35 for the Packers. Next week, the Eagles play the Giants. And the Redskins will play the Raiders at RFK Stadium as the clock runs down to the 2-minute warning. Pack needs to win next week and hope one of those other teams lose.
Introducing Levi's loose-fitting jeans. A loose interpretation of the original.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah, I like this shop.
Okay, but we got a long list here.
Here, let me get the wine.
Okay.
You know what? It's a great Chardonnay. I hope they have it.
Everything looks wonderful, you know.
Hey, Bill, what's the story with this wine? Yeah, Bill, what are we drinking? You tell me what you think, and I'll tell you what it is. I think it's great.
Ernest and Julio Gallo present a very special Chardonnay. It's time for a change to Gallo.
Everything we put into the Chevy Lumina is backed by a bumper-to-bumper warranty. And we mean everything. For 3 years or 36,000 miles, you're covered. And there's no deductible. If anything goes wrong, we'll fix it. And we mean anything. Every Chevrolet has this bumper-to-bumper warranty. We build them like this. We can back them like that. What else would you expect from the heartbeat of America?
Many times the trainers in the NFL don't get much publicity. They do a great job. That's Dominic Gentili, who was the honorary captain before this game. He is retiring after the season after 32 years as the head trainer of the Green Bay Packers. He once was a ticket taker in the early days when Vince Lombardi came here. He did a lot of jobs, but 32 years, it's over 3 decades as head trainer of this franchise. 1st and 10 on the 35, and Rams out of timeouts with 2 minutes remaining. And the Packers will just let the time go by. Packers scored all 28 of their points in the last 7 minutes of the second quarter. And Randy, in the second half, the Rams had so many opportunities to make a game of it.
Well, if you look at this thing and you say, hey, if you can hold this type of an offense to 29 yards offense in the second half, do you or do you not have a good shot at winning this football game? You would say, absolutely, we've got a good shot at it, but they blew so many ideal situations from the Rams standpoint. 2 touchdown passes dropped in the end zone, and when things are going good and you're on a roll, as Mike Holmgren and the Packers are now, winning 6 in a row, sometimes you can afford to make those mistakes and those kind of performances, and you still come out with a W.
And the Packers will win their 6th straight game. They had not won 6 since they opened the 1965 season with 6 consecutive victories. They will raise their record to 9-6 on the season. The Rams will be 5-10. Under a minute to go for the Rams. An improved season. They got 1 game left, and they got some people that Chuck Knox told us about. They'd like to get a wide receiver, a running back, a speed rusher, and maybe a linebacker.
It's funny when you have those conversations, everybody sort of mentions that we'd like one of everything. The only thing they don't mention, though, is quarterback. Chuck Knox is happy with Jim Everett, thinks he can win with Jim Everett. He just has to surround Everett with the right type of people, much like Brett Favre will be surrounded here in Green Bay. Everett needs the go-to dangerous people at the outside, and he needs a consistent running back. There's always been good running backs at L.A. 1,000-yard rushers are not unusual for the Rams. Those happen. It hasn't been since Eric Dickerson that you've had the real marquee guy.
Well, the Packers still have playoff hopes flickering. They're going to need some help. They won't win the division, but they're having a whale of a finish to this 1992 NFL season. The game is over, and the Packers have beaten the Rams. 9-6 on the year. The Vikings won. Minnesota, our congratulations for winning the NFC Central with another former 49er assistant, Dennis Green, as head man. And the Packers need to win next week in Minneapolis and get help from Philly or Washington. One of them has to lose.
And that man there, Mike Holmgren, we showed that new coaches graphic. We got to sort of partially apologize to the Packer fans. We were wrong. Holmgren at the time was not +2. He was +4. Well, Mike Holmgren is now +5 with those 9 wins, and I think has a good chance to go +6 next week in Minnesota against those Vikings.
So the final score here at Lambeau Field, the Packers 28 and the Rams 13. Stay tuned for the NFL postgame show. Greg and Terry will bring you all the scores and highlights from today's NFL action. You're watching CBS Sports coverage of the National Football League.
The Lone Ranger.
Who was that masked man who stopped the horses?
I don't know. But he give me this.
Still going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer battery. It keeps going and going and...
What else? Isotoner gloves. Hey, isotoner slippers. Put on your isotoner gloves and let's go out and play. Catch this. Yes, isotoner socks. So you take care of the hands that take care of you.
They come from China, from Thailand, from England, Germany, France, and Australia. Every day, people from 33 countries across 5 continents come together in the friendly skies. United. Come fly the airline that's uniting the world. Come fly the friendly skies.
When the automotive press hands out its awards, we want to be on the list. And Dodge has been on a lot of them. So, we're hosting an award celebration sale. This Dodge Dakota, with its available Magnum engine, is deemed more powerful than almost every compact pickup you can buy. And now during our sale, you can save over $3,200 on a Dakota with an automatic. So come celebrate with us. Drive a Dakota LE at your nearest Dodge dealer today.
When weather turns into news, turn to the team you can trust.
As the tornado began right here, it was about 200 yards wide.
Tom Mahoney, Jack Boston, Teresa Marchetta. They have the experience and equipment to cover you on every front. When weather turns into news, this is the team to trust. Dedicated, determined, dependable. Eyewitness News, the look of a leader.
As the postgame show continues, Greg Gumbel, Terry Bradshaw welcome those of you who have been watching the Green Bay Packers defeat the Los Angeles Rams by a score of 28-13. And what that means for the Packers is all because Minnesota has won, they cannot win the NFC Central Division Championship, but they still can make the NFC playoffs with a victory next week and a Washington Redskins loss to the Los Angeles Raiders. Let's run down some other scores for you. The Vikings, we told you, they've won the NFC Central with a 6-3 victory over the Steelers. Fuad Reveiz with a field goal inside the final minute of play. In fact, as time wound down to give the Vikings the victory. And the Philadelphia Eagles have qualified for the playoffs in the NFC with a 17-13 win over the Washington Redskins. Games that are in progress right now at the Silverdome in Pontiac. The Lions with a field goal lead the Chicago Bears in the first quarter. San Diego and the Los Angeles Raiders. The Chargers leading L.A. by a score of 3-0. Keep in mind that with a victory in Los Angeles, San Diego clinches a playoff berth in the AFC. And Seattle and Denver playing at Mile High Stadium. This game is scoreless in the first. Denver will be eliminated with a loss and a Houston victory today. And Houston has won, so Denver with its playoff hopes on the line. Game's just over now. The New Orleans Saints at home losing to the Buffalo Bills by a 20
8-16 score, and this represents a big, big win for Buffalo, particularly with Bruce Smith watching on the sideline. Bobby Hebert to Torrance Small.
Down the corner, there's a push. There's your touchdown, Greg.
Jim Kelly, having his troubles early on, throws into the end zone, and Reginald Jones is right there to pick it off for that tough New Orleans defense. 4th down and 1 at the Saints 26. Andre Reed will be bumped by Reginald Jones, and this is a Buffalo first down. And then Thurman Thomas converts 2 touchdowns on the day for Thomas, 19 carries, 112 yards, and Buffalo wins. They will clinch the AFC East. If Miami loses tonight against the New York Jets, the Saints had a chance to clinch a home game in the wild card with a victory, but they fall, and I think we're both surprised that Buffalo went into New Orleans and won this game today.
I'm surprised, but one thing will stand out. 2 things have happened today. Number one, Bobby Hebert in the last 8 games had only been sacked 4 times, so his offensive line had been given him plenty of time. But one thing that has always stood out is the fact that the Saints, really a team that is very conservative with their offensive game plan, Greg, really have not been able to rush the football. Today was no different. Hebert not the ability to run, not the ability to do his play action and throw the football.
All right, Terry, final score out in Indianapolis today. Dean Biasucci's field goal inside of a minute to play has given the Indianapolis Colts a 16-13 victory over the Phoenix Cardinals. The Colts very much alive in the AFC playoff hunt. Let's return you to Indianapolis. James Brown standing by with Colt quarterback Jeff George. JB?
Jeff George, who was 25 of 41, 328 yards and a touchdown. Jeff, last week you were pulled in that victory against the Jets that Jack Trudeau came on. You were mad this past week. What did you think about during the week?
Well, you know, I was just wanted to be to myself a little while. I wasn't talking to the media, and it's just a tough time that I had to go through. And whenever you're in that situation as a quarterback, you want to bring your team back to a victory. And I just didn't feel like they gave me a chance. And I just blew that off. Wanted to come out here and perform well, and I was just fortunate I did that.
You mentioned that it was a part of the growing up process, the maturation process. What do you think you learned this past week in that development?
Well, I don't think I learned anything. I still agree with why I got mad. I don't think it should have been handled the way it was. I thought I was playing pretty well last week, and Ted just thought else, and he pulled me. And it's just something that I don't want to go through. I didn't think that I should have been pulled. I think I handled pressure really well, and I wanted to go out there and help the team win, but he decided to yank me, and I had to live with it.
Jeff, you got hurt in the 4th quarter. Did you ever think about not playing and letting Jack go?
No, I wasn't going to go through that again. And no matter whether the thumb was numb or whether it was broke, I was going to stick out there and fight to the end. And we put up a good drive there at the end, and we came through when we had to.
It seemed as though your offense came alive. You went a lot to your wideouts. Probably the most you've done all year. Was that designed, or did it just happen to happen because of what the Cardinals were doing?
Well, it was designed that way, and in the last few weeks we've gone to the 2 tight ends, and mainly for protection reasons, but that's not my game. My style is to throw downfield. That's when I'm at my best, is to get the receivers the ball downfield, and we wanted to come in, and we call it our Colt personnel with 3-4 wideouts, and we're just fortunate it worked for us. So we got another challenge ahead of us next week, and we just hope we can make it to the playoffs.
All right, Jeff George, and I'm sure the Colts will take you getting mad any day with a performance like that. And right now, let's take you back from the Hoosier Dome here in Indianapolis, back to New York, and Greg Gumbel.
All right, JB, a very candid Jeff George. What'd you learn from that?
I didn't get it. I didn't learn anything, Greg. Good answer. I like that.
Yeah, Jeff George says, I don't learn anything sitting down. I've got to play. The fact of the matter is the Indianapolis Colts are now 8-7 on the year, and we talked about good coaching jobs this year. We'll come back and talk a little bit about the AFC and the job Ted Marchibroda has done in Indy. We'll take a timeout. Post-game show comes back in a moment.
6 months ago, I went to the dentist, not feeling overly anxious when I heard that unforgettable word, cavities. Doctor, I said, is there any hope?
Mandy, he said, you gotta brush twice a day the right way.
If your child brushes every day for 6 months with Crest, the dentist's choice, their next checkup will be great. And we're so sure you'll be satisfied, we'll give you a money-back guarantee.
So I brushed with Crest, and I'm sitting pretty.
Crest, great checkups in 6 months, guaranteed.
Ain't life grand?
They're out there in record numbers, united in their respect for technology and disdain for gimmickry. driven by thought rather than ego. Everywhere you look, there are signs of intelligent life. They are among us. They are our neighbors. They could be you.
At prices you can afford. You'll find it all at your Christmas electronics store.
Oh, now this is a rip-roaring combination. I mean, flakes with flakes. Pretty imaginative. I mean, you'd never sell me on something like this. I don't buy flakes. I date them sometimes, but I don't want to go into that. Now, I thought I'd be bored silly by these, but they're simple and crunchy. Actually, I think you got something here.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes? Wow.
Taste them again for the first time.
Monday, it's Bert and Bob back-to-back. First, Bert's stranded a long way from home.
How my dad gets home on time for Christmas.
Look at the bright side. We got each other.
It's Christmas on Evening Shade. Then, will Bob catch the Christmas spirit?
Bob, look. Mistletoe.
Oh, honey, don't eat that. It's poisonous.
It's a Bert and Bob Christmas Monday.
Welcome back, everyone. Want to remind you the Jeep Eagle Tournament of Champions Ski Series from Deer Valley, Utah is coming up next here on CBS. That event will feature 16 former Olympians, including Franz Klammer, competing for $50,000 in prize money. Now, we're talking about the NFC playoff picture. In the AFC, we still only have 2 qualifiers so far. That's Buffalo and Pittsburgh. And Buffalo can clinch the AFC East if the Miami Dolphins lose to the New York Jets tonight. But there are plenty of other possibilities still existing today. The San Diego Chargers can get in. In fact, they can clinch a berth with a victory today. The Chiefs are alive. Miami is alive. The Cleveland Browns have been eliminated with a loss to Houston today. The Indianapolis Colts, I still think one of the best. Go ahead.
He's been trying to say for the last 8 weeks, watch for the Colts. The Colts are a team they're going to finish 9-7 and be into the playoffs. And now I just wanted to go ahead.
It's a terrific turnaround from a 1-15 season a year ago. Now, to reflect a little bit more on the NFC picture, 5 teams in, still a couple to be decided. Pat and John. Pat?
Well, Greg, the picture in the NFC seems to be much more clear. 5 teams are in, as you said. There's still a question about whether it's going to be Washington or whether it's going to be Green Bay. That'll be settled, of course, next week. Of the teams that are in, John, who do you think has the best chance? Who's the best team?
Well, I think right now, and probably in the last 2 months, you have to say that the 49ers are the best team. And, you know, they're going to have a bye that first week, so they get an advantage there. They're going to play, as long as they win, they're going to play their games at home. Steve Young is, you know, probably the most valuable player in the league. He has so many guys out there to throw the ball to. I would have to think that they're the best team. And then you look at the Cowboys, they're probably the next best. I know that the one team that the 49ers worry about in the NFC are the New Orleans Saints. But I'll tell you, a team like the Eagles that we just saw today, with the defense that they have and a guy like Randall Cunningham, I don't think you can ever count them out.
And you know, when the injuries start to mount up at this time of year, and when you get a lot of people hurt, your squads start to diminish a little bit, you forget sometimes the importance of that, having that bye.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, and then having to bye and then be able to play at home. But whoever wins or whoever goes from now on, to me, this is the most fun part of football. I mean, we get here and you have games like we had today, and you get into the playoffs, and the winner goes on and the loser goes home. It doesn't get any better than that.
No, it doesn't. That's why we're all still enjoying this business. Let's go back to New York.
All right, Pat, John, thanks very much. We'll take a timeout and come back with more of the post-game show here on the NFL Today.
Michael Jordan in Hanes briefs. Michael Jordan in new improved Hanes briefs. It's hard to believe something this great could actually get even better. The new comfort of Hanes briefs. Better fit, better feel, better than ever.
Just wait until we get a Hanes on you.
The Lone Ranger.
I don't know. But they give me this.
Still going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer battery. It keeps going and going and...
It's gone. But it isn't.
Now you can get strong medicine in a cough drop.
It's gone, but it's still working.
Medicine's so effective, the drop keeps working even after it's gone. It's extra strength Vicks, with a full dose of Vicks vapor medicine in every drop to relieve your cough and help your scratchy throat and stuffy nose feel better. Extra strength Vicks, so strong it keeps working even after the...
It's 1st and 10 from the 50-yard line. Brought to you by Lakeland Sports Center, where you can buy truck caps and boats factory direct. Lakeland. Miller Lite, everything you want a beer to be. Len Schmidt Sporting Goods, for the latest in team apparel. Go for it at Schmidt Sporting Goods. And by Toys for Trucks. Dress up your truck at Toys for Trucks in Menasha, Green Bay, and Schofield. And now, your first look at today's Packer game and the rest of the NFL. Live from the 50-yard line sports bar in Green Bay. Here are your hosts, John Mino and John Yurkovich.
Hello, welcome to First and 10 from the 50, our holiday special. John Yurkovich is, of course, here to talk about that 6th win in a row. And we have a very, very special guest, the top wide receiver in football, Sterling Sharp. First of all, Yurko, I just want to say you're looking very, very nice.
Thank you very much, sir. You're looking rather dapper yourself.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much.
I need that hand gesture.
Okay.
I'm going to comment on your how debonair you look tonight.
Thank you very much. Sterling, you look very good also.
You know, of course, Sterling outclasses us himself there with the very fashionable Malcolm X jacket.
I realize that, but we still look good.
He looks the sad thing.
Sterling, this is in your honor along with it being Christmas. Just want you to know that.
Thanks very much, guys.
You're very welcome.
You're welcome. There, Sterling.
I think he's choked up.
Just a bit.
6 wins in a row. That's not bad.
Hey, kid, you can't complain?
No, 1965 the last time.
Hey, we took it one game at a time. They just kept rolling along. We knew we had to win the ball game. Just happens to be 6 in a row. We got to go win next week, too, and that'll be 7. So, you know.
Just keep that up, you know. Sterling, you've always had great years every year you've got on the football field here, but winning like this now, do the younger guys appreciate just what you guys have gone through and how sweet this is right now?
I think they do. I can't honestly go out and say that they do, but I think they do. I think they appreciate winning because most of those guys came from winning football teams, and I'm happy to be a part of it, getting a chance to contribute in the way I feel like I can, so I think everybody's getting their money's worth.
Okay, let's take a look at how it went this afternoon at Lambeau Field. A big win. Let's take a look at it.
The frigid pall of winter is a way of life in Green Bay, and droves of Packer fans poured into Lambeau Stadium hours before game time. Inside, the crowd resembled a multi-headed dragon as they huddled, shivered, and patiently awaited their beloved Packers. Dressed in the bright costumes of winter, Packer loyalists came well prepared to face the elements, as did the players, whose eerie appearance matched that of the fans. By game time, the temperature had warmed up to 13 below, and the players had to combat both the piercing chill and ice-glazed turf of Lambeau Stadium.
Okay, so maybe we got our ball games mixed up here, but you'd almost have to go back 25 years to the real Ice Bowl to find a game as important as this one. The guys from California were supposed to go down easy, but after picking up easy field position on the fumble recovery, Jim Everett and Flipper Anderson made it look easy, teaming up for a quick 7-0 lead. David Lang isn't a big name even in Rams land, but he chewed up some turf here for a 71-yard gain. Only Terrell Buckley's tackle saved the touchdown. With a 1st and goal from the 1, things look bleak, but that's where the Packers defense dug in, stopped the bleeding, possibly swinging the momentum in the entire ball game.
You're, thinking, hey, man, this isn't the way this game's supposed to be going here, guys. We got to do something to turn around and get it back in our favor. And I think that goal line stand right there kind of got the momentum back in our favor, and our offense went down on the next series and got some points and put us right back in the game.
Darryl Thompson was the workhorse on the first scoring drive, taking it the final 10 yards. First with a pickup of 8, then a pickup of 2, sneaking the ball over the pylon. It was 10-7 L.A. But it wasn't going to stay that way for long because pressure by Timmy Houck and Lester Archambault
not block me, block the safeties, and I came clean up through the middle.
Where'd you go between?
I went right over the guard.
led to this duck, which was picked off by Terrell Buckley. Nice catch, even better run.
When the opportunity knocks, I just wanted to be able to make the play, and today it knocked a few times, and I answered. Hopefully it's a start of many things. Lord willing, on the interception, they didn't give me time to thank the Lord Almighty, who created all this, and Benny Clark, made an exceptional block.
The last 2 minutes of the ball game belonged to Brett Favre and Sterling Sharp. They teamed up for a couple of scores, once from 17 yards out, the next time from 16 yards out, to make it 28-10 at halftime. The final 28-13, 6 wins in a row, and no matter what happened anywhere else in the NFL, a win worth savoring.
I think it's great. I've been around here for a lot of years, and I have one winning season to my credit, and this is number 2, and it's just fun. It's nice. It's a great feeling, and we're going to enjoy it.
Okay, welcome back. We're back, John.
There you go.
That's all right. Did you like that piece I put together there?
Yeah, it was. It's phenomenal. I like a little of that old footage.
Did you?
Come back into this new 1992 scheme.
Do you remember that 1967, the Ice Bowl?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I believe I was about 3 months old.
Okay.
2 months old, maybe.
You've heard of it, though?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Legendary.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's take a look at how that went today in the ball game. Chuck Cecil, he's got to get some all-pro mention when it comes out next week.
You know what? Charlie's been playing real inspirational football for us. He's really emerged as one of the team leaders on the defense. And, he's come on last 5-6 weeks, really made some tremendous hits, and has been getting some interceptions.
Sterling, what's he like in practice?
I couldn't really tell you that because I don't get a chance to go against Chuck in practice, but he's a very intense kind of guy. He goes about and does his job the way he feels like it should be played, and he's a very intense individual, and he's one of our team leaders.
Sterling, I went to you early. Do you ever get a feeling in a ball game, almost like a basketball game, you're going to be hot or not hot or anything like that? Did you have that today?
My job is to catch them when they throw them, and I just look forward to them throwing them a lot, and today it worked out for us real well, but it's been going that way all season.
They tried being physical with you, though, didn't they? Tacking it up high a few times. I noticed they grabbed your face mask one time trying to come off.
No, I don't think that was it. I think they were, with a guy like me, I think I'm getting some recognition, and guys try to feel like they have to tackle me in a hurry before I get started. So I think they were just trying to get up, make the tackle, and try to keep the yards after the catch to a minimum.
Okay, big play coming up by Terrell Buckley. David Lang takes it 71 yards. Everybody in the stadium, I think, thought he was gone. And he makes a tremendous play. Nice effort and runs him down.
Yeah, really, we thought we had him hemmed in there, and he popped through a seam. And, there was a penalty flag there. We all assumed it was holding.
Were you still running at this point?
I was throttling down, I believe. But, Terrell made a big play. It was like the play against Cincinnati. He really flew down the field, tremendous effort and hustle. And, he made the tackle, which was key for him because we held him to 3 points. I think one of the turning points in the ballgame.
Right here, you guys really stuffed him. Was that did you feel it on the field? Because if you got down 14
I tell you what, John, we had a little inclination. We kind of knew where they were going to go.
Really?
Really, just a little bit. They had a few tendencies out there that we looked over during the week.
Okay.
And, the calls were made that way. Okay. And we held them on 3 downs and kicked the field goal. Okay. It may have been a little turning point in the ballgame.
Okay. Sterling, as you mentioned, teams obviously are watching you now. You've got 100 catches. They're putting you in different positions, put you in the backfield a little bit to come out. How do you like that, to catch some passes?
I did that in Lindy's system, but being able to do things where you can catch the ball and run with it, it makes you feel real good. It makes you feel like the team has got enough confidence in you to put you in different spots so you can get the ball, and when you get a chance to make a play, you got to make it.
Now, James Campion's always the first guy to congratulate you. Does he say anything special?
Not really. He's a guy that hustles the whole game. He tries to keep the opponents off us as much as possible, and that's a credit to him. He does his job, and then he tries to get downfield and help you get a big run.
Big play right here. Jackie Harris with the catch.
I wouldn't necessarily say that was a catch.
But you know what? The referees, now you'll see from the replay, it's inconclusive basically, not that they use the replay anymore, you can't really tell, but I'll tell you what the key was. James Campion once again came over. Now watch what he says to the ref. He's on the refs the whole way, and then he pats the ref on the butt a little bit. We can say that, can't we?
Absolutely.
Okay, saying it, good call. Watch it, right there.
See? That's the key. Keeps the goodwill, international goodwill. Okay. Good terms with the officials.
Okay. Darryl Thompson, nice job right here from the 2.
Yeah. I don't really know what this offensive play is, but he, ran around in, squeezed it in for a touchdown.
That was nice.
Kid's got tremendous speed. feet. I mean, we all know that.
I want to say something. How can that be a touchdown? And me standing on the 1-inch line and put the ball over it and not be a touchdown?
I don't know. Some type of bias from the officials.
You think so?
Could be.
Could be. All right.
Could be a multitude of reasons.
That's the only.
Right now.
Can we ask you about that play, by the way, or is the statute of limitations over?
What I was given, the explanation I was given, the official behind me said it was a touchdown, but the official in front of me, who was in the end zone, said that he took his eyes off me and started watching Melvin Jenkins, who came up and made a great play, hustled the whole way and made a great play. But fortunately, the ball bounced up, so we only got credit for 6 points instead of 12 on that play.
And one of those interleague memos from New York. One of those type
That's a very good explanation.
Bureaucratic break.
Yes.
Yeah.
Terrell Buckley, obviously, I think his best ball game since leaving Florida State, don't you?
He's had a couple good ball games for us earlier in the year. He hasn't made interceptions before. I mean, he's made one, but I'm saying he's had some fine coverage in the games previous to this. Just, if you don't get an interception, people don't look at it as a good game. But he came up with a couple big plays, returned this one for a touchdown. It was really a key in making Everett hold the ball for an extended period of time.
Nice job by Les Archambault and Timmy Hulk right there.
Yes, it was. One of our blitzes. And Jim Everett just threw the ball up there, and Terrell made an excellent run back.
Sterling, have you talked to Terrell at all about what it's like as a #1 draft pick, how tough it could be, what a microscope you're going to be under?
No, because we play two different positions, and they expect him to do different things than they expected me to do when I first got here. And, the thing is when you get that much money and you come out as a #1 and you're that highly touted, people want you to make plays every week. And it's not that easy in this league. You have to go out and take what the offense gives you and just continue to play and believe in yourself. And things are going to happen. And the thing you got to give Terrell for is he's been taking a lot of heat for a lot of things. And, he's even gotten booed in our own stadium. But I think the guy still kept his head up and went out and played football. And it's funny how a guy can get booed one day or one play and cheered the next. But that's the way football is. And give him a lot of credit for going out there, staying in his game and playing the way he's been known to play and come up with big plays for us.
Super. Well put.
Exactly.
How come you don't come out with statements like that?
Well, usually I can't string 2-3 sentences together like that.
Okay, when we come back, we'll take a look at some more of that big win against the Rams. Stay with us.
You love your truck. Dress it up at the hottest toy store around, Toys for Trucks. Toys for Trucks features quality truck accessories at great prices. Running boards for all trucks and vans, sidebars, sun visors, and stainless steel rocker moldings to dress up and protect your truck. Bed liners, caps, and trailer hitches for any vehicle. This custom tonneau sport cover clamps on your truck without drilling. Toys for Trucks, where they install everything they sell. 3 locations, Grand Avenue, Schofield, Highway 10 and 114 Menasha, and Market Street behind Menards, Green Bay.
The pros wear and look like a star. Go Hornets!
You can't stop natural hair loss, but there are alternatives to baldness. Keith's Hair Center provides a variety of hair replacement choices, like our undetectable fusion method. Real hair, perfectly matched to yours, is fused to your hair to create a natural, permanent replacement. Swim, shower, and enjoy an active life with confidence, because permanent hair replacement is as carefree as your own hair. You don't have to be bald anymore. Let Keith's Hair Center restore your good looks and self-confidence. Call Keith's Hair Center, 1-800-292-1037.
This might look like a typical light beer, and some typical skiers enjoying a typical day on the slopes. But this is no typical run.
Well, I know you're all bubbling with excitement. Any questions?
And this doesn't taste like a typical light beer, because this is cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft Light. So there's nothing typical about it.
Quality that stands the test of time.
At Extra Special Savings Now. Hello, I'm Nick Belinky. For nearly 50 years, Sam Belinky Jewelers has been there to help you celebrate your special occasions with a timeless gift of jewelry.
Come celebrate now with the store-wide holiday sale. That means huge savings on everything in the store. Take it home today or put it on layaway for the holidays. Celebrate the holidays with spectacular savings now. Sam Belinky Jewelers, your Fox Valley diamond professionals, downtown Appleton.
Welcome back to First and 10 at the 50. Our very special guest tonight, Sterling Sharp. Sterling, a great game with 8 catches, 110 yards. But the man in the middle here didn't have a bad ball game himself. Did you notice that?
You know, you got a man here that's going to the sidelines, concentrating on the next offensive series, and you're asking him a question like that.
Sorry.
The man's a professional.
I'm sorry.
He's on there. He's studying pictures, Polaroids. I mean, you're going to ask him a question like that. I don't think he saw it. He may have heard it.
Had you noticed that?
I heard the crowd cheering once or twice.
Okay.
You knew he came up with a play or two here.
Okay. Okay. Let's take a look at Mr. Yurkovich in action. He had a couple of big tackles. He had a sack. He had a kickoff return. Now, I like this effort. Sterling, would you be a little bit afraid if you're a wide receiver running around out there and you saw a big 92 coming over and diving up?
I thought that was an illegal hit, but but that was great hustling.
I was hoping he'd stay up a little bit. I had that spear ready for him. Right there in the spine.
And, of course, the sack.
Well, Noble nailed me in the spine right there. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
I was going to the ground. Noble pushed me right into the quarterback. And you know what? I thanked him for it.
All right.
I did.
How'd that feel to get a hold of Mr. Everett?
You know, it's about time. It's the second one of the year.
That's right.
See, you don't bother me anymore. You don't bother me anymore about the sacks.
No.
But, you know, it was fun. It was nice. It was kind of a team-type thing.
What were you saying right there?
I was explaining to him how Noble pushed me right in the back, right in the corner. I mean, you know, I'm not one to take on glory.
No, I understand.
I passed it out to the boys who helped me out right there, and that was, obviously it was Nobes.
Okay, very nice.
Nice job, Nobes.
Now that we covered your game today, let's take a look at Sterling if you don't mind, okay?
Now, I was watching Sterling.
Okay, what'd you think?
I had time. Phenomenal ball game. Yep. You know, what he does with the ball after he catches it is the key. Because he gets a lot of yardage after he catches it. These are all 9, 10-yard routes. You know, the kid's picking up another 15, 20 yards after it. That's the key, I think, is what, you know, Sterling does for us.
Sterling, talk a little bit, if you don't mind, about Mr. Favre.
He does his job. He's not putting us in a situation where any of the other guys have to play over their head. He's getting the ball to the open receiver, and we've been lucky enough to do things with it. They kept our offense moving the ball and keeping time of possession. But we just go out and play, and Brett's been doing a great job of keeping his head together, and he knows where we're going to be. Right here, he's scrambling, and I just went to the corner, and he found me and threw a perfect ball for a touchdown.
Exactly.
You can drop plays on the blackboard and everything like that, but it does take something special for quarterback and receiver to know what each one's going to do, doesn't it? And did it take well this year?
Not really. Our offense is the point to where we can put, as San Francisco's proved, you can put just about anyone back there and coach them in the proper manner, and they can come up with big plays. But Brett has been a guy who's been willing to learn, been willing to listen, and he goes out and plays his type game. Once he gets on the field, it's his ball, and he knows that. He's been doing a very good job. He's been staying in the game, and he's been throwing the ball to the right guy, and that's what counts.
He's throwing it to the right guy. He's right. Second touchdown in the last 2 minutes of the first half. Did you get your ribs smacked in a little bit in this play, or did you fall on the ball, or?
I have a problem with cramping, and it wasn't that I was cramping. I was quite tired on this drive because we went down the field sort of quickly in our 2-minute drill, and I started to hyperventilate. And I think all the guys thought I took a hit right there, but as you can see, Terrell was the one who took the hit, not me. So I was just hyperventilating down there, and I just wanted to try and catch my breath before I tried to get up.
Did put quite a shot on that young Notre Damer right there.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did. That last 2 minutes, that first half, those are probably the best 2 minutes of the season so far, going down and scoring twice like that.
Well, I think we know we can score on anybody. We know as long as we...
What are we going to score in this play? Kickoff return?
Never. I believe we'll have a great return, but I think he'll run out of gas before he gets there.
I couldn't disagree. I couldn't disagree. You know, the young man next to me here is a thoroughbred. Right. I'm a Clydesdale. Okay. I know that. You know, there's no false pride here. I know what my limitations are.
Still, once again, a nice effort.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay. Sterling, obviously, you're going to be all-pro once again. The accolades just keep rolling in. What I did this past week was talk to some of your teammates and dig out some of the video over the last few years of you in action and basically what your teammates have to say about Sterling Sharp, the guy that, you know, the other people don't see and things like that. Here it is.
You know, he's real powerful. He's built like a linebacker. He loves it when guys bump and run him because he's gonna destroy him.
I call you, I need you, my heart's on fire.
He's a character. He's a cartoon, like a cartoon guy. You know, one of them guys that like to be out in front of everybody. You know,
The tighter the spot, the more pressure. You know, the more he wants it.
You know, the things that he does, little different things. Like on 3rd and 2, he'll catch the ball and he may be 2 yards short of a first down, but he'll spin his body. Somehow he's gotten some first downs. He's done a hell of a job.
You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone. Anyone I've ever met. Stop out your heart.
He's a roommate on the road and everything, and you know, we get along real good. And he's just a fun guy. I got one problem with him, and he knows this. He likes to keep the room at 32 degrees.
32 degrees?
Yeah, and he calls it his bat cave. He keeps it dark and cold.
Sterling, congratulations on what has been a phenomenal season so far. And you know what it takes to get in the playoffs and how tough it is to get there. And obviously it's not there yet. But if you do make it or if you don't make it, congratulations on another tremendous season. Thank you. Okay, Yurko?
Happy to have Sterling here. I was watching the little bits and pieces there. I was getting a few goosebumps there.
Oh, yeah?
Man. I tell you what, that's an inspirational ball play right there.
I'm going to do one like that on you next week.
What? Yeah, well, might be about a 30-second reel. You know, you can't
Short and
yeah,
soft. Okay. Sterling, thank you very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Thank
When
you.
we come back, we'll take a look at what else happened around the NFL. Stay with us.
I know they're your neighbors, but they probably can't stop themselves. They've just never seen or heard or felt movie theater excitement like this when they've watched TV. Listen, either be prepared to invite them in every day, or simply tell them to go to Sound World and find out how they can have their own system. Sound World has all the answers in home entertainment, but until you tell them, they probably can't stop themselves. Sound World, because it's a whole new era in home entertainment.
Ever feel like this just wasn't what you heard the service would be like when you bought your car? Don't make a final car decision until you talk with us. Vans Honda Mitsubishi. We're not typical. Thank goodness. Ever feel like you've got to play a game to buy a car? Me. Don't make a final car decision until you talk with us. Vans Honda Mitsubishi. We're not typical. Thank goodness.
Christmas at Sweeney's is for everyone. So put Pop in Python, give your sweetie C-steak, because Western wear and exotics are hot for the holidays. Sweeney's open daily, weeknights till 8, downtown Manitowoc. Get the holiday special Deer Tan leather boots now while they last at Sweeney's.
Star Trek Deep Space Nine is coming to Fox 26, and here's your chance to win tickets to our special premiere party. Just transmit your name and address on a postcard to the following Fox 26 coordinates. DS9 Premiere Party, P.O. Box 19099, Green Bay. Experience Deep Space Nine on the big screen, and maybe even take home some great prize giveaways from these fine area sponsors. Join the party. Star Trek Deep Space Nine premieres January 4th on Fox 26.
Welcome back to the big games of the NFL today. Packers didn't get any help, but let's take a look at how it went.
Just a little help. Was that too much to ask of Barry and Bubby and the rest of the Pittsburgh Steelers playing at home, taking on the Minnesota Vikings this afternoon? Evidently it was. The Vikings' defense was unstoppable. This one didn't actually turn into points, but they did smother the Steelers' offense, not giving up a touchdown. Of course, the Vikings' offense didn't score a touchdown itself behind Sean Salisbury, but he did lead his team to the final points of the ball game. It was a field goal, but the big play right here to Reed. He takes it past midfield. That set up the game winner. It came with just 4 seconds left to play. They line it up from 37 yards out. This one, not in doubt. The Vikings win it 6-3, and with it, the Central Division title, the Minnesota Vikings move into the playoffs. The Philadelphia Eagles were looking for a playoff berth going against the Washington Redskins. Randall Cunningham with the looping pass. Calvin Williams comes back, makes a nice catch. It was 17-13. The Redskins wouldn't quit. Inside 30 seconds, Mark Rippon goes to the end zone. Gary Clark is there, can't make the catch. But Rippon wouldn't quit. 10 seconds left to go in the ball game. The little swing pass. The Redskins inside the 5-yard line with 2 seconds left to go in the ball game. Time for one last play. Rippon, under pressure, gets the pass off. Incomplete. The Philadelphia Eagles move into the playoffs with a 17-13 win over the Redskins. In other ball games today, it was Detroit over Chicago, 16-3 the final. Buffalo came back to beat New Orleans, 20-16. It was Houston bouncing back to beat Cleveland, 17-14 the final. Indianapolis, 16-13 winners over Phoenix. Denver, 10-6 over Seattle. San Diego big over the Raiders, 36-14. And Cincinnati over New England, 20-10.
This may look like a typical night beer, and some typical friends enjoying a typical day in the park. But this is no typical day in the park. And this doesn't taste like a typical light beer, because this is cold filtered Miller Genuine Draft Light. So there's nothing typical about it.
Why is Lakeland, Wisconsin's largest truck cap manufacturer?
This factory. We build our truck caps here, then sell them directly at our own Lakeland outlet. That's how we can offer the absolute lowest prices every day. Every day. Guaranteed. A sturdy aluminum cap like this in 20 different colors, only $229. Tough tonneau covers, just $189. Lakeland, Wisconsin's largest.
3 factory outlets, Greenbush, Madison, and Green Bay.
First and 10 from the 50-yard line has been brought to you by Miller Lite, everything you want a beer to be. Lakeland Sports Center, where you can buy truck caps and boats factory direct. Lakeland. Guest gift certificates provided by Sam Belinkie Jewelers, your Fox Valley Diamond Professionals, East College Avenue, downtown Appleton. And by Sweeney's Western Wear, the hot new Western fashions for Northeast Wisconsin. Sweeney's, downtown Manitowoc.
Welcome back to First and 10 to 50. Young man that'll be joining us in just a second, James Kappa. First, we'd like to introduce some special guests in the audience, all the way up from Calumet City, Illinois. Would you like to handle this introduction?
Yeah, we got some of the riffraff over here from Calumet City. A few of the boys come up for a little collection.
Okay, who's the big guy in the middle of the plaque?
That's my little Bambino there, Mirko, my little brother.
All right, let's hear it for Mirko.
Came up to see the ball game. Yeah, I owe the boys a couple dollars. They They come up to collect in force. There's about 11 of them here.
Oh, I understand. I bet they all called in sick today, too, or will tomorrow.
Well, they're not firemen, so we're okay.
I understand.
You know?
Okay, let's go to our Miller Lite Genuine Draft Trivia Competition, a father and son combination. Paul and Earl all the way up from Sheboygan, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, you gentlemen know the rules, right? Okay, no help from the audience, please. Okay, first question. Name the second half of the top brother receiving combination in the NFL. Yes.
Shannon.
Very good, Shannon Sharp.
Name 2 members of the Rams who played for the Packers. 2 members of the Rams that played for the Packers.
Yes. Earl.
Eddie Bracken.
Don Bracken. Name one more.
Don Bracken.
One more. Time's up. Scott Stevens.
Scott Stevens or Blair Bush.
James.
Who holds the Packer record for the longest kickoff return by a lineman?
Yes.
Yurkovich.
Wrong. Ezra Johnson. Last question. Who scored 2 touchdowns for the Packers 25 years ago? He was number 23 when the Packers played the Rams in the NFL playoffs.
Travis.
Very good. We've got a winner. Congratulations, Paul. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Thank you very much.
Good job.
James, nice ball game today.
Oh, thank you.
What were you telling the refs there at the end? On that one play.
Oh, I just told him we had a catch, and I thought Jackie made a fine catch, and I patted him on his, you know what.
Right.
Just to say thank you.
Well, we thank you.
You know, he's out there politicking for every little thing we can get. That's part of Jimmy's job.
Feels good to win 6 in a row, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It feels good, and hopefully get a little help next week, and we can help ourselves and beat those Vikings.
All right.
Vikings.
We'll see you after that ball game. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, my.
You're watching Fox.
From the Holiday Inn City Center, downtown Green Bay, it's Larry McCarran's Locker Room, sponsored by your Quality Plus Ford dealers, Tom and Budweiser.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. We did not get any help yesterday, but it is going down to the wire, and we do have the hottest team in professional football, the Green Bay Packers. Tonight's guest is pretty hot in his own right. Center James Campen. Our band sizzling, the one and only Heebie Jeebies. All right, let's rock and roll with some notes and quotes from yesterday's game. A 28-13 victory over the Los Angeles Rams. Yes. The line between the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat is a thin one, and the Packers crossed it due to a series of remarkable late first, early second quarter efforts. They start with Terrell Buckley's touchdown-saving tackle.
I was way across the other side of the field and just pursuit. You know, that's part of being a football player.
The Rams still have first and goal from the 1, but the Packers have Burnell Dent attacking the line of scrimmage. He and Tony Bennett make the play. The Rams have 2 shots left to make 1 yard. This time they want to go here, but John Yurkovich submarines the blocker. That messes up the lead back. The ball carrier is forced into Robert Brown and company. One more try, and LA's ready to choke on it by now. David Lang leaves his escort and cuts back into Matt Brock and a host of others. As fine a goal line stand as you'll ever see holds the Rams to a field goal. It also turned the tide of the game permanently.
You know, having a big goal line stand like that really kind of got our confidence going again. You know, at first it might have been like, oh, here we go again type thing, but, we just didn't let that happen to us.
Other defensive notes. Besides that big one, the Packers played the run well. Matt handles a good tackle in Jackie Slater. His tackle wasn't bad either. Don't let John Yurkovich's Blues Brother image fool you. This guy can play football, and he did it real well yesterday. And Chuck Cecil, all the times he does this add up. His footsteps can be heard real loud, even in the end zone.
Wolfpack was hunting today, and you know, we had a little fresh meat out there, and things worked out for us.
The offensive story, Sterling Sharp. The Packers give the defense plenty to think about by lining him up here, there, and everywhere. Then you can't cover him tight because he'll run by you. So you cover him loose, and he'll still run by you.
And you can't ever say you're just going to throw him the ball all the time. You can't run an offense that way, but you kind of kick yourself when you don't.
Field conditions were tough on the running game, but when the Packers gained yards, Jackie Harris was leading the way. Darrell Thompson for 9. And hats off to the big man. Tootie Robbins does not miss a beat, dislocated shoulder and all. Kevin Green's a good rusher, and Tootie's owning him.
You know, I have a lot of pride. You know, I'm not saying I'm this or that. I just want to win, and whatever it takes to win, that's what I'm willing to do.
And finally, it's fitting that Packer trainer Dominic Gentili's final game at Lambeau was a victory. He's an all-pro, and players present and past are sure going to miss him. Perhaps the best retirement present, a trip to the playoffs. All right, thank you. Now it's time. Thank you. Now it's time to pick the Packer Play of the Week, and our guest contestant is?
David Adams.
The Adams family, huh? All right, David, if you get this right, you win a set of Packer Hall of Fame collector cards. Not just any cards, collector cards from the Hall and champion cards. How's that?
Good.
You know any Packer Hall of Famers?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Which ones?
Larry.
Huh?
Larry.
Quit telling them. That's no fun. All right. David, at any rate, what is the Packer Play of the Week?
When Charles Buckley intercepted for a touchdown.
You think that's it? You know, I did this a long time ago. I can't remember, but I think that's the Packer Play of the Week. I'm not sure. No, it's not. Wait a second. We'll try it again. Dave, want to guess again? Remember Sterling Sharp?
Sterling Sharp when he made his first touchdown.
One of the touchdowns. Yeah, that's right, David. That is the Packer Play of the Week. Plays of the week are an every week thing with this guy. Sterling Sharp makes the catch, then turns one-man wrecking crew. If he can't go around the bad guys, he goes through them. This effort sends the desire meter off the scale. Sharp scores, and in the process, sets a new Packer record with his 7th game of 100 yards or better in receptions. That and that effort make his touchdown catch the Packer Play of the Week.
You know, you see a wide receiver catch the ball in between two linebackers, break both their tackles, carry a DB into the end zone. That's pretty impressive. I'm just glad he's on our team.
All right. Now it's time to pick the Packer Player of the Week, and I remember this one, and our guest player is?
Stacy Landbett.
And Stacy, if you get this right, you win a night, a wild and crazy night in the Packer quarters right here at the Holiday Inn City Center. How's that?
Sounds good. Sounds great.
Stacy, did somebody make you come here tonight?
No, I came on my own.
Sometimes discretion is the key to courageousness. All right, Stacy, what is, or who is rather, the Packer Player of the Week?
I'll say Terrell Buckley.
You're going to stay with that?
Yeah, I will.
Terrell Buckley is the Packer Player of the Week.
Player of the Week, sponsored by Batteries Plus, America's Battery Stores, and Snyder Drug Stores of northeastern Wisconsin and upper Michigan.
Our Player of the Week, Terrell Buckley. He uses his phenomenal speed to make a touchdown-saving tackle. He makes not one, but 2 interceptions, this one going for a touchdown. The Packers' first-round draft pick, playing an all-around first-rate game, his best of the year, and that's why Terrell Buckley is our Packer Player of the Week.
The opportunity knocks. I just wanted to be able to make the play, and today it knocked a few times, and I answered. Hopefully, it's a start of many things.
Thank you. Thank you. You've made the Locker Room Show the most watched Packer show in the greater metropolitan viewing area. Everybody, and I mean everybody, wants on.
The way network television is these days, and layoffs and hirings and firings, mostly firings, I was hoping to get a shot on Larry's locker room. I was thinking that, I got something I could bring to the table, Larry. Come on, give me a break, okay? How about Pat O'Brien's Around Larry's Locker Room? You know, every week we'll do it.
No, we won't, Pat, because there's room for only one star on the Locker Room Show. And tonight that star is James Camp, and he'll join us when we come back.
Lakeland, Wisconsin's largest truck cab manufacturer.
There's a good reason why we're largest. This factory, we own it. We make our own truck cabs here, then sell them directly at our outlets. So there's no middleman. That's why we offer the absolute lowest prices every day. Every day. Guaranteed.
A classy fiberglass cab like this, 20 different colors, just $4.49. This tough Penda bedliner, only $159. Lakeland, Wisconsin's largest. Greenbush, Madison, and Green Bay.
Out of hairspray? Snyder's has 28 brands of hairspray.
I need a battery.
We need batteries! I need batteries.
When you need batteries, you need Batteries Plus. Batteries Plus has thousands of batteries for thousands of items. Whatever your battery needs, shop Batteries Plus, America's battery stores.
A simple comparison between a Ford Taurus lease and the competition's lease. You can lease a new Ford Taurus for $248 a month for 24 months. They advertise a lower payment, which looks good, until you look at the asterisk, which disclaims a 60-month lease. So, in 5 years, you could be leasing your third new Taurus, or you could be driving an old one of theirs. What a difference an asterisk makes. The Taurus lease, $248 a month for 24 months. Only at your Ford dealer.
We were trying to solve the mystery of beechwood aging. Beechwood aging isn't some huge, mysterious secret. It's a nearly forgotten example of the brewmaster's art. So expensive, so time-consuming that Bud's the only brewer that still does it.
If it's not beechwood aged, it's just not right.
Okay, so how do you make beer if it's not beechwood aged?
Yeah, some things are better left unknown.
Thank you. Terrific. Welcome back, and please give the warmest of locker room welcomes to my hero, James Campen. James, first of all, would you please introduce the entourage? We were privileged tonight.
Oh, the boys?
Yeah, the boys.
Oh, yeah, the sexiest man in the NFL, Joe Sims with us.
Joe! Joe, do something.
Joe.
Joe, like raise your hand, Joe. So, yeah, okay.
We have Joe Garden, who's already has his place secured in the Hall of Fame. We have an ex-Philadelphia Eagle who now is a true green and gold Cecil Gray.
All right.
And the largest, the baddest man I know, Tootie Robbins.
All right.
And the guy sitting next to Tootie is my brother-in-law who came up to watch the victory last week from New Orleans, Craig Cortello.
All right. Okay, James. 6th win in a row, still in the hunt. Got to be feeling fairly good, I guess.
It's going to be a Merry Christmas, yes. Yeah, feels good to go down to the wire and, at least be able to spend Christmas thinking about playoffs still, and we're having a lot of fun.
Did you worry yesterday? You kind of got down in yesterday's game early. Were you guys concerned at all? Just think it's a matter of time.
Scared. Yeah, we were a little concerned, obviously. We're down 10-0, and especially as Coach Holmgren pointed out, he said, if you get down in one of these games, this field's going to get a lot icier in the second half. So we had to go ahead and jump on them in the second quarter, and that's what we did and control it from there.
I've always thought the cold weather was harder on the fans and the players. How did you feel out there yesterday?
It's pretty cold out there. It's
You
pretty
don't agree
cold.
with me then, huh?
No, no. They get to drink hot chocolate and stuff like that during the game. I got to have Gatorade.
Is that all they're drinking down there?
I think so.
They seem pretty rowdy for that.
Well, except for my wife. She likes to spice hers a little bit.
Still be glad to hear that.
That is true.
Now, James, a while back you played the Bears, and I was looking at some of the video from the game, and it seemed like you and the Fridge were having a conversation. Any in particular going on then? We're going to take a look at it in a second. Here, you can cut this one out. Let's go to the next tape. Let's go to the next tape on this. You were talking to the Fridge. What were you talking about?
Oh, we were talking about how slim you looked, and we thought. See, I went to the same diet class as he did, but
was that like the Nutri-Slim belly path there?
Yeah, it was. That was one of those days, Larry.
Still going. Something I don't think the Fridge has even done. You appeared on the cover of Sports Illustrated recently, James. That had to be the ultimate thrill, huh?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That's a good shot, isn't it?
That must have been a real kick, huh, James?
Yeah, my mom and dad are awful proud. Is that Chuck with me right there? That was quite a surprise, Larry.
I can tell you a little surprise I brought it up, huh?
Yeah.
No, hey, let's talk about this injury thing. You, it's kind of gotten lost in the winning wash, but you are playing this year. You tore your ligaments in your knee. You've been playing anyway. How have you adjusted your game? Because, you know, it can't be normal. How have you adjusted your game to kind of cover that up?
Well, our trainers have done an excellent job. Dominic Gentile, who we're going to miss this year very much, he tapes me up. They got a special brace made for me, so it really doesn't hinder my performance that much.
James, the offensive line as a whole has really improved this year. I mean, people, you know, the press and stuff used to dog the O-line in past years. Suddenly, I mean, everything's on the up and up and going well. What do you attribute that to?
I think the fact that Coach Lovat came in and set the record straight and said there's no favoritism, the best 5 guys are going to play, and that's the way it's going to be. I think not only because he's sitting here, but I think the fact that we got Tootie Robbins in a trade was a phenomenal trade for us just because of who Tootie is. Tootie's a fine football player, obviously, but just Tootie being Tootie, he's a silent leader, and I think that he brought in a lot of continuity into our offensive line, and he's a big addition, a big reason why we're going ahead.
James, it seems like you guys really like Brett Favre. Is that true? I mean, does that make a difference?
Like, how much do I like it? I mean, the guy puts his hands on my tail, Larry. That's a...
What do you like him that much?
No, I don't like his hands on me, but I mean... I like him, but I don't like him.
Okay, we'll leave it right there, James. We're going to get in trouble here. Coming up, we'll have questions for... That's enough. We'll have questions for James from our live audience, and that means it's time to play the Lucky Person game.
At Van Breedy's, you'll save even more now before Christmas because we're selling it after Christmas prices. This sharp full-size camcorder with 12-to-1 zoom is only $7.99, accessory pack included. This RCA 20-inch TV, $218. A 13-inch TV with remote from Sharp, $158. This remote-controlled 19-inch TV, $188, and a family-size microwave from GE, only $144. After Christmas prices, before Christmas. Only at Van Breedy's, Appleton, Little Chute, and Green Bay.
You know, right now at Pomps, you can get a good deal on Kelly tires.
Heck, I got a good deal on tires.
Are they quality tires?
Well...
Did you pay a lot?
Yeah.
You didn't go to Pomps, did you?
No, I didn't go to Pomps.
Come into Pomps and see the complete Kelly value line of tires with all the styling and performance you want and the traction you need for tough driving. Get a good deal on a great tire. Kelly at Pomps. The kind of deal that will really keep you pumped up.
Here's where Alka-Seltzer Plus fights tough colds with tough congestion, tough aches, tough sore throats.
This is why you need a tough medicine.
Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine. The leading cold pill only relieves congestion, but Alka-Seltzer Plus relieves congestion, sore throat, sneezing, body aches. That's tough medicine.
You bet it's tough.
Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine. It's tough medicine. For a cold with a cough, try Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and cough medicine.
Thank you. James Campen is our very special guest tonight, and we have some questions for James, and whoever is asking him a question when the heebie-jeebies play. That person is a lucky person. They win an exciting Packer prize purchased by yours truly just moments ago. And our first potential lucky person is?
Kim Waters.
And Kim Waters, what's your question for James?
Why did you fall down while you're walking to the line before the play even started?
Why did I fall down? I'm an offensive lineman. I'm clumsy, I guess. It's very slippery, and I kind of fell right on my tail. How did you see that? Did you go there?
That great athletic tradition of Packer Center.
Thank
Up
you.
old hand. Okay. Our next person. And your name, sir?
Roger Camps.
And Roger, you are the lucky person. James, what do we have for tonight's lucky person?
You have a garbage can, Larry.
All right. How do you like that, Roger?
Nice.
All right, nice. How about a nice question for James?
What do you want from Santa Claus?
What's that?
What do you want from Santa Claus?
2 losses by 2 other teams and a win by us. How's that?
Of course. All of our questioners are lucky. The youngsters receive a gift courtesy of the Packer Pro Shop, while the oldsters receive a gift courtesy of Bud Light and the fine folks at Dean and Tri-County Distributing. Gifts like the ones being shown to us by the fabulous Bud Girls. Do we have time for a message tonight?
Oh, yes, we do.
We do. Okay.
We have 2 Bud shirts for you for Christmas from Budweiser.
Well, isn't that nice?
And here they are, Larry.
Thank you. Thank you. Coming up, the 12 Days of Christmas Packer style. We'll be right back.
Introducing the Bud Light Jaguar Racing Team. Catch it this season.
Let's go. All revved up and ready to go.
How do we get the truck back? Throw it in reverse.
Let's go.
Hi, we've come to see the new Ford Escort. Now, before you say anything, I want you to know that we've done a lot of research.
Well, then you probably know about the one-price Escort.
Listen, I brought my own calculator, so don't try any fancy stuff.
There's no gimmicks. 4 Escorts, 1 low price. Choose a 3-door, 4-door, 5-door, or a wagon, all well equipped for just $10,499.
It's not extra for air conditioning, stereo.
How about power steering and rear defrost?
How about a wagon? How about a wagon?
Still $10,499.
See your Ford dealer today and ask about the one-price Escort. You'll be glad you did.
Tuesday. Steve Martin in the box office smash Parenthood.
What's the matter, honey? You feel like you want to throw up?
Okay.
All the fun of being a dad.
What do we say when we see a cute 8-year-old girl walk by? Don't tell your mom I taught you that.
Of being a mom.
He likes to butt things with his head.
How proud you must be.
The joy of being family.
Pregnant.
Let's have a dozen and pretend they're donuts.
The network television premiere.
That's what you're going to sleep in?
Parenthood. Tuesday.
Perfect.
I knew I needed tires. I just didn't realize how much I didn't know about getting the best tire value. I'm glad I talked to the people at Ray's Tire. They've been a family-owned business since 1937, and they've kept up with all the changes in the tire industry. There's no such thing as just one type of tire to fit a vehicle anymore. Buying a tire today depends on each individual's specific driving needs and price range. Advice from Ray's Tire helped me make the perfect tire decision for me. Ray's Tire can help with your tire decisions. Now they can help me with the spare.
Ray's Tire in Appleton and Green Bay.
This segment of Larry McCarran's Locker Room is sponsored by Ray's Tire in Green Bay and Appleton. Sooner or later, you'll own Generals.
'tis a season to be jolly, 'tis also the season to be thinking about the playoffs. In O'Connell Falls, the 5th graders at Washington Elementary combine the two in song.
Larry's locker room.
The 1,000 Days of Christmas. James, thanks for being here. Thank you for watching. Merry Christmas. Until next time, take care. Thank you for being a great audience. Thank you.
Guests on Larry McCarran's Locker Room receive a gift from Rogan Shoes and from Putzer's Menswear. Larry McCarran's Locker Room is sponsored by your Quality Plus Ford dealer, Van Breedy's, and Bud Light.
Presenting the Smart Clapper.
How smart can it be?
The Mike Holmgren Show. Brought to you by cold-filtered Pabst Genuine Draft. The great taste that never fades. Clemens Sausage. Easily the best. Toyota. I love what you do for me.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tim Hunt. Coach, you keep talking about the fact that your team has to take care of itself, not worry about others in the playoff race. So far, so good, right?
So far, so good. But, Tim, you know, I would like a little help. You know, we are taking care of our own business, which is the first thing we have to do. And then it boils down to the last week of the season, which we thought it would, you know, a few weeks ago we said that. And now we just have to win, obviously, and then hope for some help someplace else.
This has got to be like Yogi Berra once said, deja vu all over again for you. Last year in San Francisco, same situation. You got no help. Do you have some enemies around the league, or what's the situation there?
You know, I mean, anytime you count on someone beating someone else in the league, it doesn't happen. Because it is very close. The margin of victory and defeat is so thin. It was a different set of circumstances, though, Tim, last year. You know, we had been out of the play. That's the first time we'd ever been out of the playoffs.
Right.
Here, we are... we've accomplished a lot, and I don't want anything to take away from what the guys have done so far. The team has worked so hard, and then if we don't make the playoffs, heck, it's still been a great year, you know. But we have hope.
Right. You want to enjoy the 6 wins in a row. I mean, everyone is going to do their little figuring, but you got to keep the focus where it should be on the fact that you're playing well.
Oh yeah, and then we have to beat the Vikings.
Right.
It boils down to we have to beat the Vikings. 3 weeks ago, we had to beat the Vikings. Nothing has changed. So we've got to go in there and play our best football to beat a playoff team, to beat a good football team, and so that nothing's changed there.
All right, you had to beat the Rams. You did just that fairly handily. Let's take a look at the highlights of that game. And after an early fumble, the Rams got on the board first.
Yeah, unfortunately, we fumbled early. The Rams are a good football team. They converted. Willie Anderson's a great receiver. Ever throws a strike in there for the touch.
Then late in the first quarter, David Lang busts a 71-yarder.
Yeah, we haven't given up a long run in a long time, so give the Rams credit. But Terrell Buckley makes a great play coming all the way across the field to make that tackle.
Saves the touchdown. They settle for a field goal. Then you get rolling a little bit.
We had a nice drive. After they settled for the field goal, we had a good drive, culminated by Darrell popping it in there.
And then the interception. Tell me what's going through your mind right about here.
Well, right there I'm saying, no, no, when he's cutting back. And then I start saying, yes, yes. I was just yelling, you know. Terrell, this is what he can do. He's an exciting football player, and that was really quite a spark for us.
Speaking of sparks and exciting football players, Sterling Sharp with 2 touchdowns in a row here.
Yeah, here Brett does a nice job of moving in the pocket. Sterling adjusted his route. We threw it in the corner for the touchdown.
And then this is all Sterling.
Well, we had a 2-minute drive going, and we wanted to get some points, had to get some points. Brett threw the ball to Sterling. It was a nice pass on a slant. And then Sterling really used his strength, his great strength as a receiver, to really run right over 2 Rams. And so that was a big play.
Your defense in the second half, particularly, your offense, you kept it very conservative, number one. And then number 2, that the Rams made some adjustments. They shut you down a little bit, but your defense got the job done in the second half, I thought.
Yeah, you know, there are 3 or 4 things that happened in the second half of that game. First of all, I didn't want to turn the ball over and give the Rams an easy touchdown or field goal, because our defense, I didn't think they could score 3 times on our defense is what they need. We got poor field position, and then I must admit, I got conservative. I got very conservative, probably too conservative. But our defense rose to the occasion, and it worked out for us.
All right, speaking of your defense rising to the occasion, that's where we begin our key plays, the goal line stand. After Terrell Buckley makes the touchdown-saving tackle on Lang, your defense, boy, they had it 1st and goal to go at the 1-yard line, and this was 1st down right here, and your defense came up big.
Well, any time that they get a ball down in that close, I mean, it's pretty tough to keep them out. So this was a marvelous job by our defense. Here is Bucky Dent. You'll see, first of all, the defensive lineman just standing all the offensive linemen up. You'll see Bucky Dent come in here to take on the ball carrier, just stand him up and keep him out of the end zone. Now, remember, we didn't have Johnny Holland. Bucky was pressed into action, and he made the play, and that's what's been happening all season. Guys, when they had to, they've stepped in, they've done it.
And that stand seemed to ignite your offense. That's when you went on the long drive, and during that drive, you had a 3rd and 2. Could have gone either way. You went to Sterling Sharp.
Well, if we put Sterling in the backfield here, and the Rams decide to run a zone defense in their nickel package, normally in this situation they'd go man, but I think that alignment kind of changed their thinking. Brett throws the ball to Sterling for the 1st down. We have the 1st down right there, and then he does what he does so well. He breaks tackles, he splits people. He's really a strong, very talented receiver, you know, and to have him come out of the backfield like that is just another weapon I think we have.
Those were two linebackers right there. The two guys, about, you know, both bigger than he is.
No, I know, and they're both good. They're linebackers because they tackle well.
Right.
But he managed to elude those guys and did a great job.
Obviously, he's a Pro Bowl player. He's now 5 receptions away from the single-season record. Do you think he should get some consideration for MVP?
Oh, certainly. I mean, if you're talking about most valuable player, he is our most valuable player at this point. But you know what? With those individual awards are a result many times of team success. And usually a quarterback or a Super Bowl winning team, perhaps, the MVP comes from that team. Sterling should receive some consideration. He's that good.
All right. Key play number 3 is another offensive play. Late in the first half, 40 seconds left, you run a screen play.
Well, again, this is our 2-minute drive. We had no timeouts left. We hadn't screened much this year. The Rams defense, pretty much of a zone concept. The lineman set it up. Darrell turns, and you'll see Frank Winters get a good kick-out block right there. And then Campy got a block inside, and Darrell just turned on the jets and really allowed us, this play allowed us to get into a position to score, which we did, and we needed those points, Tim.
Yeah, that was a great 7 minutes of football, the best 7 minutes of the season, I think.
Well, you know, it shows, I think, what we're capable of doing. But the game yesterday really kind of shows also the type of team we still are. You know, we were a little bit inconsistent. When we were good, we were really good. When we were bad, we were bad.
Right.
And that's the type of team we had. But, you know, we won the game 28-13, and that's always the bottom line.
That certainly is. All right, when we come back on the Mike Holmgren Show, we will meet one of the defensive stalwarts of the game. Robert Brown will be our guest next on the Mike Holmgren Show.
Clemens, easily the best. People used to have time to make a special trip to the old-fashioned meat market for quality sausage and meats. Today, that extra time is history. But thanks to Clemens, quality is here to stay. Clemens' commitment to quality has never changed. Clemens uses only the leanest cuts of meat and natural spices.
Try Clemens smoked sausage or kielbasa. Fully cooked for convenience, hardwood smoked for great taste. Pick some up today.
Clemens, easily the best.
At Pabst, we believe in putting our money into making a big-tasting light beer, not a big, expensive advertising campaign. It's the way we keep our price down, but it creates problems, too. Because the taste of Pabst Light, the brighter light, is so big, so bold, so crisp, so clean, so refreshing, and so utterly satisfying, it takes a while to get the idea across, and we only have 30 seconds.
Quick, the product shot and the tagline. Hold it up, higher. Yeah, more bottles.
Welcome back to the Mike Holmgren Show. We're joined now by defensive end Robert Brown. Robert, thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Tim.
You've been here a long time. These last 6 games, where do they stack up in Robert Brown's career?
It feels great. You know, since I've been here, we haven't put a streak together like that, so it feels good.
You were here through thick and thin. Feel pretty good to finally be getting some thick?
Yeah. You know, this is Coach Holmgren's first year, and we're doing an outstanding job in his first season, so it feels very good.
Coach Robert's obviously one of the veteran guys here who has been here for a long time. Is it extra satisfying for you to see a guy like him have some success?
Yeah, it really is. You know, I think you probably know this, but I think Ron Hallstrom and Robert are the 2 guys that have been through the wars here the longest. Yep. I mean, they go back the longest, and to be able to come this close. And you know, honestly, they've had long, great careers, both of them. And Robert, you know, he has a couple years left, but to be able to have a shot at the playoffs for him, I'm especially happy. You know, and he's really been a rock for us this year. You know, a very steady player, very professional. I'm glad he's on my side.
Yeah, I mean, that typifies you, doesn't it? You're a rock. I mean, that's kind of the way you've been since you've been here, isn't it?
Pretty much. Haven't missed a game in 11 seasons, so Just been consistent, I guess.
Knock on plastic or whatever this is, right? Now, what do you think turned it around here, Robert? You're a quiet leader. You know, you're not a rah-rah guy. You don't like to talk a lot. But if you could analyze, what's done it here in the last 6 games?
I think it's the coaching staff, the players' attitude, and just hard work. Some of the older guys like myself stepping up to tell the younger guys to play better.
Yeah, you don't do a lot of time. You lead by example more than anything else, don't you?
That's right. You know, I'm basically a quiet man, but I can get rowdy when I want to.
And you can cause some trouble for offenses, as we'll see. We've got some videotape to kind of illustrate that from the game. And basically, if you would, just take a look at the monitor over here and tell us what we're seeing.
Okay, this is I think this is what we call a stretch play, where the ball is designed to go outside, and I get a good lock on Gerald Perry, who's a big 300-pound tackle, and I was able to come up and make the play on Cleveland Gary.
You got held a lot.
Every play, defensive linemen get held every play, so they can basically call holding every play.
Okay, now here's another nice job by you.
This is another play where I'm squeezing the backside, and I was able to come up and make the play.
Speaking of getting held, you get tackled right there, but luckily he tackled you right into the guy, so.
Right.
Okay, and here, the interesting thing here is you're freeing up the linebacker to make
right.
the play.
Basically, I'm taking on 2 guys to clear. I think that's Bucky Dent, and Bucky's free. He's going to come up and make the play.
You didn't just take on 2 guys, you took out 2 guys. You're way too modest about that. Now, you had 1 penalty called against you, a penalty you didn't seem to agree with on the field, but we're going to take a look at it. What's going on here?
I'm lined up on the guard working against Tom Newberry, and he sticks his hand up in my face first, and I return the favor. And the referee threw a flag, and it was offsetting penalties on both of us.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of things, that's a tough call for the referee to make when both of them get your hands locked on each other.
You know, they make those offsetting fouls just kill me. I mean, they just kill me because they never catch the first guy. They always catch the second guy. But, you know, you listen, as Robert was explaining those things, you listen to the terminology he used. I locked out Gerald Perry. Well, I mean, that's interesting. What do you know, when they get his hands, and he can get his hands in there like that, I mean, he's a strong man, but it's a 300-pound man. And he talked about squeeze, and they have a language all their own, those defensive linemen. I kind of leave them alone in practice. You know?
You're a smart man. I'd leave them alone, too. Robert, continued success, and thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Coach.
When we come back on the Mike Holmgren Show, we will be joined by linebacker coach Bob Valicente. He's up next.
At Associated Banks, our assets exceed $2.8 billion. Our 73 Wisconsin offices approve millions in loans, handle more than 100,000 transactions every day. So why does such a big bank still get excited over Tommy Mitchell's paper route deposit?
Hi, Tommy.
Because that's where we got our start, and we're not about to walk away from the kind of people who helped us grow in the first place. Associated Banks, good company.
Its design and performance are unsurpassed. Best of all, it uses up to 40% less gas. It's the Lennox Pulse 21 gas furnace.
A first-class installation deserves quality service. Call the professionals at Blount.
And you can count on Blount. Energy efficiency and 35 years as the Lakeshore's complete service source.
It must be a Lennox in Gindra Plumbing and Heating.
When energy savings a must be a Lennox.
I get a chance to meet a lot of people in what I do. And there's 2 men that really stand out in my mind. One's name is Leo Frigo, and the other is Jim Asman. And both of these men are involved in a food pantry, Leo in Green Bay and Jim down in the valley. They both have an attitude that is just, for the most part, unseen in this day and age. They care about people. They have a servant attitude. And they give of themselves every waking moment. I really admire that.
On August 22nd, 1992, there were several large tractors with farm equipment attached to them parked in a field just off the intersection of McDonald Road and Linstead Road in the township of Navarino. During the evening hours, someone started the tractor with the chopper and caused considerable damage to it and the other units parked in the field.
If you have any information about this crime or any other crime, call Crime Stoppers. You can remain anonymous, and you may be eligible for up to a $1,000 reward.
Welcome back to the Mike Holmgren Show. Bob Valicente joins us now. Bob, thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Tim.
You've had your work cut out for you. You have had some injuries at linebacker, some different situations. You've had to move people in and out. It's been pretty much a week-to-week thing for you, hasn't it?
Well, that's true, Tim. And, you know, an example this week where Burnell Dent stepped in for Johnny Holland and just did a magnificent job.
Yeah, you lose Johnny Holland, 122 tackles, having a great year, but you're able to put someone in there. It speaks well for the depth at linebacker, doesn't it?
Well, it does, and I give a lot of credit to Bucky. You know, he got himself prepared, and he's a real pro and did an excellent job.
Coach, you have to also, in turn, give credit to Coach Valicente. He's the guy who's preparing him to play.
Really, Bob's been playing short all season, Tim. You know, you talk about depth, but in reality, you know, Brian Noble got hurt. We lost Johnny. Bryce Pop, he's been in there too as well, juggling around. So Bob, you know, a lot of credit should go to this man right here.
Right. Is that a challenge for you? I mean, is it something that kind of excites you? Okay, you don't like to lose Johnny Holland, but then you go to work, you roll up your sleeves, and you think, okay, this is what we're going to do?
I think that's true, and I think the players are like that. They've worked extremely hard to get themselves prepared, and I've given them different responsibilities, so we've had some versatility. Guys like Bryce Pop and Bucky Dent are very bright guys and good football players, so that kind of helps with the plan and gets us prepared.
You talked about the great game Dent had, and you said just a minute ago that was an unfamiliar position to him, too.
That was. He had been backing up Brian Noble for the entire season and had very limited reps at Johnny's spot. So when Johnny went down and we had to replace him, Bucky was the logical guy and went in there and did a super job.
He did a great job. You've had some young linebackers that have played well, too, and we have some tape of them. We begin with George Kuntz. He's come out of nowhere to have a big year.
Oh, he's a great athlete, Tim, and, you know, an example of this type of play is the play he can make. He's got excellent athletic skills, and he's an exciting player to watch and very, you know, fun to work with.
A good find, free agent find, right?
Oh, that's true. You know, Ron Wolf and his staff did a great job locating George.
Yeah, he's moved into the starting lineup playing well. Another young guy that the fans may not be as familiar with, he's made a big impact on special teams and at linebacker, is Jeff Brady.
Well, that's true. You know, Jeff started out early in the season, had a good training camp, and was playing quite regularly in our dime defense, and became injured, had a knee injury, and finally got back on the roster, and now with Johnny down, took his place yesterday and also responded well.
Well, I know that the linebackers have responded well, the players have responded well, but Coach, you have as well, and congratulations on that. I know.
Well, it's been a lot of fun working with them. You know, they're a great group, and I give them all the credit because they have to go out there and play every down and make it happen.
Right. All right, Coach, thank you, and continued success to you throughout the playoffs with the linebackers.
Thank you, Tim.
All right, when we come back on the Mike Holmgren Show, it's time for the Packer Insider, and we'll take an inside look at motivation. That's up next on the Mike Holmgren Show.
It ain't life or death.
Your Toyota dealers are proud to announce a beauty of a deal on a beauty of a car. A one-of-a-kind introductory offer on the all-new Toyota Corolla with its Camry-like styling. The deal is $179 a month for 48 months with no down payment. It gets even better. No strip down here. You get air conditioning, power steering, AM/FM radio, even driver's side airbag. But it's a limited time offer, so for the best selection, don't wait. Why settle for less than a Corolla? Your Toyota dealer can give you a beauty of a deal for less than you thought.
Every once in a while, your soft drink routine needs a change. We recommend adding, at regular intervals, a 7-Up, the Uncola. It's a clean, crisp change from the everyday. Caffeine-free 7-Up, the Uncola. Put some Un in your life.
As a football coach, I want things to turn out crisp and clean, like 7-Up. 7-Up. Put a little Un in your life.
Go on, Oscar. Outside. Go on, boy.
Oh, look, a tennis ball. Look at that, buddy. Hey, get the paper, boy. Go on.
From the world's first air conditioning to the world's most energy-efficient furnace, Carrier makes it better inside.
Why don't you just get the leash, Frank?
Me? I'm not going out.
Call the Inside Guys. Check the yellow pages for the Carrier heating and cooling professional near you.
Coach, we don't get to go inside the locker room before the game or at halftime. Are you big on motivational speeches?
Well, I keep my speeches, I think, relatively short. There are some things that I know I want to say and I want to get across to the team, but the players take over a good portion of the time. I know there are some great motivational speakers, though, among coaches.
Right, and we will get a look at how some people motivate and how they get motivated in today's 7-Up Packer Insider with Dennis Krause.
12 years. 12 years have gone by since the Eagles have been a winner. We're going to come out winners today.
Name of the game, man, is hit. It's pursuing. It's working.
That's a rotten exhibition of football. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You deserve the booze they give you.
Every coach has a different approach to the motivational speech. Some work, some don't. But most players agree, motivation starts from within.
For me, I don't, have to have somebody, cheering me on. It's just something that I always want to go out and try to do good, I just go from there. I don't need the long speeches, I don't get up and make the long speeches or anything like that. It's just knowing, hey, I just got to show up and do a job.
The coach can tell you a lot of different things, but on Sunday, you play for pride and respect of the guys that you're playing against. You're not playing for your money, you're not playing for rings or all that stuff. You're playing because you enjoy going out there and being a competitor. And I motivate myself by going out knowing I'm playing against some of the best guys in the league.
A lot of it's the motivation of the player, what gets him going. Myself, I just, I'm self-motivated. I don't really need someone else to really jump on me, or I don't need to bang my head against the wall or anything like that. But some players need that. Some players need that, and that's when a coach comes in. But the nice thing about this team is a lot of guys that are really self-motivated.
The days of the Newt Rockne motivational speech are long gone, but that doesn't mean that players still don't appreciate a coach's words.
I think it's good, when you can get a coach that's really fired up about a game and really fired up about going into a game, I think it's helpful. Some players don't need all that. Some players do need all that, We got players like Chuck Cecil that's a rah-rah type of guy that's just real excited, and he talks to us before games now, and that gets some of the guys pumped up. And the middle part of the game is very important.
For the Mike Holmgren Show, I'm Dennis Krause.
Chuck Cecil can certainly motivate, can't he?
Yeah, he can. But, I think the important thing of what those players said is that everyone's different. Everyone gets ready their own way. And I try and help. And then the players, a lot of our older fellows have done a great job helping me with that this year.
All right, it's time to turn it over to the fans now for the Farmers Insurance Ask the Coach. And question number 1 comes to us from Lino Rulli from St. Paul, Minnesota. Lino.
Yeah, Coach, I was wondering, on a day like today when it's real cold like this, do you wish that Green Bay had a dome?
Lino, no, I like playing outside. I like playing on the grass, although it was a little slippery, but I'll take that every time over a dome.
All right, question number 2 from Marinette's Rob Magnan. Rob.
All right, Mike, I'm just wondering, your daughter referred earlier in the week that you're too conservative. Why don't you try some more trick plays? Liven it up a little bit. Razzle-dazzle.
Rob, I always listen to everything my daughters say. They are getting quoted way too much lately, though. I think they can go to school, and I'll coach the football team.
All right, question number 3 from Eau Claire's Bob Potter. Bob.
Coach, what are the first 15 plays you're going to run at the Super Bowl?
Bob, I'm waiting for the day when I can put down those first 15 for the Super Bowl. It doesn't look like it. Well, it might happen this year. Who knows? We're still in it. But I can't wait.
I don't care what he says. He's got a secret list of those 15 plays in his desk drawer. He just doesn't want anyone to know about it. When we come back on the Mike Holmgren Show, we will take a look ahead to the grand finale. The Minnesota Vikings are up next.
You'll find those perfect last-minute gifts at Menards, like this Sonnen CalcuTape combination measuring tool, on sale now. It's 5 handy tools in one, just $4.99 after mail-in rebate coupon. And Panasonic battery value packs are on sale for just 79 cents after mail-in rebate. These rechargeable batteries are just $1.94 after rebate. Menards wishes you a happy holiday season.
Warranties and free things to you all from Menards. Buick, they're the best for last.
This is the week to buy a new Buick. Get the one you want before someone else drives it away. But hurry, our best for last sell down ends January 2nd.
Hurry to Brennan Buick, Broadway, Jorns, Klein Buick, or your nearest Valley area Buick dealer today.
Get up to $1,500 cash back on Park Avenue.
Stop in today for great year-end savings.
See your nearest Valley area Buick dealer before January 2nd.
Is the glass half empty?
Or half full?
Regarding permanent employment, you have good reason to be optimistic.
Because of Ameristaff Personnel Services.
Not a temporary. Ameristaff represents many companies looking for all types of skilled workers for permanent positions.
Filling out one application at Ameristaff is like taking the time to apply at 90 companies.
Crystal clear. You need to find out more about Ameristaff Personnel Services.
With Ameristaff, your future is full of promise.
I'm Kevin Rompler.
And I'm Lisa Luck.
For your first report of local news
and your first look at the workday weather,
join us weekdays at 6 a.m. on Action 2 News This Morning.
Welcome back. Coach, you have the same opponent in Week 16 you had in Week 1. Where do you think, how different are you of a team?
Well, Tim, I think we're a better football team. I think that in that first game, we played a good football game against a quality opponent. But we're a better football team now, and we've had a lot of changes happen in 16 weeks.
As we look ahead toward the Vikings and take a look at some video of the last time you played them, you have to be aware of some of their weapons. Roger Craig right here.
On offense, you know Roger, of course, and I know Roger well. He's a great football player. Terry Allen, who is another running back we'll see, really hurt us in that first game. Remember, he popped a couple of long runs. In fact, a long run just before they kicked the winning field goal.
Right.
So they have some great weapons on offense and a real veteran Pro Bowl offensive line. On defense, they have great players as well. In fact, really dealing with their pass rush and a guy like Chris Dolman who, you know, makes plays all over the field, strips the quarterback. You know, they're a good football team, and they won the division. And I have to congratulate Denny Green on the job he's done. Congratulate the Minnesota Vikings. You know, he did a marvelous job coming in there, but I tell you, we're going to be fired up for that game.
Yeah, it's a game you have to win. You've had a few of those in a row, and you've won them, so why should this one be any different?
Nothing changes, Tim, every week. We said it'd go down to the last week.
All right, Coach, thanks for being here. Thank you for being here. We'll see you next week on the Mike Holmgren Show.
The Mike Holmgren Show has been brought to you by the Inside Guys at Carrier, Farmers Insurance for superior service, and by 7-Up, the great taste of Uncola. Coach's wardrobe and guest certificates provided by Putzer's Big and Tall Stores. Furniture courtesy of New Office Supply.